all these were equally young. And I was looking for young people at the university to drive change.
An initial $8 million grant from the World Bank and further funds from the Wellcome Trust allowed WACCBIP to build a world-class center adjoining the Department of Biochemistry. Equipped with teaching labs and creating an environment that fosters scientific research and learning. The center runs master's, PhD, and postdoctoral training.
I'm very proud of WACCBIP because it has leveraged on the initial funding of $8 million from the World Bank and attracted more than 50 million US dollars for training of scientists right here in Africa.
WACCBIP's core mandate was around infectious diseases. Now, as we grew over the years, we noticed that non-communicable diseases are also coming up strongly in our part of the world. And so our funding portfolio evolved to starting to apply for grants that were involved in non-communicable diseases. Our ability to evolve with changing research interests over the years, I think, has kept us relevant.
It's been an honor for me and a privilege to help in some small way with that early development, and then to chair WACCBIP's advisory board over these last 10 years. A key success of that teaching of WACCBIP in the early years was the contribution of early career faculty, both from the north and also local faculty from Africa.
The next phase of the center was to consolidate what we had started and then to basically make an impact.
So began an investment into recruiting some of the best African scientific minds to join the center as postdoctoral fellows to conduct research and to teach.
I was looking for opportunities to come back, and because I wanted to drive research on the continent.
I was one of many immunologists at my institution in London. I'm one of only a few immunologists in Ghana. So when I think of where I can have impact, if I look back at my life when I retire one day, where can I have the greatest impact? It is in trying to build up the ecosystem back home where we are admittedly, a little bit deficient, versus making a small contribution to an ecosystem that's already well established.
As a geneticist, I was keenly aware of the dearth of genetics research in African people. And what was striking is it's a huge gap in knowledge. And Africans happen to be the most genetically diverse population. After my first postdoc, when I decided I wanted to move back to Ghana, I wanted to work in an area that had a huge impact. I mean, there are practically no genetic studies being conducted here. So I decided to focus on breast cancer, which happens to be the #1 leading cancer in the world currently.
The center also focused on deepening its network with other African scientific centers.
Through my collaboration with WACCBIP, I think we've achieved enormous in our science. We've developed lots of talents that are actually beneficial to African institutions, which have also been exported across the world. I think WACCBIP is the next level of scientific institutions that we expect in Africa that do not only do research for publications, but also contribute to data that is used for translation for better public health across the great continents.
WACCBIP has trained more than 450 graduate students, masters and PhD students, as well as postdoctoral fellows from 19 African countries.
WACCBIP has more than prepared me, and I wouldn't say this because I've just stayed in WACCBIP, but for the fact that WACCBIP has given me the opportunity to go rub shoulders with my colleagues in other countries, and I'm willing to, and I'm ready to take up any challenge anywhere.
The PhD training I had here was holistic, and indeed it has helped me gain that confidence and also to find solutions to problems.
The teaching environment at WACCBIP was quite unique. I found that management usually would invite visiting lecturers from either other institutions or outside the country to come in and teach us, and then teach us the practical ways of doing research and then thinking about problems to solve it through research. So.
The fellowship that we were getting was about developing leaders in science, not just about training PhD students, but also building leaders for the next generation, or at least future scientists, future science leaders in Africa.
The opportunity to deepen the center's impact presented itself during the COVID-19 pandemic. WACCBIP had the right scientists and infrastructure in place to lead the science that informed the government of Ghana's policy response.
WACCBIP did play a very central role in our response.
We were able to have a strong impact and mobilize the teams to respond first for testing and then for doing the research that we're doing now.
One of the critical areas WACCBIP did excel was in the research, in the genomic sequencing and in the seroprevalence studies. And this really helped us not just to map out where the diseases are, but which variants we were dealing with, and especially when we started easing restriction.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, our researchers here, using the high-performance computing system, were able to assemble the genome of the virus, and as a result of that, gain a lot of insight into its transmission, subtypes, variation, and possible mutation.
Most of the work that is conducted at the center is at a molecular level. If you have a blunt cutlass, you don't think you can cut down a bigger tree. It's just the shrubs you can. But if you have a sharp cutlass, which is also basically the tools that we have, then we can confront bigger and higher molecular kind of questions and address them.
We have a tradition that we say in the center known as the WACCBIP machinery, and that comprises of a group of people who believe in a common goal and who are determined to make sure that they achieve excellence at everything that they do, whether it is research, whether it's training or teaching, and then the entire back end that nobody gets to see. Really teamwork and very diligent leadership that makes us achieve the excellence that we are known for.
I love working at WACCBIP because the leadership of WACCBIP identifies young talent and then give them opportunity to grow. I've been here 10 years because I believe that I've had opportunities that I wouldn't have had elsewhere.
We have created innovative and engaging ways of interacting with communities that we work with. We conduct and engage our communities in outreaches, schools engagement activities, and a whole lot of activities that make science fun and exciting for the public.
WACCBIP has demonstrated that it is possible for us to remain in Africa and produce high-quality scientists.
I think its focus is on two things. One, doing the research, but also developing the researchers of the future. And that is where I think WACCBIP has a special strength, focusing on developing the researchers of the future.
We are training all these young people, but where are they going to work? If you look in the US or in Europe, majority of PhD graduates don't stay in academia. They go into industry, they go into a variety of jobs.
In Ghana and, in fact, most of West Africa, we don't have a biotech sector. We have some pharmaceutical companies, but most of them just do manufacturing. Because of that gap, many of the things that we've done have gotten to a dead end because the uptake is not there. And so we are trying to push for that next level.
We also need to build the ecosystem here of a biotech. So we have a program which is a biotech entrepreneurship program. And the idea is that now we are going to be seeding people who not just have the ideas, but they will try to do some startups, of course.
The idea of building private sector-based research to complement the academic research that is being built at centers like WACCBIP, I think is a natural evolution of the development of the center. WACCBIP's goal is to train and seed science around the continent. What better way to seed it than through private companies that do the work like what we do here?
The next phase is on the shoulders of the next generation, the younger scientists that we brought here. Very talented group of people.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years to WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy, glorious, and illustrious 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Happy 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Many congratulations to everybody involved in the WACCBIP story.
WACCBIP came out of the energy of many young people in the department at the time.
WACCBIP's excellence really stems from teamwork.
We are at the cutting edge of technology.
We make excellence the bar for training at WACCBIP.
We believe in excellence in teaching and excellence in research.
To do high quality science, to be able to publish and to make an influence in the scientific world.
The West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACCBIP, began in 2014 as one of the World Bank African Centers of Excellence, located in the University of Ghana, Legon. In 10 years, it has grown into a leading center for the training of the next generation of African scientists and is spearheading groundbreaking research into infectious diseases, genetics research, and research into non-communicable diseases like cancer. Equipped with advanced technology platforms and state-of-the-art laboratories, WACCBIP provides fertile ground for exploration and discovery.
The main impetus for the center came from some workshops that we used to do with the American Society for Cell Biology.
It was my honor and pleasure to be part of a group of cell biologists who obtained funding around 2006 for short courses on the cell biology of African diseases.
This was long before WACCBIP.
All right, good morning, everyone.
And
I know it's day 4 and everyone's tired and maybe hungover. My glasses decided they liked Logia better than my face, so I had to get a new pair, a different pair. So we'll be starting in a few minutes. I'm just waiting for Gordon to come and introduce our first keynote of the day. And then today is a very different type of day because we have new sessions that we haven't had before. Well, we always have molecular diagnostics and assay development. But now we introduce biotechnology and entrepreneurship, as well as, well, that's going to be tomorrow, the vaccine development. And but today we'll have the biotech innovation pitch competition. So I believe that the keynotes who are going to speak today are they were very carefully chosen and very apt for today's sessions. So as we settle down in about 2 or 3 minutes, when the bus comes, we'll start.
at the old Department of Biochemistry, which exists down the road from where WACCBIP currently stands.
In 2010, with our move to this building, we had space. And also, that also coincided with a period that we had younger faculty who had undergone training in the department.
It was around that time that I had come back to the department. And the head of department at the time, who was Prof. Sami Saki, asked me to be responsible for these workshops, to be sort of the coordinator for these workshops. We were able to engage with a lot of young people in the sub-region because each workshop we had about 20 to 25 young scientists from Ghana and other African countries. And the conversations we had and their desire to learn and the appetite for such opportunities, that was what drove us to think about how we could make this a permanent presence or a permanent opportunity for young African scientists.
I wrote a grant application designed to obtain more funds to run more of these workshops. My application was not successful, but Gordon, whose vision is much broader than mine, was able to take some of the ideas that we had put into that application and expand them tremendously and significantly into an application that ultimately was submitted to the World Bank and many of you know was successful.
The idea about WACCBIP really was a call from the World Bank trying to help higher institutions to set up the thing. So I called Gordon and said, Gordon, I think you should host this.
So basically, I came back to the department and I got all my colleagues together, mostly the younger ones who were full of energy and who listened to me because they were younger than me. So I put them together, Patrick, Lydia, Theresa, Osborne, Abidad. There was another lady called Marian Yako. The vice chancellor at the time, Professor Ernest Aite, was determined to turn the university into a research-intensive university.
WACCBIP first came to my attention when Professor Gordon Awandare approached me about the possibility of creating such a center. And I thought they were very important for the university. I was struck by the fact that he himself was a very young researcher. Most of the people involved with him were equally young. And I was looking for young people at the university to drive change.
An initial $8 million grant from the World Bank and further funds from the Wellcome Trust allowed WACCBIP to build a world-class center adjoining the Department of Biochemistry. Equipped with teaching labs and creating an environment that fosters scientific research and learning. The center runs master's, PhD, and postdoctoral training.
I'm very proud of WACCBIP because it has leveraged on the initial funding of $8 million from the World Bank and attracted more than 50 million US dollars for training of scientists right here in Africa.
WACCBIP's core mandate was around infectious diseases. Now, as we grew over the years, we noticed that non-communicable diseases are also coming up strongly in our part of the world. And so our funding portfolio evolved to starting to apply for grants that were involved in non-communicable diseases. Our ability to evolve with changing research interests over the years, I think.
All right, good morning to you all. So we are in day 4. Can you believe it? We survived to day 4. 2 days more to go. After today, we have 1 more day. And then we are all looking forward to the party on, tomorrow evening. So there's joy at the end. All right, so this morning, I'm very glad and excited to welcome our keynote speaker for this morning. As you would have seen during the opening program at the City Center, one of the things that WACCBIP is now trying to promote amongst its trainees is entrepreneurship. We recognize that all the excellent scientists we are training should not all end up in academia and be in the universities and research laboratories. I have one. So we want them to also venture into business and create jobs for themselves and for others. And altogether, that is essential for strengthening the science and technology ecosystem in Ghana and other West African countries as well. So today we have a speaker who has not only talked the talk, but also walked the walk when it comes to science entrepreneurship and creating and running a successful business. So Mrs. Elizabeth Irene Beatty did biochemistry with chemistry in this university. And afterwards, she did a master's at the University of Surrey in clinical chemistry, right? With molecular biology. Yeah. So, but the reason why she's here is not because of degrees that she's got alone. It's because she founded a business, a private clinical laboratory called Patholab, which has become one of the most successful laboratories providing clinical laboratory services to patients and hospitals alike. And in that period, she has grown from a company that employed only a few people to currently employing over 40 people and providing well-paying jobs, paying better than universities do, well-paying jobs to our young scientists who graduate from here and elsewhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, she will tell us some of the stories, so I don't need to tell you everything. Her detailed profile is in the brochure, but please let's welcome our friend, Elizabeth Irene Beatty.
Good morning. Morning, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, students. It's a real pleasure to be here. Let me just start my time so I don't overrun. I understand I have about half an hour to have a conversation with you, and then afterwards, another half hour for questions. And it's not possible to condense everything into the first 30 minutes, so I'm hoping that you'll hold your questions and ask me afterwards. Anything that you need to ask, I'll do my best to answer them. But once again, it's a pleasure to be here. It doesn't seem like that long ago. I graduated in 1994, and it was a much smaller place. We were in the biochemistry department, and it just seems like a few sheds put together. So coming here time after time and seeing how things have changed is always such a joy to me and a source of such inspiration for what is possible. Entrepreneurship in the biomedical sector. This is actually my story, and I'm hoping that those young people here who have aspirations of going into entrepreneurship will learn something from the challenges and the triumphs that I have experienced in my journey. Now, a question is, why do people go into entrepreneurship in the first place? There are several reasons. People go in for money, people go in for opportunities that they recognize, people want to follow their passions. But for me, freedom was very important. And it was a freedom that I needed to be able to pursue the dreams that I had in my head, freedom to form the relationships that I would like to, freedom to carry out the hopes and ideas that I had in my head. So for me, time, relationships, my purpose, I'm very much a people person, and I'm at my best, I think, when I interact with people. Yesterday was a very long day at work, I've got my PA here, and Caleb. Caleb was a former student in this department, and it's always a joy to work with students from here as well. And they both know how tired I was, but I had a party later on in the evening, and I perked up considerably when I went to the party. I didn't even realize that association with people could make me feel so good. But yes, that's me. I love to associate with people. So I always knew from the beginning that whatever job that I had would be one which would fulfill me the most if I had a chance to interact with people. So for me, freedom of time and relationships, and then of course, making sure that I worked in a field that excited me. Healthcare has always been a source of excitement to me. I love the way our bodies work. I love the way we can have an influence in how well we are, and also how we can influence other people's health patterns and behaviors. I am also a writer. So for me, it was very important right from the beginning to have a profession which would enable me in whatever way to find some time to write. I write fiction for children and for young adults. So began my journey. When I finished my master's degree, actually before my master's degree, I worked at the Trust Hospital as a hospital biochemist for some time. Before then, I had worked in a private medical laboratory, Bethany. On completing my master's, I had been working for probably about 5 years before I did my master's. I borrowed my parents' pension fund, went to the USA, and began to hunt around for refurbished equipment. And I had a very small budget, so small. I was sleeping in hostels, couldn't afford. In those days, there was no Airbnb, didn't know anybody there, so I'd sleep in a hostel, sleeping about maybe 20 people in a dormitory-like place with bunkers. But I did manage to find some solid refurbished equipment within my very, very limited budget and started off PathoLab. When we started, there were just 5 of us, and I was doing everything. I was working on the bench, running chemistries, I was running the hormones and immunoassays, I was directing the laboratory, I was sometimes helping to clean, I was working at the front desk. It didn't take me very long to realize that I couldn't do all of that by myself. There was a lot that was required in building a team. Starting of the laboratory meant I needed to collaborate with quite a number of, I think I'm a little ahead of myself, collaborate with a number of people, and that's one thing that I'm going to stress on. Collaborations, your relationships, those make quite a difference in the entrepreneurial journey. When I started, I invited my former bosses from the Trust Hospital, friends who were in the medical sector, the biomedical sector, to help me on my interview panel. Relationships are really important. Now, having started, I found that there were so many other professionals that I needed to join me, because my area of strength was clinical chemistry. So getting hematologists, microbiologists, I found that I needed to form very strong networks within the environment. That's one thing that I've been very happy about, because to today, a lot of those relationships remain very strong. So marketing, administration, HR, there's so many things that come into running a business, taxes and social security. We gradually began to grow. I began to realize that I needed to constantly find out where did I need somebody to help take off some of the pressure so that I could focus on other decisions that would help to make the company grow. And probably about maybe 4 years or so afterwards, I felt that things were solid. I began to pay myself a salary. And then probably in about 2007, if anybody asked me around that time, how is PathoLab doing? I would say, oh, everything is fine. The lab is on autopilot. And right now, I wish I could go back and slap that 2006 version of myself, because it was just a phase. If there's one thing I have realized, it's a very dynamic landscape. Things change. They do not remain the same. We had a large number of people who enjoyed our services. They loved what we did. We were working for clinics. We were working for hospitals. We were running supplementary tests for a large number of clinics and medical facilities. We were also working for companies to a certain extent, and we had a good number of clients from the general public coming to enjoy our services as well. But the landscape changes, and point of care testing has had quite a big impact on medical laboratory testing. In addition to that, the fact that equipment has gotten cheaper, it's gotten smaller, it's become easier to use, in some cases almost idiot-proof. They're so easy to use. It has made it easier and easier for testing to be rolled out in different forms across the landscape. We have shops and pharmacies running rapid tests. So many of those tests that would have come into the laboratory, malaria and typhoid tests and blood sugar tests and so forth, are all being run. You can just go down the road and you have somebody who perhaps doesn't even have a full understanding of the clinical implications of those tests, but still able to run those tests for you and give you some results. And that has taken away a lot of traffic from the traditional standalone laboratories. Now, probably at about 2008 or so, I began to notice the falling, keep an eye on my time, I began to notice the fact that business was falling, but we still had quite enough to keep us, oh, I see Tego. We still have quite enough to keep us going, to keep us profitable. That's another thing that I'm going to be talking about, ensuring that you really got your eye on the landscape and you don't get too comfortable. Because even though a lot of the clinics and facilities that were working with us had now developed their own laboratories and were able to run their own tests, we were still comfortable enough to keep going until about 2012 or 2013, when one of the public hospitals that we were working for, and it was one of the largest public hospitals in Accra, and they were giving us about 40% of their business in referrals and supplementary tests that they were not able to carry out. And they suddenly had developed their laboratory, were able to run everything, and suddenly, overnight, 40% of our business dropped away. That left us reeling, and is what prompted me to make a decision to open up another branch. The first branch was not a very good idea. This was in Sakaman. It was a busy area, but we didn't have enough traffic. And so in conversation with a group of my staff, and it's always a good idea to have an ear that's ready to listen out for what other people have to say, we decided to open up in Kaswa. And I'm very proud to say that the venue that we chose for Kaswa was chosen without my input. I had 3 of my team members just go out and look for areas that they thought would be viable, and we found a location beside the Kaswa Polyclinic. Now, Kaswa is a very congested area, and it took off almost overnight. Probably at about 2014, I was beginning to struggle. I had reached another phase where I realized I was running a company of about 30 people or so at the time, as though we were still 5 people back in the year 2000. And in a conversation with a friend, I told him, you know, I just feel so stretched out in every direction. And he said, what's wrong? Why don't you come? I'll buy you lunch and you can tell me what your problems are. So guys, friends are really important. And he was an advisor to the World Bank on some of their programs and projects. We had a conversation, I had a free lunch, and I got fantastic advice, which informed me on what to do, how to shape my company so that I didn't find myself too stretched in different directions. And that sort of marked a change in the way the company was organized from about 2014. Hired an HR consultant, hired an accounts consultant, got somebody to draw up an organogram that worked for us, and began to really assign responsibilities and try to take myself out of doing everything, because that's one of the problems in starting a business, and it's one of the very first things that I'm going to speak about, because it can be extremely limiting. In the same way, we have Biden having to step aside for Harris to come in. And we realized how there was such a rush of excitement and enthusiasm as soon as Biden stepped aside. Apparently there was about 55 million or something, some record amount of funds that were raised as soon as Biden came in, as soon as Biden stepped aside. And sometimes you need to be able to step aside to be able to catalyze change, allow movement and a fresh flow of ideas. So that's when I realized I needed to really give responsibility, empower people, allow them to make mistakes, and just see how we can all grow as a result of that. And that's been from 2014 pretty much until now. It's been a changing landscape. I mean, we all live in Ghana, so we know what's going on. We opened a new branch in Kwabenya this year, and we're working towards making it a profitable branch as well. So that's largely is my story, let me now move on to the first thing that I would like you to know if you are interested in starting a business. Is founder syndrome awareness. And I know because I have lived it. You're the founder, you started the company, you know what you want, you have a dream, you have an idea, and you have a feeling that nobody knows that dream or nobody can carry it out just as well as you do, and therefore you get involved in everything. It can be very frustrating for your team. It does not allow your team to grow. So recognizing very early if you have micromanagement tendencies, I think it's helpful. I mean, I found myself scrubbing the front steps because I felt the cleaner wasn't scrubbing it well enough. And you have to ask yourself, you're the founder of this company. There's so many strategic decisions that need to be made. And if you're spending your time scrubbing the front steps, who's directing the company? So ensuring that you recognize when you're getting too involved and you're stifling the growth of your team, I think is one of the first things that I would like you to be aware of. And then in the same breath, this extends to struggling to give responsibility because you don't trust people. You think that nobody is going to do it as well as you do. This can also be a great source of frustration for your team members. Extending yourself in too many directions is something that I am fully guilty of. I mean, if there was a punishment for that, I should have it. But you're doing everything. You're looking at the PR, what's going out, the letters. My PA is here and she knows what I'm like. Every letter that's going out, I'm crossing the T's, the I's. I just need to make sure that it reads, maybe because I'm a writer, but I find that doing too much at once, it's the problem with that is you then get into a situation where sometimes things that you should be doing, ideally, you're not doing properly because you're spread out too thin in too many other directions. So you're either neglecting very important aspects of your job as the director, the founder of your company, or you're not doing them well enough. And then, of course, it's difficult for your company to grow if you are managing everything and no decisions can be made without you. Then it becomes very difficult because there should be a system in place where things can run even if you are not there. And then another thing is you may have an original vision, which is what most entrepreneurs will have. And sometimes you have other people saying, you know what, why don't we try this? And you think, oh no, this wasn't part of the original vision. No, tunnel vision. I'm just focusing on what I dreamed of in the beginning. And that can be a pitfall because there's so many opportunities around that it's always a great idea to have an ear that's ready to listen to what other people have. And then as the founder of Patholab, I can say freely that so much of yourself goes into it that if you're not careful and if you're not intentional about putting time aside to look after yourself, time aside to refresh and to renew, you can end up just putting too much of yourself in, not giving enough time for important things such as your relationships and other interests of yours. And then ultimately, this could lead to burnout where you have no longer any drive or any energy to do what it is that you originally set out to do. So for me, freedom in entrepreneurship comes with a set of conditions. Yes, you do have the freedom to make decisions. At the same time, we need to be aware that, or I had to be aware that there were certain pitfalls that came with those freedoms, and I needed to identify them. So there are 7 of them that I'd like to touch on. The first, founder syndrome awareness, and then relationships. Relationships are a very, very big thing in entrepreneurships. Family. As I told you, I borrowed money from my parents' pension fund. I didn't know who was going to lend me money. And I'm happy to say that I paid that money back within about 3 years. But those who are close to you are the ones who are most likely to be able to support you. When it came to time to starting of the business, I marketed a lot to family and then also to friends. So friends, my friends, and then friends of my parents, friends of my grandparents, just about everybody I know. And it makes a difference in entrepreneurship. In our high context culture, people value relationships. And if they have some trust in you, there's very little reason why they will not try out whatever you have to offer. So I would always encourage everybody here to not to discount the influence of your family and your friends. Friends, also, even along your entrepreneurial journey, there have been so many times when my friends have made such a big difference in the decisions that I have made. Some of them are entrepreneurs, and I'm fascinated by the stories they tell me, the challenges that they have overcome in entrepreneurship. And sometimes you can feel quite lonely because you're at the top, and at the end of the day, everything rests on your shoulders. All the decisions, all the problems, everything rests on your shoulders. So speaking to other people who can tell you what they are going through, make such a difference. I remember I had a conversation with one of my friends. She was a leader of a very, very big financial company, and she told me about a situation where she was on the verge of losing one of her company's biggest clients. And she told me she had called, somebody had done something wrong in her company, and the client was offended and had decided that they were no longer going to continue to do business with her. And she kept calling the company and calling them, and the woman wouldn't take her call. And eventually she decided to go there herself, and she went to her office, humbled herself, and spoke to the person in charge in this company and asked her to give her a chance to make amends. And the conditions under which she had to speak to this lady were almost humiliating, but the net effect was that she did get the business back, and the business that she got from this client actually grew in the following year. Fast forward about a year, I found myself suddenly in a very similar situation where one of our largest corporate clients had suddenly formed a merger with another company that offered a service similar to ours, and I was informed in a short email, oh, we've acquired this company, and this company also does the work that you do for us, and therefore we are no longer going to be working with you. I read that message at about 11 p.m. It was a big mistake. I couldn't sleep. I woke up in the morning. I was almost in despair. I thought, well, all is lost. And then I remembered this conversation that my friend had with her clients. I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to go back to them, and I'm going to leverage on the years that we have worked with them and the benefits that I know that they have derived from us, the great relationships we have formed, not just with them, but with their team members, and find out what can change. And I had a 4-way meeting with them, and it went very well, and they decided to retain the business with us. And not just that, but the other company that they had acquired, that company decided that some of the work that they had been going to do for the acquiring company, they were going to give to us to do for them. And that is as a result of a conversation I'd had with a friend that gave me the courage to be able to go forward and ask back for the business. So speak to people and hear what they have to say. You'll be amazed at how much it can influence you. And then colleagues and collaborators, extremely important. When I started, I will give so much credit to David Edwards of MedLab. He was from New Zealand, and he was running MedLab at the time. I had an ISC for measuring electrolytes, and the reagents that I needed for that machine were tricky to come by. Bringing them into the country required all sorts of jumping through all sorts of hoops and then paying all sorts of duties. And I found out that MedLab had the same thing at the time. So I went to ask David if he could help me acquire those reagents. And he was like, no problem, Elizabeth. I'm just going to put in a larger order for myself, and when my reagents come in, you can pay me. He didn't even ask me to give him any money up front. And that relationship continued until David left, and I have so much admiration for him for that. There's so many people within the sector who are willing to help you. So making those connections and taking what is available, and also putting yourself in a position where you can help other people as well, I think is extremely important. So your colleagues, your collaborators, they make quite a difference. And then your mentors, those who can help to catalyze your thinking, those who can see much further than you can. I have a friend called Yawin Sako. He used to be the, I think, vice president of Unilever, and he told me something quite profound, which I have always returned to when I find myself spreading out in too many directions. He says, Elizabeth, you need to work on the forest and not in the forest, because I often find myself knee-deep in laboratory operations and not allowing my team to do what they need to do, and then looking up to see where are we actually going. So the mentors also make such a very big difference. And then your clients. The clients are, they are the blood of the business, and I'm really overjoyed to say that my clients started off with, I even have my lecturer, Dr. Germany here, who's a client. I have Auntie Ya, who is also a client. It's really gratifying to talk to people who have believed in the company, continue to believe in the company, and tell good stories about us. Yesterday, at the party that I was at, I met a man. He looked vaguely familiar, but I wasn't sure where from. We had a conversation, and I left. And as I was getting to the gate, I heard somebody call my name. So he came running up to me and he was like, you know what, I know where I know you from Patholab. In the year 2002, you diagnosed my diabetes and you spoke to me and told me that if I manage my lifestyle according to my doctor's instructions, I would lead a great life. I would have a great life and I'd still be healthy. Look at me, I'm looking great. And I've never forgotten those words you told me. And that put such a huge smile on my face. So the clients make such a difference. So looking after your clients, understanding what it is that they need, putting yourself in a position to look after them, and remembering that these are people who need encouragement just as much as anybody else does is really critical when it comes to entrepreneurship. And then your suppliers, the ones who supply what you need. Because sometimes you don't have cash, something has happened. You need people who can say, you know what, take this, work with it. When you get paid for your work, you can pay me back. Because if you have to pay cash up front for everything, it really stifles the business. And so the relationships, that's the second point that I'd like to stress for anybody who's interested in going into entrepreneurship. And then the entrepreneurial mindset. I'm going to speed up a little bit because I realize I've been speaking for 22 minutes. Innovation, doing things differently. It's very, we all like to be comfortable, but sometimes we need to be able to think about what do we need to do differently in order to move ahead. As I've told you, for example, we have a situation right now where the most common test that we used to do, fasting blood sugar, used to be the most common test back in the day, 2001 up until about 2004. Fasting blood sugar was really common. Now it's probably the least common test that we have because everybody has got a glucometer. It's the easiest test to measure. Things change. So what is it that we need to do differently? That's what we need to be thinking about as biomedical scientists. And we are looking at perhaps we have the traditional markers of health, traditional markers of wellness, cardiac disease and so forth, and just looking to see what can we test beyond that. People are interested in so many things these days, so perhaps maybe nutrigenomics, the way what we eat how it influences our wellness, even like gut flora, for example. People are quite interested in health, so looking at the different things that we can do, inflammatory markers. A lot of people are interested in the effects of inflammation on our health. So constantly looking around to see what is it that people can do. Of course, you're always looking at how profitable is this going to be, because you want to know if I acquire this or I acquire the technology for this, will I have enough takers for it? That's something that we're always thinking about. Risk management. Having the entrepreneurial mindset doesn't always come easily to scientists. With scientists, we follow standard operating procedure, method, trying to do everything to minimize error. So when we have to do a little bit of guesswork, it often throws us out of our comfort zone. And that happened to me during COVID. So COVID comes and we're thinking, okay, yeah, maybe this whole herd mentality, herd immunity, herd immunity is going to take effect and COVID is going to be nothing in a few months, and really not sure how much money to invest in it. I actually had Standard Chartered Bank approaching me and saying, we're going to give you $60,000 to set up COVID testing. I said, COVID testing is probably not going to be a thing anymore in about 5 or 6 months. So, well, I have a friend called Pamela. I told her I was going to mention her name over here. She is an entrepreneur to the core. Pamela and her husband, they run a company called Omni. They do cocoa, they do fertilizer, they do roads, they do transformers, they bring in equipment for oil rigs. They do just about anything. So COVID testing, their ears prick up. They come running to me. They're like, okay, Baba, this whole COVID thing. I'm like, okay, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it now, drawing my graphs and charts. Next thing I knew, Omni Diagnostics was set up, and my friends were set up at the airport, they're set up at Burma Camp, and I'm very close to her, so she showed me her graphs and charts. I don't want to share how much money they made during the COVID period, but it was a lot. And these are people with no science background, and there was the scientists hemming and hawing and being slow about it. So having that entrepreneurial mindset is really important, and knowing when an opportunity comes, when to take that opportunity is also quite critical. And then, of course, ensuring that whatever we do, yes, we are scientists, but whatever we do should be something that the customer wants, and that's going to be of benefit to them. And then making sure that the math is adding up. That's another thing that sometimes we take our eye off, but constantly ensuring that we are looking at that. So the entrepreneurial mindset, let me go back to resilience and adaptability, because the landscape, as I said, is always changing. I mean, those of you who are my age will remember how we all used to use the Nokia 3310. We used to play Snake on it and all. The Nokia was the phone at the time. And where were the others? I didn't even see them. But now where is Nokia? Apple and Samsung are, top of the charts, and Nokia is nowhere to be found, because I suppose Samsung and Apple knew what to do to attract customers, to keep their attention, and Nokia was not able to survive that era. And then evolution is another thing, just constantly seeing how you can evolve, not just yourself, but also your business and your team. What is it that we need to do differently? Where do we need to grow? As the leader of the company, I start off with 5 people doing everything, and then with each year, other responsibilities are added. So constantly examining my workload and deciding, okay, what do I need to shed? What do I need to give to somebody else to do? What is it that I am uniquely positioned to do? It's a constant journey of self-evaluation. And that is not just for you, it's also for the business. What aspect of the business is no longer working? What aspect of the business perhaps do we need to cut away? What aspect of the business do we need to spend time and money and investment on, because that is bringing us in with this amount of money, that is bringing us in X amount of money. So just constantly being aware that things are changing, we need to evolve. And then looking at your team, who is growing, who needs to be given more responsibility, who needs to be supported, is something that as an entrepreneur I've had to keep my eye on. And it's an ongoing thing. It's not something which I can say that I fully got a hold on this. Every day I learn something new about myself, about my team, and about the business. Sometimes it's unpleasant, sometimes it's pleasant, but it all comes with the terrain. And then having a diversity of the products that we offer is also important. When we started off, it was just straight up laboratory tests, which we were offering to the general public, and then realizing that we needed to link up with hospitals, find out where they needed support, and put ourselves in a position where we would be able to offer that support in the way they wanted it to be offered. Because it's one thing having a product, and it's another thing not giving it to the clients in the way that they want it. And so we did that, and then I realized that there was a need in the corporate space as well. So connecting with corporate clients and carrying out corporate screening became another big area of ours. It's an area that brings in a significant percentage of our income. It's an area that also brings me a lot of joy, because it allows me to connect, not just me, but my team, to connect with our clients and have conversations about wellness, what to do to promote wellness, and deepen their understanding of the responsibility that they have for their own health. That area brings me a lot of joy. A lot of our work is in corporate screening as well. And then we run corporate health seminars and workshops. So we have conversations within the workspace. And it's another thing about evolution, because health is holistic. It's an area that just begins to expand. So I am a clinical chemist and a biochemist, but I find myself talking to bankers about authenticity in the workplace and how it can affect your health to be living or working in a way that is not entirely you. Because those things actually can impact your health. Not being happy with your work environment or the way in which you're working can impact on your health. So I find that our concept of what wellness is beginning to expand to accommodate our clients' needs. And then we have all sorts of activities and challenges that we create for our corporate clients, because that is what they want. So you might approach a corporate client saying, oh, you know what, hypertension is a problem, heart disease is a problem, so we want to screen your staff for blood pressure and cardiac markers and risk factors for cardiac disease. And they might think, oh, well, you know something, well, stress is quite an issue in the company, so we were wondering. So then you're wondering, okay, now how do I just tailor this to meet what it is that they need? Is another thing that we think about. And then we also offer ultrasound scan services, because we found that there was just an interest. People would come and they'd have all sorts of problems that would require imaging and would request that from us. So that's another area that we have gone into as well. Of course, there are other areas, but I'm just explaining what we do. And then within the scope of freedom, having an open-minded approach, open to feedback. And feedback can be uncomfortable from your clients and from your team members is also another thing that I would encourage anyone who wants to go into entrepreneurship to have a focus on. It's very easy to become defensive. Oh, well, it works this way, and this is the plan I had for it, and I don't see why anything should change. But just understanding that people have different perspectives can also be extremely helpful. Open to learning new things and doing things in a new way is another thing that I would encourage. And then just understanding that anybody the janitor in your company, the driver in your company, they have ears and eyes in spaces that you cannot go, and can share things with you sometimes about your clients that can help inform decisions that you make moving forward. So, and then the math, just the math. I do not enjoy the math, so I hire somebody to take care of the math for me. But all of these things that I've listed over here, revenue and your profitability and market metrics, and I have people who come up and draw all sorts of graphs and charts for me, and my eyes are glazing over. But these are things that in entrepreneurship you need to look at. And if you don't enjoy them, then you have to have somebody who is crunching the numbers for you and who can tell you, look, this is working, that is not working, we need to take hold of this. Otherwise, you can end up in deep, deep trouble. So for me, the freedom that has come with entrepreneurship, as I said, is still bound by certain principles, making sure that I'm aware of founder syndrome, and making sure that I'm minding my relationships, having an entrepreneurial mindset, evolving, diversifying as far as I can, being open-minded, minding the metrics. I can see people taking pictures, so I'll leave this on the screen for a minute. Those are areas that I would like everyone who is aspiring to entrepreneurship to understand are areas that one needs to look out for in the freedom that entrepreneurship offers you. Now, for me, being an entrepreneur has meant that I have been able to offer wellness solutions and health solutions in a way that I enjoy. We've been able to offer supplementary services to hospitals and clinics. That allows them to improve their patient outcomes. It makes things more convenient for them. Sometimes there are tests that they cannot run. Instead of letting the patient go roaming around for it, we are able to offer those solutions that can ensure that there's a quicker turnaround time, as greater convenience for their patients as well. And then for our clients who come in from the general public, there's always a case of education. I'm proud to say that almost everybody who uses our services always goes away with a deeper understanding, because we don't just give you the figures, we will explain to you exactly what's happening, and if you need to see your doctor or change certain aspects of your lifestyle, we will tell you. We've been able to connect to a large number of people in the corporate space, and informing them, educating them, and just generally creating a heightened awareness of what they can do in order to stay healthy. And then, of course, my team. I would like to think that this has been an opportunity for my team to grow. I see Dr. Tego here, who started off with us, is now a lecturer, and I know is aspiring to professorship. Caleb is here, and I've had a few staff members coming from the biochem department, and they've gone on to different things. Some have gone on to medical school, some have gone on to research and so forth. And then those who have come from other places have grown in different ways as well. The couple have started their own facilities, and some have stayed but have taken on far more responsibility. So it's just a joy to see how people have grown, and I find it extremely gratifying. And for me, that is it brings me a lot of joy, and it makes me sure that if I were to go back, I would do it all over again. And then, of course, my writing. The freedom of being an entrepreneur, it doesn't mean that you can go into work when you like. I remember my kids used to ask me, Mommy, why are you waking up at, leaving home at 6:15 to go to, you're the boss, you can go to work at 12 o'clock. I'm like, it doesn't work that way. So yes, it's giving me freedom to write, but that means I write at night. So I'm running the laboratory during the day, I get home at night. So if you see bags under my eyes, there's a reason. But it's still just that does give me that space to be able to explore my creativity. I've had great success with my writing. I've had 8 books published for children, not just in Ghana, but in the US, the UK, in Italy, in Portugal, in Nigeria. And for that, I'm very grateful. It's given me a chance to interact with readers, with children, and just talk to them about writing and reading and the joys that come from that. So in a nutshell, this is what my journey has been. I know that I haven't been able to address every area that you would have expected, so I'm hoping that in the question time that we have now, it's about 25 minutes, you will now shoot all your questions at me and let me see how well I can answer them. Thank you very much.
Stand here for the questions. Great. So that's exactly what the doctor prescribed for our aspiring entrepreneurs who are here. Okay, we have about 5 minutes. Yeah, Peter, how many minutes do we have? 5? Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, contributions? Any other entrepreneurs who want to share experiences? Yeah.
By the way, I'd also like to acknowledge Professor Bewonyo, who supervised my thesis when I was doing my first degree.
You want to say something? Okay.
As you know, I'm not an entrepreneur, but
you are. You are selling.
Who am I?
You are selling kombucha. What is that?
Anyway, you all drink.
Or you are afraid of GRE? Are you afraid of GRE?
Not her level. Anyway, so I was just wondering whether you've been through this place and you've had some of our products working with you. I didn't come early to know whether you might have addressed this, and that is, what do you think about the training that we give in relation to your expectations from these our products?
Prof, I'm happy to say that I have been very satisfied. As I said, I've had a number of students from here. I had Sultan was here and was with me, Eduhine was with me, Caleb is with me now. I've had a couple of others who came from the University of Science and Technology, and it's been a joy. They often hear me say it's a joy to work with young and bright minds. I am quick to acknowledge that at the age of, well, I'm almost 54 now, I will not have the perspective that they have, and they always bring a fresh perspective to things. And what I find is that they also have a certain agility of thought, which I like, because I'm always throwing things at them. Okay, you know, take hold of this. Yeah, I'm sure you can do this. Caleb knows. Always dumping all sorts of things on his plate, and yes, they handle them very well. I see Sultan at the back as well. Sultan knows what it's like to work with me. I just give them stuff. It's like, take care of this, and they take care of it. So I would say that it's a great credit. I think that the ability to think is quite evident in the products from this department. So those would be my thoughts.
Right? Yes.
Thank you for your very inspiring talk. I'm just wondering, there's still been a serious issue with regulation and standards regarding medical laboratory services in Ghana. And I'm wondering if that relief affected your business.
Regulation and standards, to a certain extent, yes. Well, right now, we have, it's an interesting landscape. We are applying for accreditation ISO 15189-22. And so last year, I had quality consultants, and it comes at quite a cost to just take us through all the processes that we need. It's an ongoing thing. As we all know, quality is an ongoing thing. I don't know where to start this. So for example, as part of the journey to accreditation, you have to be part of an EQA program. Currently, what we do is we have interlaboratory comparison. So we will take a sample, and then we'll take it to another laboratory that we respect, and then see what their results are in comparison to what we have. Now, what the ISO, what the standard requires is for you to have EQA as in sample, not just running your sample, comparing your samples with another laboratory, but having a program where a number of laboratories are running tests, and you're seeing how close each person is to the mean. Now, Ghana does not run an EQA program. It's very frustrating to have the accreditation body in Ghana telling us, oh, you need to be part of an EQA program, when Ghana does not have an EQA program. the only alternative is to apply for one outside. We used to run an external one with Randox, but we all know what has happened to the foreign currency these days. It's extremely expensive. So those are some of the frustrations that you find adhering to the regulations within the space. And that's where, for example, collaboration could make a big difference, because amongst certain private laboratories, we've had a loose conversation, although no real energy has been put into it. Why don't we establish an EQA program ourselves, where we have a number, because we all need it, but it's not available in the country. Everybody's waiting for somebody else to start it. But those are some of the problems that we encounter. We have rules and regulations in Ghana, but we don't always have the conditions that make it easy for you to adhere to those rules and regulations. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
No, the microphone is at the back.
See a follow-up, then I ask. Yeah. So thank you so much for the very informative talk. I'm just wondering. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah. So, you have a lot of skill sets, which are really good for stuff like this. So, for somebody starting now, do you have core skill sets you think the person should not delegate or cannot hire for? A set of skills the person must actually have to be successful in a field like yours?
Well, I would like to think that I captured those in the conversation that I had. But first of all, you need to have the drive for the vision, and you need to have the drive. That would be the most important thing for me. Bear in mind that I mentioned that Omni Diagnostics started off, my friends were not scientists, and yet they managed to put together a well-run lab. It was running in Burma Camp, it was running in airports, it was running in Labone, it was running in Kumasi. So they had the vision, they had the drive, and then they brought together the right people for it. So I would like to think that those would be probably the two most important things. And then you can build a team. So having the focus, having the vision, having the drive, and then having the ability to recognize the right people to work with makes a difference. Working with the wrong people can cripple you. It's like driving with a flat tire. And that's something which in our culture we don't always pay enough attention to, because sometimes we are a little too soft. We are not clinical enough when it comes to making decisions about who, and I include myself in the we. Clinical enough in when it comes to making decisions about who is good enough for this position. Sometimes somebody is in that position, the person's not doing very well, but you still keep giving the person a chance, because we are not used to maybe just telling the person you are not a good fit for this position. So ensuring that you have the right team is always important. You've got the vision, you've got the focus, you've got the drive, putting together the right team. I think those would be the most important things I would say. Okay. Yeah. People have a lot to offer, but just making sure that you identify the right who's, that makes a difference.
Thank you for your talk. I have a question regarding, you talked about evolution of services. You started off doing glucose testing, and now you're trying to move into more complicated tests. How do you think, so I think the challenge we have in Ghana is the diagnostic business, especially molecular diagnostics, are typically expensive to run because the reagents are more expensive than your typical, more conventional tests. But Ghana doesn't have the volumes necessarily to drive the cost down. And you have external labs from India and others who export samples and aggregate volumes externally to outcompete the local companies. So from somebody in the business, what do you see as the solution? How are Ghanaian diagnostic labs going to be able to move into molecular and sequencing based when we don't have a very large population relatively, and we are competing with the likes of Metropolis from India, who can aggregate with much larger populations? What do you see as the pathway forward?
Collaboration, just coming together, because alone, I think we got a proverb, I can't remember what that exact proverb is, but something to say that if you want to go further, then you go with a team. If you want to go, anyway, yes, okay. Can somebody, what?
Fast.
Yes.
If you want to go fast, you go alone.
Yes.
If you want to go
further. Exactly, that's it. Thank you very much. Yes, we want to go. Yes, so that's what it is. If you are able to have, I think if we within the biomedical space can have conversations amongst ourselves, because we all understand that this is a problem that we would like to address. But sometimes if you want to be the only person who is running it, you want to be the one to take the glory, then it becomes difficult for you to grow. So making connections and networks within that space among people who are interested in that, I think would be an easy way. And we've had loose conversations within our association, but Ghana, everybody's just so focused on the day-to-day that unfortunately we don't always give enough energy to that sort of thinking, which is quite important because there is a market for it, but if one person decides, okay, I'm going to invest in the technology, I'm going to invest in the regions, and the burden becomes too much. So coming together and forming really strategic collaborations, I think, would be the way to go with that.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that a lot of people come and work with you, and then they move away from the company, go to different areas. So I was wondering, how do you manage such issues as a staff that you know is very competent and helps in the growth of the company, and all of a sudden that person is leaving and a number of them are leaving? How do you come to terms with such issues? How do you, is it selfish to not want to let someone go?
No, you have to let people go. I mean, I say it's like your children. You know, you have your children with you. At some point, they're going to go. They're going to leave. And it's okay because people develop. They have their own paths. They have their own dreams and careers. And that's the approach that I always take to this. So, in fact, very often when I'm hiring, I will often ask, what is your 5-year vision for you? Where do you see yourself? Forget the fact that you are interviewing at Patholab. In 5 years' time, what do you see? And somebody say, oh, my PA sees herself as a lecturer in a few years' time. Yeah, so she's probably not going to be lecturing at the University of Patholab. She's going to be somewhere else. But I enjoy working with her. She's bright. She's smart. It's a joy now. And when she's ready to go into her journey, I would like to think that she would have learned something from Patholab that will help her. So for me, as I mentioned, relationships are important for me. So for me, being a positive part of somebody's journey makes a big difference. And remembering that there's always somebody who is looking for a space, always somebody looking for an entry point, always somebody looking to learn. It's a bit like what's the hematopoiesis. You know, you have the red cells, some of them will go, and then you have new cells coming in. It's just the way it is. Okay, so that's the outlook I have on it. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
I think that's
all right. The 2 last questions, please, quick ones.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your talk, and it shows a great leader. One of the things you said is a great leader should be able to delegate. But at the beginning, when you're constructing your enterprise, it's a bit difficult to trust the people you're working with because you don't know them. Do you have any technique that you can use, and in your experience, to develop this trust that can help you easily delegate to these people?
You know, that's why one of the first things I wanted to talk about was an awareness of founder syndrome, because I struggled with it. I mean, I'm like Honam Pejuma. I want to do it myself. I don't think anybody can do it as well as I. It's a bad habit of mine. And I recognize that it's a bad habit of mine, and I am trying my best to ensure that I give the right training. So I tell myself, right, if I don't trust anybody to do this job well enough, then maybe I have fallen short in not giving the person the training, building capacity. So then I reflect back on myself and ask myself, why am I in a situation where I find it difficult to delegate? That becomes the problem that I need to solve. It means that there's something that I have not done. That is why I cannot delegate. So I need to look at what it is that I need to do, empower somebody, give them training, or work closely with them and allow them to make, just stumble through it and just be there to sort of steady them, not be too critical, because sometimes that can make people shrink back from taking responsibility if they think you're going to dump a bucket load of blame on their heads. So making space for errors as well, I think, will then create an environment for your staff and also for yourself where you are then finally able to delegate. But it's a trap, because in the beginning, because you're so closely involved in the business, you find that you are doing everything, monitoring everybody, you are the one doing everything, and then it continues. So recognizing it very early is something that I'd encourage every aspiring entrepreneur here to do.
Last one.
Okay, thank you so much for your talk, and I'm happy to see that you are an entrepreneur, creative, and then a scientist. So could you kindly comment on how your creativity plays a role in everything you're doing.
Sorry, could you say that again? I can't see who is speaking actually. Oh, okay, yeah.
Could you kindly comment on how your creativity plays a role in everything you're doing?
My creativity as a writer. I'm not actually sure. All I know is it's a wonderful escape for me. You know? Stress relief, honestly. When my children were younger and I got home from the laboratory and I was going to write, I locked myself in a room. I was like, guys, unless somebody's bleeding, don't call me. You know, so for me, it's a wonderful escape. It's something that I'm good at, something that I enjoy, something that I love applying myself to. So it's stress relief for me. That's something I talk to people about very often. You know, find what you enjoy doing outside your day-to-day and spend time in that space. Okay, so maybe it makes me a better person, because after I've done a bit of writing, I'm very happy. When I haven't written for a while, I get jittery.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to say thank you all very much. You've been You've been a wonderful audience, and I would like to say congratulations to WACCBIP as well. I was at the opening ceremony, and just seeing how, as it was described, young, driven scientists came together to just catalyze the growth of this place has been extremely inspiring to me. So I'm looking forward to a WACCBIP at 20 years. Wow, it's going to be something to see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent, isn't it? It will interest you to know that Elizabeth was one of 2 people who were the first people to get first class in biochemistry. So those of you think that you are going to do business, so you don't need to study hard. It's not true, you can do both. Indeed, you would realize that many of the things that, or many of the principles that she's living by, they apply to us as well, even as lab leaders, as new PIs, and as directors of, institutions such as this. All the principles that she's talking about. If you take that mindset that whatever you are doing has to be productive, has to be sustainable, then you live by those principles that she has talked about. So let's all imbibe the spirit of entrepreneurship in our own small environment, whether it's your lab or even your household. Yeah? All right, so thank you so much, Elizabeth. I'll hand over to Peter.
All right, that was a stimulating beginning to the day. And we're going to go a little bit, not as still stimulating, but we'll go back to a little bit of technical stuff also. I'm going to call the chairs to start off the first session of the day, Dr. Daniel Oduro-Mensah and Dr. Mildred Edusei-Poku. And as they come up to take their seats, I also want to take the opportunity to thank all our colleagues from around the university, from Noguchi, from the medical school, medical laboratory sciences, who have been here, from UGMC, who have been here supporting us, colleagues from UDS, CK TEDAM, KNUST, who have been here from day one supporting us. So I'd like to acknowledge them and thank them for coming. And again, once again, to thank our wonderful keynote speaker for kicking us off in a good way. I'll hand over to you guys.
Good morning. I will acknowledge again Dr. Ajimani, who is here. Himself and Reverend, people like Reverend Antia, they've touched the lives of every scientist in this room who went to the University of Ghana. And it's the products of their training that have birthed WACCBIP and given reason for us to sit here. I remember Dr. Ajimani used to tell us, The training was for us to not just know biochemistry, but to be able to think, so that whatever we decided to do, you decide you are going to touch something, you can understand it and you can do it. And he gave an example of the president of the Abosokai Spare Parts Association, who was a product of this department. Our next speaker took Dr. Jumani's advice, and in addition to what he's going to talk about, he's also an entrepreneur. He sells fish. He's an extremely successful fishmonger. Dr. Sapon. So he's talking about the equitable and digitized database for reference intervals for pediatric and adult African populations.
All right, thank you very much. And I think that it's just a great segue to be able to talk to you about what we are doing here at the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, and also the Department of Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology. My mentor had talked about a lot of things, especially EQA is a huge problem that we have in Ghana, that a lot of labs do not actually know whether the labs that they are performing are right. So they do interlab comparison, which is okay, but to be able to get these accreditation, you need a much more extensive EQA and proficiency testing program. But from our point, we would like to be able to help these labs, not just in Africa, but not just in Ghana, but what we are doing across Africa to be able to help the black population in terms of lab operations and lab diagnostics. So in 1977, something happened, and I'm not talking about the old man that sat in a trotro and said that, something is going to happen because, like he wasn't going to pay. But in 1977, no, this old man was serious. He said something is going to happen. He just didn't want to pay. So a lot of people were scared, and but in 1977, the WHO brought what we call essential medicine, and that really helped the field because it was able to satisfy the priority healthcare needs of a population, so that low to middle income countries will be able to prioritize which medications that they need to give to their population. And they had a lot of checklists that need to be checked to be able to satisfy this essential medication. But it took about 4 decades for the World Health Organization to recognize that diagnostics was important for medication, and more than 70% of medical decisions depend on diagnosis, on our ability to detect disease, monitor the disease so that we can provide effective therapeutics for it. And when that happened, 2 of my mentors, Dr. Schroeder and Professor Tim Amukele, they've worked extensively in Ghana in terms of lab diagnostics, especially in the northern region. They were the ones that actually pushed for this essential diagnostic list so that we can actually know which kind of diagnostics that we need for especially low to middle income countries. And they brought this REASSURE acronym, because when you come to the lab, any mistake that you make is going to affect your diagnosis. So pre-analytical factors are really, really important in terms of diagnostics. The analytical part, we don't see a lot of errors in there. Post-analytical, you can see a few errors, but the pre-analytical is really, really important so that you can curb all those problems that that can come through. So they brought these essential diagnostic, which has really helped us. But look at how long it took. It took about 4 decades to be able to come out with this essential diagnostic list. And from our lab, what we are doing is to be able to see how we can help these clinical labs. So just about 2-3 months ago, we published a paper that showed that spironolactone metabolites, which is spironolactone is a drug that is taken for a lot of different purposes. What we saw was that these women that were doing progesterone assays, they were always having very low progesterone concentrations. And what I did was to look through the metabolism of progesterone, of spironolactone, and when it gets into the body, and actually recognize that canrenone, which is a metabolite, actually influences the progesterone concentrations. And this is a paper that we just published. But we've also gone ahead to show that biotin, which is a very common product that we have on the Ghanaian market, can actually affect fertility testing. That if you have just a tiny amount of biotin, it can actually falsely either elevate or lower your TSH concentrations, FSH, LH. And this is something that we are working on. And we are working on different areas, especially in trying to take laboratory data. We've made a very, very strong proposal that during the lockdown or stay-home orders, we could use some of our biochemistry and hematological parameters to be able to determine cardiovascular health. And as you can see from this data, in 2019, individuals that were visiting a particular health facility had a very, very good like creatine levels. When we got into 2021, we've been able to look at the data and show that in 2021, when there were a lot of stay-home orders, our creatinine concentrations actually rose. It is a very strong determinant of our cardiovascular health. And those are some of the work that we are doing. We are also working on performance characterization of these RDTs that are strongly used in outpatient clinics. But today, I'm going to talk to you about something that is really dear to my heart, that is reference like intervals, and how we want to be able to utilize reference intervals to provide medical decisions for our communities. So I usually like to start these with what I call a case variance. So there was a 32-year-old female that visited the UGMC hospital. She came in with not so regular menstrual cycles and a history of anemia, but no significant family history of fertility issues. Her symptoms included not being able to give birth for the past. All right, thank you. Her symptoms included not being able to give birth for the past 2 years, and her period weren't so regular, and occasional pelvic pain. On physical examination, she had a normal pelvic examination, and the BMI was just really good. So when she saw the consultant, they had ordered her to do these tests, CBC and the normal fertility testing. And when the results came, and when you look at your lab results, usually they are going to give you the results and what we call the reference interval, which is going to depict a healthy population, what the reference should be. And what we know is that most of these reference intervals are borrowed. We borrow them because we have limited capacity to be able to determine them. So when her results came, using a Caucasian, which is a white, predominantly white reference interval, those are the values that you are seeing with the hemoglobin, FSH, some of them just below the reference interval. So based on these results and the reference intervals, the clinicians are always going to do follow-up tests and take prescriptions. So they're like endo and the gynae consultant also provided that this individual was having actually a subclinical hypothyroidism. That means that her thyroid hormones were actually normal, but she had this like elevated TSH, which was just problematic. So they had ordered further investigation so that she could do this like other tests. But if you compare this to locally generated reference intervals, you could see that some of her results were actually within the reference ranges. So they could use that to provide a final diagnosis that it was just a luteal phase problem that she was facing. And they could really tailor the treatment to the diagnosis that she was having. So follow-up after 6 months, this individual had increased like hemoglobin levels. She was able to improve her menstrual regularity, and also her overall well-being was good. She was able to conceive, and we could see the joy that really comes with this. But when we look at these challenges that we face with reference intervals, we can see that it could really lead to a lot of different problems: undertreatment, misdiagnosis, overtreatment. But one of the big issues is the expense that we spend when we use wrong reference intervals for the populations that we say. So I just picked up a phone and I called one of the labs and I asked them, how much do you charge for these tests? So if you remember from the previous slide, she had been ordered to take and to retake some of these tests, and the expense was about just 2,400 Ghana cedis. You convert to dollars, and our cedi rate is really, really good now. It's about it's about $150, and that is the expense that a lot of people are facing. That you go to the hospital, you go to the lab, and the expense that you incur. So what we are trying to do is to minimize some of these errors that are coming from the lab, so that we can provide the best the best diagnosis for our patients. So reference intervals, they are key tools that are used to interpret patient lab results. And basically, when you take a healthy population, about 95% of them, you take that 95%, about 5% on either side of that Gaussian population is going to have either false positive or false negative. So you have to exclude it, but you take that 95% and use that based on a lot of statistics to be able to determine your reference interval. And when you look at the CLSI guidelines, what you really have to do to establish a reference interval is to take 120 healthy individuals and take their blood or urine or whichever analyze that you are looking for and apply statistics and be able to determine that reference interval or reference range. We could easily recognize that it's not something that could gel with a lot of small labs here in Africa. Even a lot of big labs in the US and Europe, they can't do this. So the recommendation is that you take 20 samples based on the package inside that you get, then you can verify that and use that as your reference interval. This is something that is still not feasible in most labs in low to middle income countries. And the gaps that exist is that, most of these labs are dependent on outdated and incomplete information when they report these test results. And the problem is that the same reference intervals that are being used for adults are being used for kids. And we know that children are not adults. So we can't apply the same standards that are being used for children and also use them for adults. And the sample sizes are very small, and also the use of outpatient hospitalized patients, because it's really hard to get healthy patients to enroll them on a trial that would be able to determine these reference intervals. So currently there are a lot of global efforts in different countries. Canada is really big in this. It's called a CALIPES, that are taking blood from kids and using those blood from these healthy kids to be able to generate evidence-based reference intervals. In the US, in the Scandinavian countries, they are actually pushing for this, because it's a problem. If we don't have the right reference intervals, it's very, very hard to be able to provide the best health care for these individuals. So some of the problems that we do see is that the current thresholds of anemia are based on values that were generated in these Caucasian populations. So usually you would see that we have a high prevalence of anemia, but that is based on these Caucasian populations that we are using to provide diagnostics for these individuals. And most of these huge trials that have been done to generate reference intervals, we could see that the population of black people in that is very, very small, and that is quite problematic. So, and when I relocated about 3 years ago, the first thing, and this was really passionate of mine, the first thing that I did was that, what are the reference intervals that are being used in different labs across the country, right? So we developed a very simple survey that analyzed the lower reference limits, the upper reference limits, the units, the analyzer, and the source of your reference. And this was just a quick one that I wanted to do. So very quick, I just asked for labs, and that was the information that I had. You can see glucose and the ALP. Glucose was okay, but if you look at the ALP, the variation was just huge, just across 4 labs. That was really problematic. So we did extend this to other analytes, other labs across Africa, and as you can see, across Ghana, as you can see that there is really a huge variability in the reference intervals that are being used to determine cholesterol, which is really important. If you look at cardiovascular, your ability to determine correctly cholesterol is very, very important. There was a huge variability, and what we actually see in it also is that the diversity of analyzers that we have in our country is very, very huge as compared to these developed countries that use the Roche, the high-end instrumentation. Our diversity is hard, but as my mentor said, we need to have an UKA program that allows us to do that comparison, because usually it needs to be within a certain coefficient of variation. So when I saw this, I was a little bit disturbed. So what we did was that we took 6 individuals, we collected their blood, and we sent this blood to 6 different labs that had 6 different analyzers. and we just asked them to determine the concentrations of creatinine, urea, sodium, chloride, and potassium. And what I'm showing here is a plot of these 6 different like individuals, so individual 1 through 6, and as you can see, when their creatinine concentrations are determined by different labs, you see the concentration of creatinine just for one individual. This doesn't have to be the case. We've looked at globally what the CV should be for creatinine concentration if you do a PTO or the like external quality assurance. It should be within 5%. So country specific 5%. When you look at this variation, it's about 16 to 22%, which is just problematic for the kind of services that we need to provide for individuals. We've been able to do some of these metrics and do these calculations so that we can know where we lie. When I looked at it, I knew that this wasn't just a problem in Ghana, but across Africa, we're going to have this problem. So how do we look at the variability and diversity of reference intervals across the different countries? So what we did was to do a systematic review, because we knew that a lot of different countries were determining reference intervals for their population. So we scanned through a lot of publications. So we started with biochemistry and moved on to hematology. We just screened a lot of different publications. We applied our inclusion and exclusion criteria. Some of them were just looking for reference intervals in cows and in pigs, which wasn't necessary for us. So we just had to really put in a lot of stringent exclusion criteria to be able to come up with a number of papers that were, number one, determining reference intervals for their population. So this is country specific. A lot of different countries have determined reference intervals for their population. So all that we asked was that analyze the lower and upper reference limits, the units, the analyzers, and the standard protocols that they are using to determine these reference intervals. Most of them are CL, like SI standards that they are using for determining these reference intervals. And as you can see, once we started looking at them, we saw a huge variability in most of the analytes that we are looking at. So this is just for hemoglobin. And the data is huge, because what we did was to categorize it into female, male, pediatrics, adults, and also those like above 60. And as you can see, hemoglobin variation is quite different for the different labs, which should be so. The variation should be there, but the coefficient of those variations should be within certain limits. And we've been able to determine it for creatine. So we did chemistry, we did hematology. We've been able to show that across Africa, across different regions, we see this variability in the reference like intervals for these individuals. So after looking at all this data, and the data is huge, what we thought was, how do we actually make this accessible to labs? Because we just didn't want to keep these in academics, so we developed this database that we named the reference intervals for pediatric and adult African population, known as the WACCBIP. And if you just permit me just 1 minute, let me share my screen on how we are utilizing this database. All right. So when you get on our site, you can search the database. All right. You can search the database, but we need you to register first. So let me just do a quick registration. And this is just to track how many people are using our sites. All right. Yeah, that was a very quick reach. So it doesn't require we don't, as we are not taking all your information, just name and your email. That should be fine. But what you can easily do is that you can come down to our pull-up menu. You can select either chemistry or hematology. You can select the test name here. I'm just gonna do aspartate. I'm gonna do, so we've been able to categorize into either pediatrics, adults, or those above 60. And you can just submit. And once you submit this, I don't know, let me see. Okay, so the display actually helps you to narrow down on the age, the lower and the upper reference limits, the analyzer that was used, the sample size, the country that is coming from, including the link to the publication that was used to generate those reference intervals. So we've done that for a lot of different analytes. For example, if you want to just narrow this down to, let's say, country specific, we can just do potassium, and we can do, let's see, we can do Ghana at least. All right, so we can also have country-specific ones that would display so that you can have access to the reference intervals that would be pertinent for the population that you're saying. We've been able to scrutinize all these publications. We know that they are providing the reference intervals that have been developed, that the same standards that was used for developed countries. So we trust these reference intervals so that you can access them, you can utilize them for the populations. I serve as a consultant for a lab in Uganda, and we've been using the Harriet and Lay like reference intervals for the past about 20 years. So, and every year you need to review your reference intervals. What we did last 2 years was that we used a Uganda specific reference interval because we knew that that was very, very pertinent for the population that we were serving. So you can do that for chemistry, you can do that for hematology. We have a lot of different analyses there so that you can utilize. So with that, let me see how to get back. IT, are you going to get back for me? All right, so if you can move to the next. No, I have to do it myself. Okay, so with that, I'm going to try and end here. We've been able to show that ethnic-based reference intervals are necessary for effective healthcare in Africa. There's a critical need for standardization and harmonization of reference intervals among clinical labs in Africa. There's a lot of UK, PT that needs to be done, a lot of space in that clinical diagnostic specialty, so that if you want to chip in, you can easily help with that. And we've been able to provide evidence-based resource for not just laboratorians, but for medical doctors, for policymakers that need to utilize our resource so that they can provide effective healthcare for their patients. With that, I would like to thank my mentor, Professor Tim. He used to be at Johns Hopkins. He's currently at Icon Labs. We do have collaborators at Central University and also Ashasha University. Dr. Jan, the one in blue, he helped us with generating a lot of the codes that we use for our plots. This is Ronnie. He's actually the one that developed the database that we are currently using. These three individuals that are all pursuing their PhD right now, like in the US and in UK, they were the first initial students in my lab that actually collected the data. So we used to go around a lot of labs so that we can collect this data. It was pretty hard to just send it to the labs for them to fill. They just wouldn't do it. So we had to go to each lab to be able to collect that data. And from there, there's been other students that have really contributed. So Benedict, Chantal, and Amos, and Genevieve, they've really looked at the data because there had to be a lot of conversions, especially the units, right? So different labs use different units for their reference intervals, so we need to really narrow down on these units so that we can provide the best units. There's Kwejo Fosu and Bright and Emmanuel who are currently working on the manuscript that needs to go out in a few weeks. And there's also Kevin and Jeff who has promised me that, artificial intelligence will be able to help us do this. So we are also exploring. They've made huge promises, which I do believe. So I'm really looking forward to using artificial intelligence so that we can actually be able to generate most of these reference intervals that is going to be accessible to all clinicians and policymakers, laboratorians. With that, I'd like to thank everybody and welcome any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarpong. A very relevant talk. We have question. Someone from the back here.
Thank you. Nice presentation, Dr. Sarpong. Please, I want to know, did you take into consideration the principles by which the machines that we use operate by? For example, where I work, we have two different machines, and if we are testing for, let me say, LDH, for the same patients on different machines, you get different results based on the principle. So I want to know, in your research, did you consider the principles as well?
So when you say that you get different results for the same patient, because you see, when you are part of these accreditation programs, we are part of the College of American Pathology pathologist program, and every 6 months there needs to be what we call comparability as comparability test. That means that if in your lab you use two different instruments to determine the concentration of an analyte, they need to be similar. So you need to be able to test that. The difference doesn't have to be huge, right? So there's a limit or an allowable error that needs to be done so that you can be able to report those results. So I don't think that the results have to be different. When you take the LDH, I know that the Vitros system actually has to do a conversion, but the results have to be the same. So that's something that we can talk about. But if you ask me about the standards, most of the reference intervals that are on our database, we've scrutinized them. We know that they adhere to either the CLSI standards or other standards that we scrutinize to make sure that the reference intervals that they are reporting are standardized.
Okay, we have DJ at the back.
Yeah, great job, Kobe, and super important stuff. I had a quick question with regards to the pediatric populations. In the under 18 individuals, is that stratified according to age within some bounds? I couldn't see that from back here, sorry.
Yes. And so thank you very much, DJ. So this depends on the publication that we are looking at. For some publications, they will just indicate that these are less than 18. For other publications, they will give you 0 to 10 months, 1 to 3 years, 5 to 18 years. So we've been able to stratify those so that we make them available. We just don't say less than 18 because the reference intervals are usually different. And if you go to the Mayo or the Europe websites, that is how we've been able to coin our reference intervals so that we can mimic whatever those huge labs are showing. I don't know if I had answered your question, DJ.
No, you did. Thank you. And then I was just thinking, Kobe, from a practical application, this is important information that's not widely available. It will largely be used in some ways for clinical decisions. If I have a patient whose HDL is X, it's so much out of, in terms of some quantitative number, above upper bound, for example. So a clinical decision may need to be made to say, put this person on particular medications, right? Having said such, is it possible to give a percentage about how far it's out of the reference range? So in other words, if I'm 2% upper bound above, that's different than 30% upper bound above. Have you thought about putting some parameters in, not to tell people what to do, but to allow clinical decisions to be made based on how much of a percentage you are above that upper bound or below that normal bound normal?
All right, DJ, so that's something that we are going to look at, and we've provided the coefficient of variation as to how further away. So we put the standard deviation and the CV maybe, and you might have seen it, but I think that providing that really hard numbers percentage-wise will be something that we can look at. So thank you very much.
Yes, Reverend.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So I was wondering, to what extent do the clinical labs, I don't know whether you went to Elizabeth's, but to what extent did they cooperate in ensuring that you were able to obtain these reference intervals that they had, and were you able to give them a feedback? And then what about Ministry of Health? Are you in touch so they can be of help in ensuring that you know, the establishment of these reference intervals take place? I know you have already done. How challenging do you envisage you're going to, the difficulties you're going to have in establishing the ethnicity-based reference intervals? I mean, we are, if you look at Ghana, we are so many. Is that what you are thinking of? We FS, for example. And then you have Fantis. I'm partly Fanti anyway.
So thank you very much, Reverend. So when I moved to Ghana in 2021, right? So in developed countries, this is very basic, very easy to do. Once you have your ethical clearance, you send out your questionnaires for labs to report their reference intervals. So easy. In Ghana, of course, Reverend, you know that this has been one of the downtown researches that I've had to do to be able to drive around, and that actually limits us to just Greater Accra and Eastern region. And we've gone to a lot of labs, driven ourselves to a lot of labs in the Eastern region, because if you ask them to provide this, it's just problematic. They just wouldn't do it. And even if they do it, the data that you get from it is not something that you can easily analyze. So we go with our team, we get on their systems, and we're able to just write it down so that we can come back and do these analysis. We've had a few from different regions, but it's just a little bit tough to get reference intervals across the country. So definitely, if there are teams here that could easily help us, that would be great. But we think that we have a fair idea about the variability of reference intervals here. To your other question, so when we borrow reference intervals, and usually when labs get their reagents, usually they have what we call a package insert that would tell you the reference intervals that you should be measuring. And these are purely usually from either Asian dominated countries or white populations, which they don't take into consideration our lifestyle, our diet, the diets that we take, and the environmental factors that would affect these reference intervals. So if you take a hospital like the Lagos Hospital, they need to verify the reference intervals that they are using, because they do serve a certain population, and it's very important for them to do that. So if you go to Ho, right, the whole municipal hospital or the district needs to be able to determine the reference intervals that they use. And at times, you don't have to collect all these healthy individuals. You can even look at your LIS system, pull all the numbers through, and be able to apply statistics, which we can do to help labs, to be able to apply certain statistics that will help you to at least know the reference intervals for healthy populations, because it's not just sick people that are coming through the hospital. There are healthy people that are coming, so you can use those numbers to be able to generate the reference intervals that you need for the person. So definitely we would like to go ethnic. It needs a lot of money to be able to do that, but we can use artificial intelligence, as I've told you, my students have promised me, we can use that to be able to generate some of these reference intervals for facilities. Yes.
Okay. One last question and a very quick answer, and then we move on to the next section.
Okay, thank you very much. So fantastic work. Maybe you confirm if you're in WACCBIP, if this platform, this work is being done here. And secondly, to comment on two things. First of all, is the leukocyte estimates, which we use for our parasite density for malaria. We've had to look at the WHO's 8,000 leukocytes that is used. We said that wasn't a realistic leukocytes count. And of course, from the literature's Ghana, in some regions, I think they report 6,000. We are sticking at 6,000 as well for our children. It will be interesting to see how that comes up. Of course, responding locally to how we define disease or healthy states. So it's practically important. The other one, which you presented on the pediatric population for anemia, is to ask if you have looked at the current recommendations from WHO on the sample type. Of course, if you use capillary blood, you seem to have a different figure, but they're recommending venous blood now for hemoglobin dissemination. So how does that work? And of course, again, if the platform is here, then maybe opportunities for expansion. I agree with you that the artificial intelligence will work because you really want to define, ethnicity so that you don't confuse the system as well. And the final one is the communication. Very, very good work. We'll have to see how it moves to a national database, not just within the Ministry of Health, how these ones actually go into practice. But good work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. If there is more conversation, please, I'm going to be available after this. But thank you very much for your comment. We are working really hard so that we can have policymakers get on board so that we can help our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sapon, for your presentation. We now move to the fellow session and invite our first speaker, Phyllis Amanu, to speak to us. So she'll be talking to us about metabarcoding and molecular diversity of diatoms and diaflagellates and cyanobacteria as a measure of history in health.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, students. Okay, so my name is Phyllis Ekwia Amamu, and I'm presenting on metabarcoding and molecular diversity of cyanobacteria, diatoms, and dinoflagellates as a measure of estuarine health. Okay, so by way of introduction, I'm sure most of you haven't heard of phytoplankton or what microalgae are. So phytoplankton species, commonly referred to as microalgae, are microscopic organisms that have the ability to photosynthesize. And they are mostly found in fresh and marine aquatic ecosystems. And they usually range from about 2 micrometers to 200 micrometers in diameter. And in terms of their habits, they can be seen as either single cells, colonies, or filamentous forms. And the major groupings of these groups of phytoplankton are the cyanobacteria, diatoms, and dinoflagellates. So globally, there's been an increase in the phytoplankton abundance and diversity with respect to anthropogenic activities and a rise in sea surface temperatures. And among these bloom-forming phytoplankton species are harmful algal blooms and toxin-producing species. And if you look at the image on the right, you'd see that there's been an increase in the phytoplankton distribution and diversity along some coastal regions of the world. But when you look closely to West Africa, particularly in Ghana, there isn't any data or little to no information on phytoplankton distribution or diversity. Therefore, there's a need to characterize and map their distribution and identify the harmful algal blooms to aid in implementation of practical control measures. So, phytoplankton species, like I mentioned, can serve as a measure for water quality health, and in certain areas where there's high turbidity, like illegal mining, areas where we have illegal mining activities occurring, phytoplankton species, there's less productivity occurring because there's little to no sunlight penetration into the water column, hence there's less primary productivity. Also, phytoplankton species can serve as some beneficial for the aquaculture industry, like replacement of fish meal. Species like chlorella or spirulina can be used as a replacement for fish meal in the aquaculture industry. nonetheless, phytoplankton, when they bloom or they are in large quantities, can cause hypoxia or oxygen-depleted zones that can potentially lead to massive fish kills, like what we experienced some months ago in Ghana. Also, during agriculture or nutrients, increase in nutrients, there's spike in bloom, and that can lead to eutrophication like we are seeing here. So phytoplankton studies require accurate species identification, which has been a major challenge for researchers globally. Currently, microscope-based techniques are used for phytoplankton identification, like the compound microscope and the inverted microscope, which is very tedious to work with. So currently, morphological features, which are aided by taxonomic keys, are used for species identification, but this approach has some limitations. For instance, the preservatives that are used for, the chemicals that are used for preserving these phytoplankton species, and also the positioning of the cells during microscopy. The cells can lie in either the girdle or the valve view. So to overcome these limitations, genetic approaches are being used for rapid and accurate species identification. So the aim of this study is to characterize the phytoplankton species in Ghanaian estuaries using molecular and metabar coding techniques, and the specific objective is to establish the molecular identities and structural diversity of the phytoplankton species. So the study area was in Pra, Densu, and Volta estuary, and Pra is known to be one of the largest rivers in the country, but heavily polluted with illegal mining activities. And Densu estuary is one of the largest terrestrial freshwater reservoirs supplying the whole of Accra, but is located in a densely populated area. And Volta estuary is known to be pristine with less economic activities, and that served as a control for the other two estuaries. So this is the methodological approach I used for the study from the field work, and then I extracted DNA using the CETA protocol, did some PCR amplification, and used the Oxford Nanopore platform to sequence. I also used, I did a blast with NCBI, and then did some alignments using bioedit generated the phylogenetic tree in Mega. So these are the target genes that were used for the amplification, and 18 srRNA, 16S ITS recombinant DNA, which targeted cyanobacteria and diatoms, dinoflagellates, and diatoms respectively. So out of the 72 amplicons that were sequenced, only 51 of them passed for sequencing. And for base calling and demultiplexing, I used WACCBIP. To cut off the barcodes and the adapters, we use the PORCHOP and CutAdapt. For size selection, we use a filslong, and these are all libraries in Python. And also for QC, to trim off the pore sequences, we use the nanoplot, and then we also filtered based on the primers and generated the FASTA files from the FASTQ using SecTK. So for some of the results, we had about 80% amplification, which was very successful. So we were able to target the genes of interest. And the data was really huge. So we got about 47,000 sequences that were generated from the Nanopore sequencing platform. But then I used just about 300 representative nucleotide sequences to generate the phylogenetic tree. And also a total number of about 1,890 unique phytoplankton species were identified out of the 47,000 sequences. And also only 100% identity matches were used to generate the phylogenetic tree. So for the taxonomic composition and abundance, across the 3 locations, you realize that diatoms and dinoflagellates dominated the 3 estuaries, followed by cyanobacteria. And I also collected some data on season. So M2 represents the upwelling, where you have nutrient-rich waters coming from the bottom of the ocean or the river. And also during S2, that is the thermal stability. So usually with here, there's little to no mixing. So you realize that for M2, that's the major upwelling season, you had dinoflagellates and diatoms dominating, but cyanobacteria had the least abundance. Interestingly, cyanobacteria dominated during the thermal stability, which meant that, so these are some harmful algal bloom species that were identified using molecular assays, and out of that, we had 20 harmful algal bloom species that have been identified in our waters. So 6 diatoms, 4 cyanobacteria, and 8 dinoflagellates. This is from the 300 sequence being analyzed. And also, these are species that are associated with toxins and directly harm human and marine life. So here is an image of some microscopic images of the toxin-producing species I took during the study. So the image on the left is Pseudonychia chitoceros, Procentrum anabina, Microcystis and Rhizoselenia. And this is the diversity within the phytoplankton species we have, and we've been able to capture all of these in the sequences. And the one on the right, figure B, is also showing diversity within a particular genus. So if you take the genus of Pediastrum, there is the diversity within, and these are all different species of Pediastrum that have been identified using the sequences. So this study is actually the first ever of its kind using the nanopore sequencing platform to identify phytoplankton species in Africa. And molecular analysis also showed relatively higher diversity of phytoplankton species, and realized that more toxic and harmful species have been identified or detected in Ghanaian estuaries using molecular methods compared to species identified by Denitri 2020. So she used the traditional methods of identifying the phytoplankton species. And we have been able to identify through molecular means a lot more of toxic species in our waters. So there's a risk of harmful algal blooms event to occur along our coast. So there's therefore the need to create a database of these toxic phytoplankton species, and also research should look into sampling at different tidal heights to capture the variability in the species composition and abundance, and also to develop phytoplankton-specific qPCR assays to enable rapid and precise quantification of the abundance in environmental samples. I'd like to thank my supervisors, my lab members, and Banga and WACCBIP for sponsoring my work. These are some references. Thank you.
So we have time for about 2 questions.
Hi, thank you. That was very interesting. Thanks. And I was wondering, do you have any indication of whether the species diversity at a site or the species composition at a site is linked to the risk of emerging algal blooms under particular conditions? Is there a way of using your surveys to indicate, environmental risk?
Okay. So during the sampling period, we realized that there's an increase in farming activities, agricultural activities, and also some farmers have started setting up cages within the estuaries. So that is increasing the nutrients within the estuaries, and this is leading to the spikes in the blooms. Any more questions, comments?
So if I understood correctly, the primer sets you used for your metagenomics were targeted towards the cyanobacteria and the dinoflagellates, right? Yeah. Did you pick up anything with regard to other bacteria that might be interesting, E. coli or something like that might come up?
So this was actually very specific, and then I used the primers targeted only these. So there was no E. coli or something that came. But then when we had the sequences, we did some trimming of the poor sequences. So if there were any E. coli or bacteria, that wasn't included in the analysis.
Okay, thank you very much for this. We have Christina. Is she here? Christina. Right, okay, so she'll talk about characterizing the antibody response to a malaria vaccine.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Meehan, and I'm here from the United States at the National Institutes of Health. And thank you so much for the WACCBIP conference organizers and the 10th anniversary for the opportunity to speak today on my work entitled A Novel Assay That Predicts Standard Membrane Feeding Results for Malaria Transmission Blocking Vaccine, PFS 230D1 EPA with adjuvant AS01. But the slide will not change. Yeah, it's like a different setup because of the... He knows it. It's frozen. But anyways, so here at WACCBIP, we know that malaria still poses a threat to over 50% of the world population. With increased multi-drug resistance to chemoprophylaxis and mosquito nets, there is a need to develop higher efficacy vaccines against malaria. Yeah, I don't think it's working. I don't think the slide will change. Oh, the slide won't change. So I might have to go after the next person. It's not working. The share screen's not working. It won't change the slide. It's not that. Hmm?
Let's share this screen first.
But then it won't do the presenter view. Watch. Cool. Okay, so I'll just start over. So I'm Christina Meehan again. I'm here from NIH, and so I'm here to present a novel assay. So as many of us here at WACCBIP, it's not working. This slide won't change. So yeah, we'll take a little interlude for 2 minutes, sorry.
Um, okay, so while that is being sorted out, can we have the next presenter, Sultan Hassi?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please, am I audible? Okay. So I was hoping I would be the one standing between you and your coffee break, so I can get you to play nice with me. But unfortunately, my name is Sultan Mohamed Hassi. I'll be presenting on the development of a gold and carbon-based electrochemical biosensor for Schimmel's diagnosis. So Schimmel's continues to be a problem in our world. Over 221 million people annually are infected with the disease, and it affects 9 out of 10 of those people it affects are in Africa alone. So this tells you that within our setting, we tend to be significantly plagued with it. It leads to significant mobility within the population and then the downstream economic effects as well. More chronic, more prolonged exposure to Schimmel's also leads to chronic diseases and can also even lead to mortality. And so it's a significant problem that we face. One of the reasons why we are unable to clear from our population is that we lack adequate diagnostic tools that are able to adequately detect it within the population and then clear it. So currently, diagnostic tools that are available for schistosomiasis are mainly microscopic methods, but we also have PCR and the more invasive methods as well. But the problem with these methods is that they tend to require high expertise, they are bulky, and then they are expensive. And for the people who need to access these diagnostic tools, this becomes a significant hindrance. So there has been some movement to try and resolve this problem with the development of a point-of-care diagnostic tool, like point-of-care CCA test, and then the lateral flow assay. But they also face problems with accuracy, and then they tend to be skewed towards species of schistosoma that are not important for our population. And then they are still expensive. And so we still need to be able to bridge this diagnostic gap. So right in the department, some research has been done by Dr. Felix Ansa and Dr. Francis Krampa. We're able to develop very efficient diagnostic tools for species-specific malaria and then hepatitis as well. And so my thought was there a way to modify what they did and then repurpose that for schistosomiasis diagnosis? And so just a brief crash course into what a biosensor basically is. So it's made of a transducer. It's attached to a biorecognition molecule, and then interacts with analytes of interest, produce a product. So this interaction is converted to electrochemical signals and then transduced and amplified for detection. So now why screen-printed electrodes specifically? So any efficient biosensor is supposed to be sensitive, selective, stable, reproducible, and linear. Screen-printed electrodes, however, especially for modern diagnostic tools, have been found to also be easy to use and low cost. So their potential for solving the problem we face in our population is significant. And so my thought was to use these to be able to develop an efficient diagnostic tool. So the aim of my study is to develop highly functionalized screen-printed carbon and gold electrodes towards the diagnosis of Schimmel's. So I took a carbon electrode. So my first objective was to take a carbon electrode and modify the surface of the carbon electrode with gold nanoparticles, which essentially enhance the electrochemical capability of the electrode. And then functionalize the electrode with related probes, and then attach the targeted probes also have complementary sequences to schistosoma DNA, and then move on to detect schistosoma DNA in actual purified samples, and then assess the performance of my biosensor by comparing with PCR, microscopy, and other commercially available diagnostic tools. So the first step was to modify my carbon electrode. So I had gold chloride crystals. I dissolved in sulfuric acid, got my gold chloride, applied onto the surface of my carbon electrode, and then performed several cycles of cyclic voltammetry. And what this basically did was to convert the gold chlorides into gold nanoparticles and then deposited onto the surface of my carbon electrode. Then the next step was to then functionalize my electrode and then move on to detection. And so briefly, what I did was to add my thiolated probes and then blocked the surface with MCH to prevent any other unwanted substance from falling to the surface of my electrode, and incubated overnight and applied towards my analysis. The first analysis was basically to determine whether the functionalization worked. The next thing to do was to use my purified DNA, separate the strands, apply it onto the surface of my electrode, and then hope that I was able to detect, and then move on to my electrochemical analysis. So did this work? So the first thing, like I said, was modification. So what this fancy diagram is basically trying to say is that the screen printed carbon electrode before modification and then after modification. So you have, we measure basically, so cycle photometry basically measures current against potential. And so what you have here is that before modification, after modification, you saw a significant increase in the current than before modification, indicating that we're able to significantly enhance the electrochemical sensitivity. And you also saw a shift in potential that coincided with the gold electrode as well, indicating that it was the gold that indeed modified my electrode. The next thing to do was to embolize the thiolated probes onto my electrode. So again, I know the diagram is a bit fancy, but it's much, much simpler. So I went to do electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. And what this basically does is to measure the resistance. So what you just need to know for this bit is that the more things you have on your electrode, the higher the resistance. And the less things you have on your electrode, the lesser the resistance. And the larger the semicircle, that's the larger the resistance. The smaller the semicircle, you see the smaller the resistance. So that's basically it. And so for my carbon electrode, so you can see before modification, you can see there was some resistance because carbon is not very conductive. But after I modified the gold nanoparticles, the resistance completely disappeared. And then after incubating my thiolated probes, you can see the resistance returned, and it's better visualized by the bar graph, right? So the bar chart. And the same thing was observed with gold. So you can see there was completely no resistance before I applied my thiolated probes, and after resistance, you can see a significant spike in the resistance, indicating that I was successful in functionalizing my thiolated probes onto the surface. So now, after functionalization, was I able to detect schistosomal DNA? So for my carbon electrode, so you can see before modification, the resistance was somewhere around 6,000. Before I applied my purified DNA, you can see that the resistance was around 6,000 kilo ohms. But after application of my DNA sample, you can see there was a significant increase in the RCT or the resistance, indicating that indeed was able to detect. Now, after detection, is my electrode able to discriminate between positive and negative samples of schistosoma? So again, you can see before I added my sample, you can see the resistance around 6,000. After adding my sample, you can see there was that's a negative sample, there was no significant increase in the resistance, indicating that it was able to discriminate between positive and negative samples. So the same phenomenon was observed for gold as well. So you can see upon addition of my positive sample, you can see there's a significant increase in resistance as well. And then upon addition of my negative sample, you can see there was no significant increase. After addition of a positive sample on the same electrode, you saw an increase in RCT or resistance, so indicating that we're indeed able to detect and then discriminate between positive and negative samples. Okay, so the next thing now was to see if my sample was able to detect or apply my sensor towards detecting field isolates that were sampled from an endemic region within Accra. And so the way we determined which ones were positive and which ones were negative for the sensor was essentially take a blank solution, that's a solution with no DNA in it whatsoever, and then calculated the change in resistance before and after application of my blank, and then got a threshold. So all the samples that gave a response above this threshold were found to be positive, and all the ones that gave a response below this threshold were found to be negative. And so now how did my sensor stand up, or how did my sensor perform or compare against other well-established diagnostic tools? So with comparing the specificity, you can see that the sensor performed significantly better than this dipstick ELISA, which is a microscopic method that's widely used for schistosoma diagnosis. And then with regards to sensitivity, it performed much better microscopy and much better than point of care CCA test. So this basically indicates that the sensor did show potential for commercial viability. So key insights of the study. So main strength, we're able to develop an electrochemical sensor. The golden particles were very, very promising in enhancing the electrochemical capabilities of my carbon electrode, which then opens up an avenue for cheaper diagnosis alternatives because carbon is much more cheaper than gold. And the electrochemical sensors perform much better than well-established point-of-care diagnostic tools. And then weakness of the study was that the sample size was still quite small. We had 29 so far. And then we don't have enough data yet to compare the performance of gold electrodes and then gold electrodes and carbon electrodes. And we've not been able to yet do quantitative analysis like determining the LOD. So the way forward essentially is to expand the sample size and then enhance the sensitivity and specificity by looking at other possible embolization methods like ionic liquids and other possible embolization methods as well. And then determine the limits of detection of my biosensor and then apply that to now detecting UV samples directly. So one other strength of the study was that we're able to detect schistosomiasis without amplification. And so that was one very good thing. But now can we be able to detect schistosomiasis in actual urine samples? And then hopefully move on to build a commercially viable sensor. So I want to acknowledge these wonderful people for their contributions to my work, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the first question. We'll take 2 questions, so 1 and then 2.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation. So I just wanted to find out how sensitive is the technique when it comes to the amount of DNA you're using and also the purity.
The amount of?
The DNA and then the quality of the DNA.
Yeah, so we used, we validated the results with PCR. So anything we had, PCR was a reference for the sensor. And so yeah, as you can see, compared to other diagnostic tools, we had significant sensitivity and it performed better, like I said, than dipstick ELISA, for instance. And regarding the integrity of the DNA, yeah, we were able to also determine, currently we have determined the amount of DNA in each of the samples that we have detected, but have not yet tried to validate that against the sensor itself. So that's something that we are looking to do moving forward.
Okay. My question is sort of related to that. Did you do like a dilution series? I mean, I think you mentioned that you haven't done it.
Yes, so we've not yet determined the limit of
was there a reason why you didn't do it before you started working with the environmental samples, so that you would know if what's the level that it will be sensitive?
So we had a fair, so for any viable sensor, you want your limit detection to be as low as possible, right? And so one of the things we knew was that the samples that we had collected so far were within at least the nanomolar range. And so we knew maximum, the sensor's maximum ability to detect was within the nanomolar range. And so we hope that it can even be much lower than that. But that's something that is yet to be done, but we'll do it.
All right, Sultan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we'll have Christina back to give us her talk.
Good morning, everyone. Take 2, but I'm Christina Mian, and I'm going to present my research called Novel Assay Predicts Standard Membrane Feeding Results for Malaria Transmission Blocking Vaccine PFS 230D1 EPA with AS01. So here at WACCBIP, we know that malaria still poses a threat to over 50% of the world's population. With increased multi-drug resistance to chemoprophylaxis and mosquito nets, there is a need to develop higher efficacy vaccines against malaria. The complex life cycle of Plasmodium falciparum presents a challenge to identify successful vaccine antigens that are easily expressible in the laboratory. Despite these hurdles, there is much effort to develop higher efficacy malaria vaccines. Since 1987, RTSS, commonly known as Muscurix, was the main approved malaria vaccine. Yet in October 2023, R21 with Matrix M, a new generation pre-erythrocytic vaccine, was approved in several countries, including here in Ghana. Indicated for prevention of clinical malaria, R21 is helpful in preventing childhood deaths, yet is unable to block transmission of malaria in the community. Thus, for malaria to be truly eliminated, vaccines that target different stages of the Plasmodium life cycle must be developed. To achieve this goal, innovative tools that target transmission of the parasite are essential, such as transmission-blocking vaccines listed here, that can ultimately be co-administered with anti-infection vaccines such as R21, with the goal of lowering severity of disease and also blocking transmission of malaria in the community to improve vaccine outcomes and move the world closer to global malaria elimination. Transmission-blocking vaccines, also commonly known as TBVs, are human vaccines that generate an antibody response that blocks the life cycle of the Plasmodium falciparum in the midgut of the mosquito. The parasite is ultimately lysed by a complement-derived immune response, blocking transmission to the next human host. The mosquito uptakes these human-derived antibodies during a blood meal, and the antibodies do not kill the mosquito, just the parasite. TBVs are herd immunity-based vaccines, so they do not provide direct protection against infection to individual vaccinees. Thus, they are anticipated to be co-administered with pre-erythrocytic vaccines such as R21 to block transmission while preventing severe infection. TBV mosquito antigens are multi-domain cysteine-rich proteins that are generally difficult to produce recombinantly. Yet, since its first discovery in 1987, PFS230 is the current leading TBV candidate. It is a 14-domain Plasmodium falciparum surface protein that contains 4 to 6 cysteine motifs in each domain. PFS230 is expressed on both male and female gametes and prior to fertilization. As such, it is a very strong candidate in blocking a bottleneck in the life cycle of the parasite in the mosquito midgut. As the entire 14-domain PFS230 protein can be challenging to express in the laboratory, the first domain, D1 of PFS230, is expressed in a P. pastoris system and is identified to be highly immunogenic, as it induces a strong functional antibody response as measured by standard membrane feeding assay. As such, the leading TBV candidate, PFS230D1, chemically conjugated to EPA, a non-toxic mutant of exoprotein A from P. aeruginosa, and again, antibodies generated against PFS230D1 neutralize parasite gametes in the mosquito midgut, ultimately blocking transmission to the next human host. Again, this cell lysis of the parasite is complement-driven, as noted in the top left corner on the right side. So to date, several clinical trials and preclinical and 4 clinical trials have been run to assess PFS230D1 TPV. As you see here, these are many of the trials that have been conducted to date. As this is the assay section of the WACCBIP conference, I would now like to explain one of the novel assays we've recently developed that can be used to evaluate this transmission blocking vaccine. As many of the current assays that are used to assess TBVs are mosquito-based assays that can be very high cost and labor intensive. And as this candidate moves towards phase 3 trials, further assays will be ever more necessitated. As many of us here know and have heard of standard membrane feeding assay, as shown here is some of the pictures of how it looks to run a SMFA. It's an in vitro assay, and the main outcome of the assay is a transmission reducing activity, TRA. A TRA greater than 80 is indicative of high vaccine-induced antibody activity that's able to block P. falciparum parasite burden in the oocysts burden in the midgut of the mosquito. TRA is ultimately calculated by the equation in the bottom right corner of the slide, but it's important to note that this new novel competitive ELISA could be used to possibly predict these SMFA outcomes and not necessarily need to be able to run the majority and large, robust amount of samples that are necessitated for a phase 3 trial. And again, these SMFA assays have been the gold standard to date for evaluating TBVs, but they have a delayed readout time, they are low throughput, there's much inter-assay variability, and there can be a narrow linear range for even being able to detect functional antibody content in a sera sample. So these are the recent discoveries that enabled the design and optimization of a competitive ELISA assay. On the left, functional antibodies were isolated and discovered that are generated in response to PFS 230 vaccination. And on the right, colleagues at LMIV were able to map the entire surface of the PFS 230D1 antigen to term a functional and non-functional face of the protein, which is the vaccine antigen candidate. So here it's just important to note that from these seminal papers on the previous slide, the left side shows the functional face mapping of PFS 230D1 antigen. Each of the colors coordinating to a unique epitope on the surface of PFS 230, and this colloquial total surface termed as the functional face of PFS 230. We also have a non-functional face of PFS 230, but it is blocked by the second domain of the native antigen in your natural population. So there's not much of a strong functional antibody response against the non-functional face. So we'll carry forward with this idea of a functional face, and we'll now see the outline of the novel assay that has been developed. I will walk through each step of the assay ABC now, but this is kind of the overall goal that we are getting at with the design of this assay. So you could do epitope-specific functional antibody responses measurement and also be able to assess effector functions of PFS 230. We see again the functional face of PFS 230 in blue, and then the unique human monoclonal antibodies binding to the unique epitopes, and then in gold, the non-functional face. It's important to see here this idea of a single chain variable fragment, as that is one light and heavy chain of the variable region of the full-length monoclonal antibody, and these SCFVs were used to effectively block the functional face of PFS 230. You see here more notes about why we would use an SCFV. An SCFV lacks an FC portion of the full-length antibody, so it is undetectable in the assay, and thus it can be discriminated by full-length human monoclonal antibodies that would be in a human sera sample. So on the left, you see two versions of the assay, one where you do not have the single chain variable fragments, and on the right, where you add the three unique single chain variable fragments, and effectively you're blocking these functional human monoclonal antibodies from binding to the functional face of PFS 230. So at the end of the assay, you end up having two signals. One, the full sera signal, and on the right, the sera signal minus what would be the functional antibody content in the sample. It's more easily depicted in the next slide, where I've shown that on the left there's a sera signal, and then on the right you see that the blue signal is not present, such that the difference in these two signals should be representative of the functional antibody content in an individual sera sample. So this is how I ran all of my assays and was able to develop 5 unique assays that are all using this same competitive ELISA platform that's SCFV based, but just based on the secondaries I use in the experiment, it changed what I was actually measuring: total IgG, IgG1, 3, 4, or C1q. I was interested in IgG1 and 3 because those are both complement activating IgG isotypes, and then C1q because the immune function of the antibodies generated in response to PFS 230D1 are known to be complement driven, and C1q is the first protein of the complement cascade, so I wanted to measure it. And so I was able to run a pilot study with these 5 novel assays to analyze human sera samples from a phase 1 clinical trial, PFS 230D1, that was conducted from 2015 to 2017 in Mali, Africa, led by Sagara, Dr. Sagara at the MRTC in Bamako. And so this phase trial, if you want to read more about it, it's on clinicaltrials.gov by the NCT number listed here. But effectively, I looked at day 252 and day 560 samples because these were study days that were 3 months status post-vaccination, when you would have high IgG titers in response to the vaccination. And also these were the days that mosquito assays were collected. Because ultimately, I wanted to take my competitive ELISA outcomes and ask whether they were predictive of the standard membrane feeding results. And so that's effectively what I did. And to do that, I ran receiver operator curves. And receiver operator curves, pretty much as the line goes towards 1 in the top left corner, it's a better predictor of the SMFA outcomes. And so I used the cutoff if it was 70 or 80% area under the curve, as the line goes further towards the left corner, it's a better predictor. Again, the logistic regression that was run had a cutoff of 80 for the SMFA transmission reducing activity, and there was also sensitivity and specificity conducted. In the interest of time, I will just kind of go to the results to show some of the curves, but ultimately for my competitive ELISA outcomes, as there were 5 assays run, total IgG, you can see, has a great area under the curve moving towards the top left 1 corner, showing that the area under the curve was about 82% predictive of a TRA greater than 80. Similarly, for IgG1, you see in the middle panel a good curve as well. Now, conversely, IgG3 and 4, it's very along the straight line diagonal, very little area under the curve, and not good predictors of SMFA transmission reducing activity. C1q is still to be even further investigated, but it's showing some trends of having good prediction of SMFA TRA greater than 80. And so just a lot of numbers on this slide, but just want to show that it concludes that total IgG and IgG1 are feasible assays to possibly use in the field to predict standard membrane feeding results, and could be used in conjunction with SMFA or better help our work in our possible phase 3 trials of PFS 230. And these efforts lay the foundations for standardization of novel assays that can rapidly determine PFS 230D1 induced functional antibody responses and their effector functions. It speeds the development of malaria vaccines with real-time assessment of functional antibody responses that are epitope specific, and provides further knowledge of the functional humoral response to PFS 230D1 vaccination. So I'd like to thank and acknowledge all colleagues here at NIH LMIV, as well as in Bamako, Mali. And I am working towards my MD PhD, so my dissertation committee is listed here as well. And thank you so much, WACCBIP, for the opportunity to present this work, and Henrietta Mensah-Brown for hosting my kind of small grant here to learn more about infectious disease in Ghana through IDSA. So I'll welcome any questions at this time. Thank you.
We have time. We'll take 2 questions.
Yeah, great talk. So just some comments. And the ELISAs, so with your monoclonal, I'm here, yeah. Yeah. So what if you use mouse antibodies against a functional region? Do you think it would be better because you don't have to cleave up the heavy portion of the antibody chain? And also, the other question I want to ask is why you didn't look at IgG. Maybe you mentioned it, but in a number of studies with vaccines, you realize IgG2 is associated with risk. And for some of the studies we are seeing differential, production of IgG2. So I'm wondering why you didn't look at that.
So I missed the first part of the question, but I got the second part is about IgG2.
Yes. So the first part, what I'm asking is, you used an antibody to compete for the functional domain, and that's a human antibody, right?
They're actually made in the lab. So all of the SCFEs, for example, are constructed in the laboratory to be recombinant forms of the lab-made forms of the antibody.
Yes, and the heavy portion is cleaved up because you don't want your secondary antibody to bind to it.
Mm-hmm.
So what if you just use antibodies from mice or maybe rabbits? Do you think it would be better?
Yeah, so this same assay, this same competitive ELISA assay has been run with rabbit samples, for example, of our preclinical trials, and it's shown the same kind of trend as the human sera samples.
Okay, yeah. So the second question.
Mm-hmm.
About why you didn't look at IgG2?
Yeah, so from my knowledge in the literature, IgG3 and IgG1 have been most known to activate complement. and IgG 2 and 4 are kind of considered the non-complement activating antibodies, IgG isotypes. And as such, since I'm interested in the functional antibodies, it's kind of colloquially considered that IgG 1 and 3 are the functional IgG isotypes, as 2 and 4 are less complement activating, as the function of the immunological function of these antibodies are complement driven. So that's why I was interested in IgG 1 and 3 specifically.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
All right, let's thank Daniel and Mildred for a good job chairing. You might notice that there's no scheduled coffee break, and that's because I didn't want you to have coffee. No, I'm kidding. We're going to have a short sponsor presentation, and then we'll have a coffee break within that time. So is DCL ready? Okay. And, okay, when you finish, then I'll acknowledge all the sponsors before we go for coffee.
Thank you, Dr. Kwashi, and thank you all for being here for my short presentation. So my name is Nanisi. I'm the head of products and applications at DCL Laboratory Products Ghana. We're one of the sponsors at this event, and we've been privileged to be working with WACCBIP for quite a few years now. So DCL was incorporated in Nigeria in 2005, and we've been in Ghana since 2014. We supply affordable products for labs and provide after-sales support and service. So because we want to work in the life science space, we've partnered with several key original equipment manufacturers, including QIAGEN, Merck, Thermo Fisher, CAP, Zeiss, and SLE, to provide solutions for academia and research work. So QIAGEN is one of our major partners, and they produce a host of materials for research. So we have homogenizers, extractors, thermocyclers, liquid handlers, kits, reagents, and even things for quality control. All right. And they also have their GeneGlow platform that you can use for your assay design, your assay setup, and to plan your entire experiment. So it's a very helpful tool. So one of the things I want to talk about today is digital PCR, which is something that's fairly new in terms of the QIAGEN platform. So what is digital PCR? Why do we do digital PCR? So in terms of digital PCR, I'm trying to go really fast here, but with digital PCR, you just prepare a reaction just as though you were setting up your qPCR, but the difference with that is that you partition, right? So you partition your samples, and then after partitioning, you do an endpoint PCR, and then you get your readout. So why are we partitioning? So if you were to look at this bottle of jelly beans here, you could count 4 yellow jelly beans, right? Because if you're looking, you're looking at it from only one direction, you have one field of view. But if you were to partition separate it out, you'd be able to count the individual number of jelly beans. And so that's the difference with qPCR. And between qPCR and digital PCR is that you are able to get absolute quantification. All right, so QIAGEN has 3 or 4 different digital PCR systems. There's a QIAcuity-1 that has 2 channels, and the QIAcuity-1 with 5 channels as well. Then there's a QIAcuity-4 and a QIAcuity-8. Those have 4 and 8 nanoplates. So, and the difference between the QIAGEN digital PCR system and others you may have seen on the market is the QIAGEN system has integrated partitioning. So everything is done in this one machine. It's the priming, the rolling, the partitioning, the thermocycling, and the imaging is all done in one machine. Okay. And it's scalable, as I said. We have 1, 4, and 8 plate models. The 8 plate model actually comes with 2 thermal cyclers so that you get 1 plate every 30 minutes. And again, we are able to detect up to 5 channels. And it also comes with nanoplates. So there are different types of nanoplates. There's a 24-well nanoplate, and they come in either 8,500 partitions and 26,000 partitions per well. And then there's a 96 well with 8,500 partitions. So the applications of digital PCR are very many. You can do rare mutation detection, liquid biopsy, pathogen detection, copy number variation, NGS library quantification, and many others. We also have a system for quality control as well. So this allows you to do the KXL connector allows you to do capillary electrophoresis for between 12 and 96 samples, and the resolution can go down to about 3 to 5 base pairs, depending on the kits you're using for that. Okay. We also have solutions for oncobiome, including our pre-analytics tubes that stabilize the RNA, as well as library prep kits, PCR kits, digital PCR kits, and we also have solutions for the microbiome analysis as well. I know that that's research that a lot of you are doing right now. In addition to QIAGEN, we've partnered with Thermo Fisher in terms of media and antibiotic sensitivity testing discs, as well as others. We are partnered with MEC. Anything you can find on the MEC website, we supply. We recently started a partnership with Zeiss for microscopy, and SLE as well for histopathology, for any of you interested in that. And for liquid handling and small benchtop equipment, we work with CAP. In addition to that, so we're not just research, we don't just provide research solutions, we also provide solutions for the clinical space, for hospitals, as well as clinical labs. So that's something we do as well. But if you have any other questions, I know the time is very limited, so I've tried to rush through. But if you have any other questions or you need any other information, we are at the exhibitor stand, so feel free to drop by and say hello, pick up some brochures. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanesi. I have to say that QIAGEN and DCL have allowed us to have a product placement of Care Symphony in our NGS lab, and I think after the workshop we'll be trained up and start using that. So just a recap of our platinum sponsors. We have LabMart with Thermo Fisher. Our gold sponsors, Caramel, Yamachi Biotech, DCL, Excelsior Global with their partners SRL, who we heard from, I believe, on the second day. And then silver sponsors, we have Inkaba Biotech, UGEL, that's the University of Ghana Enterprise Limited, and Betlog as bronze, along with MES Equipment, MFS. All right, let's go for coffee. Can we come back as soon as possible? So basically, grab your coffee, eat it quick, grab your stuff, eat it quickly, and come back here in 15 minutes.
WACCBIP came out of the energy of many young people in the department at the time.
WACCBIP's excellence really stems from teamwork.
We are at the cutting edge of technology.
We make excellence the bar for training at WACCBIP.
We believe in excellence in teaching and excellence in research.
To do high quality science, to be able to publish and to make an influence in the scientific world.
The West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACCBIP, began in 2014 as one of the World Bank African Centers of Excellence, located in the University of Ghana, Legon. In 10 years, it has grown into a leading center for the training of the next generation of African scientists and is spearheading groundbreaking research into infectious diseases, genetics research, and research into non-communicable diseases like cancer. Equipped with advanced technology platforms and state-of-the-art laboratories, WACCBIP provides fertile ground for exploration and discovery.
The main impetus for the center came from some workshops that we used to do with the American Society for Cell Biology.
It was my honor and pleasure to be part of a group of cell biologists who obtained funding around 2006 for short courses on the cell biology of African diseases.
This was long before WACCBIP was even a dream, and the workshop was hosted at the old Department of Biochemistry, which exists down the road from where WACCBIP currently stands.
In 2010, with our move to this building, we had space. And also, that also coincided with a period that we had younger faculty who had undergone training in the department.
It was around that time that I had come back to the department. And the head of department at the time, who was Prof. Sami Saki, asked me to be responsible for these workshops, to be sort of the coordinator for these workshops. We were able to engage with a lot of young people in the sub-region because each workshop we had about 20 to 25 young scientists from Ghana and other African countries. And the conversations we had and their desire to learn and the appetite for such opportunities, that was what drove us to think about how we could make this a permanent presence or a permanent opportunity for young African scientists.
I wrote a grant application designed to obtain more funds to run more of these workshops. My application was not successful, but Gordon, whose vision is much broader than mine, was able to take some of the ideas that we had put into that application and expand them tremendously and significantly into an application that ultimately was submitted to the World Bank, and many of you know was successful.
The idea about WACCBIP really was a call from the World Bank trying to help higher institutions to set up the wing. So I called Gordon and said, Gordon, I think you should host this.
So basically, I came back to the department and I got all my colleagues together, mostly the younger ones who were full of energy and who listened to me because they were younger than me. So I put them together, Patrick, Lydia, Theresa, Osborne, Abidad. There was another lady called Marian Yako. The vice chancellor at the time, Professor Ernest Aite, was determined to turn the university into a research-intensive university.
WACCBIP first came to my attention when Professor Gordon Awandare approached me about the possibility of creating such a center. And I thought they were very important for the university. I was struck by the fact that he himself was a very young researcher. Most of the people involved with him were equally young. And I was looking for young people at the university to drive change.
An initial $8 million grant from the World Bank and further funds from the Wellcome Trust allowed WACCBIP to build a world-class center adjoining the Department of Biochemistry. equipped with teaching labs and creating an environment that fosters scientific research and learning. The center runs master's, PhD, and postdoctoral training.
I'm very proud of WACCBIP because it has leveraged on the initial funding of $8 million from the World Bank and attracted more than $50 million for training of scientists right here in Africa.
WACCBIP's core mandate was around infectious diseases. Now, as we grew over the years, we noticed that non-communicable diseases are also coming up strongly in our part of the world. And so our funding portfolio evolved to starting to apply for grants that were involved in non-communicable diseases. Our ability to evolve with changing research interests over the years, I think, has kept us relevant.
It's been an honor for me and a privilege to help in some small way with that early development, and then to chair WACCBIP's advisory board over these last 10 years. A key success of that teaching of WACCBIP in the early years was the contribution of early career faculty, both from the North and also local faculty from Africa.
The next phase of the center was to consolidate what we had started and then to basically make an impact.
So began an investment into recruiting some of the best African scientific minds to join the center as postdoctoral fellows to conduct research and to teach.
I was looking for opportunities to come back, and because I wanted to drive research on the continent.
I was one of many immunologists at my institution in London. I'm one of only a few immunologists in Ghana. So when I think of where I can have impact, if I look back at my life when I retire one day, where can I have the greatest impact? It is in trying to build up the ecosystem back home where we are admittedly, a little bit deficient, versus making a small contribution to an ecosystem that's already well established.
As a geneticist, I was keenly aware of the dearth of genetics research in African people. And what was striking is it's a huge gap in knowledge. And Africans happen to be the most genetically diverse population. After my first postdoc, when I decided I wanted to move back to Ghana, I wanted to work in an area that had a huge impact. I mean, there are practically no genetic studies being conducted here. So I decided to focus on breast cancer, which happens to be the #1 leading cancer in the world currently.
The center also focused on deepening its network with other African scientific centers.
Through my collaboration with WACCBIP, I think we've achieved enormous in our science. We've developed lots of talents that are actually beneficial to African institutions, which have also been exported across the world. I think WACCBIP is the next level of scientific institutions that we expect in Africa that do not only do research for publications, but also contribute to data that is used for translation for better public health across the great continents.
WACCBIP has trained more than 450 graduate students, master's and PhD students, as well as postdoctoral fellows from 19 African countries.
WACCBIP has more than prepared me, and I wouldn't say this because I've just stayed in WACCBIP, but for the fact that WACCBIP has given me the opportunity to go rub shoulders with my colleagues in other countries, and I'm willing to and I'm ready to take up any challenge anywhere.
The PhD training I had here was holistic, and indeed it has helped me gain that confidence and also to find solutions to problems.
The teaching environment at WACCBIP was quite unique. I found that management usually would invite visiting lecturers from either other institutions or outside the country to come in and teach us, and then teach us the practical ways of doing research and then thinking about problems to solve it through research. So
the fellowship that we were getting was about developing leaders in science, not just about training PhD students, but also building leaders for the next generation, or at least future scientists, future science leaders in Africa.
The opportunity to deepen the center's impact presented itself during the COVID-19 pandemic. WACCBIP had the right scientists and infrastructure in place to lead the science that informed the government of Ghana's policy response.
WACCBIP did play a very central role in our response.
We were able to have a strong impact and mobilize the teams to respond first for testing and then for doing the research that we're doing now.
One of the critical areas WACCBIP did excel was in the research, in the genomic sequencing and in the seroprevalence studies. And this really helped us not just to map out where the diseases are, but which variants we were dealing with, and especially when we started easing restriction.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, our researchers here, using the high-performance computing system, were able to assemble the genome of the virus, and as a result of that, gain a lot of insight into its transmission, subtypes, variation, and possible mutation.
Most of the work that is conducted at the center is at a molecular level. If you have a blunt cutlass, you don't think you can cut down a bigger tree. It's just the shrubs you can. But if you have a sharp cutlass, which is also basically the tools that we have, then we can confront bigger and higher molecular kind of questions and address them.
We have a tradition that we say in the center known as the WACCBIP machinery, and that comprises of a group of people who believe in a common goal and who are determined to make sure that they achieve excellence at everything that they do, whether it is research, whether it's training or teaching, and then the entire back end that nobody gets to see. Really teamwork and very diligent leadership that makes us achieve the excellence that we are known for.
I love working at WACCBIP because the leadership of WACCBIP identifies young talent and then give them opportunity to grow. I've been here 10 years because I believe that I've had opportunities that I wouldn't have had elsewhere.
We have created innovative and engaging ways of interacting with communities that we work with. We conduct and engage our communities in outreaches, schools engagement activities, and a whole lot of activities that make science fun and exciting for the public.
WACCBIP has demonstrated that it is possible for us to remain in Africa and produce high-quality scientists.
I think its focus is on two things. One, doing the research, but also developing the researchers of the future. And that is where I think WACCBIP has a special strength, focusing on developing the researchers of the future.
We are training all these young people, but where are they going to work? If you look in the US or in Europe, majority of PhD graduates don't stay in academia. They go into industry, they go into a variety of jobs.
In Ghana and, in fact, most of West Africa, we don't have a biotech sector. We have some pharmaceutical companies, but most of them just do manufacturing. Because of that gap, many of the things that we've done have gotten to a dead end because the uptake is not there. And so we are trying to push for that next level.
We also need to build the ecosystem here of a biotech. So we have a program which is a biotech entrepreneurship program. And the idea is that now we are going to be seeding people who not just have the ideas, but they will try to do some startups. Of course,
the idea of building private sector-based research to complement the academic research that is being built at centers like WACCBIP, I think is a natural evolution of the development of the center. WACCBIP's goal is to train and seed science around the continent. What better way to seed it than through private companies that do the work like what we do here?
The next phase is on the shoulders of the next generation, the younger scientists that we brought here. Very talented group of people.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years to WACCBIP.
Happy 10 years, WACCBIP.
Happy, glorious, and illustrious 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Happy 10th anniversary, WACCBIP.
Many congratulations to everybody involved in the WACCBIP story.
WACCBIP came out of the energy of many young people in the department at the time.
WACCBIP's excellence really stems from teamwork.
We are at the cutting edge of technology.
We make excellence the bar for training at WACCBIP.
We believe in excellence in teaching and excellence in research.
To do high quality science, to be able to publish and to make an influence in the scientific world.
The West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACCBIP, began in 2014 as one of the World Bank African Centers of Excellence, located in the University of Ghana, Legon. In 10 years, it has grown into a leading center for the training of the next generation of African scientists and is spearheading groundbreaking research into infectious diseases, genetics research, and research into non-communicable diseases like cancer. Equipped with advanced technology platforms and state-of-the-art laboratories, WACCBIP provides fertile ground for exploration and discovery.
The main impetus for the center came from some workshops that we used to do with the American Society for Cell Biology.
It was my honor and pleasure to be part of a group of cell biologists who obtained funding around 2006 for short courses on the cell biology of African diseases.
This was long before WACCBIP was even a dream, and the workshop was hosted at the old Department of Biochemistry, which exists down the road from where WACCBIP currently stands.
In 2010, with our move to this building, we had space. And also, that also coincided with a period that we had younger faculty who had undergone training in the department.
It was around that time that I had come back to the department. And the head of department at the time, who was Prof. Sami Saki, asked me to be responsible for these workshops, to be sort of the coordinator for these workshops. We were able to engage with a lot of young people in the sub-region because each workshop we had about 20 to 25 young scientists from Ghana and other African countries. And the conversations we had and their desire to learn and the appetite for such opportunities, that was what drove us to think about how we could make this a permanent presence or a permanent opportunity for young African scientists.
I wrote a grant application designed to obtain more funds to run more of these workshops. My application was not successful, but Gordon, whose vision is much broader than mine, was able to take some of the ideas that we had put into that application and expand them tremendously and significantly into an application that ultimately was submitted to the World Bank, and many of you know was successful.
The idea about WACCBIP really was a call from the World Bank trying to help higher institutions to set up living. So I called Gordon and said, Gordon, I think you should host this.
So basically, I came back to the department and I got all my colleagues together, mostly the younger ones who were full of energy and who listened to me because they were younger than me. So I put them together, Patrick, Lydia, Theresa, Osborne, Abida. There was another lady called Marian Yaku. The vice chancellor at the time, Professor Ernest Aite, was determined to turn the university into a research-intensive university.
WACCBIP first came to my attention when Professor Gordner Wandari approached me about the possibility of creating such a center. And I thought they were very important for the university. I was struck by the fact that he himself was a very young researcher. Most of the people involved with him were equally young. And I was looking for young people at the university to drive change.
An initial $8 million grant from the World Bank and further funds from the Wellcome Trust allowed WACCBIP to build a world-class center adjoining the Department of Biochemistry. Equipped with teaching labs and creating an environment that fosters scientific research and learning. The center runs master's, PhD, and postdoctoral training.
I'm very proud of WACCBIP because it has leveraged on the initial funding of $8 million from the World Bank and attracted more than 50 million US dollars for training of scientists right here in Africa.
WACCBIP's core mandate was around infectious diseases. Now, as we grew over the years, we noticed that non-communicable diseases are also coming up strongly in our part of the world. And so our funding portfolio evolved to starting to apply for grants that were involved in non-communicable diseases. Our ability to evolve with changing research interests over the years, I think, has kept us relevant.
It's been an honour for me and a privilege to help in some small way with that early development, and then to chair WACCBIP's advisory board over these last 10 years. A key success of that teaching of WACCBIP in the early years was the contribution of early career faculty, both from the north and also local faculty from Africa.
The next phase of the center was to consolidate what we had started and then to basically make an impact.
So began an investment into recruiting some of the best African scientific minds to join the center as postdoctoral fellows to conduct research and to teach.
I was looking for opportunities to come back, and because I wanted to drive research on the continent.
I was one of many immunologists at my institution in London. I'm one of only a few immunologists in Ghana. So when I think of where I can have impact, if I look back at my life when I retire one day, where...
Place where it will fit for you. It's very sensitive. You see, you can hear me right now. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for being prompt with the coffee break. We're still a little behind schedule, so I'll call up the chairs for this next session. Dr. Kwabna Sapong, and Dr. Irene Amwako-Owusu to come and take their seats. And I hope Kobe is going to be stricter than they were with him so that we get back on time. All right. And they will be presenting or chairing the session on molecular diagnostics and biotechnology and entrepreneurship.
All right, good afternoon. Hello. Hello. All right, good afternoon and welcome back. So since we are behind schedule, we are going to have our first talk by Dr. Felix Ansan, who, of course, everybody should know by now because he's the poster boy. If you look straight on your screen, you know he's the guy that is there. But and we'll just leave the floor for Felix to present his research on a self-actuated microfluidic chip for differential diagnosis at the point of care. So thank you very much, Felix. The floor is yours. Hello. So there's just been a slight change. We're going to have Stefan Dankwa present before Dr. Phyllis will come back. So please, we'll open the floor for Stefan Dankwa to present research on mitigating brain drain in research training in Africa, a case of WACCBIP. So Stefan, please, you're welcome. No, that's not online. It's Etienne who is online. All right. So we're going to move on to our next talk by Isaac Kundayo, who is going to tell us about assessing the involvement of Nigerian undergraduate healthcare students in the development of health technology solutions. So welcome, Isaac. All right, we are running behind time, so we are going to try and make certain adjustments. Maybe
Hello.
Felix would have to give us 1 or 2 minutes for his slides to upload. That's just the challenge we're having, for his slides to upload so that we can start with him. So sorry about that.
Since I'm waiting for my slides to be uploaded, I think I can start. Okay, great. So, since morning we've heard a lot about the need for point-of-care tools, and all those who presented, I think they've done a great job. So I don't need to go over the need for us to get new molecular-based assays. We all know of PCR. When COVID came, that's what we use. The problem is that it's something that it's expensive, complex, and we can't, or we won't be able to use at a point of care. Looking at the current state, it's either we think of developing it further. I just saw that someone presented on digital PCR. Even though she started at, they sell affordable reagent, but she didn't tell you the price. It's super expensive, super expensive. So, so we are thinking of developing new tools, okay? And for us, we think the best option or the best way to go is to think of alternative tools instead of trying to modify the PCR to make it more accessible and cost-effective. So I'm going to talk about one of them, which are the isothermal assays. They work as good as PCR. It's just that they have several advantages over PCR for point-of-care application. They are just simple and easy to use. So I've been talking about this for more than about four years. Because I worked on it during my PhD. So the next question is, how do we move them from the labs to the point of care, to the clinics? And that's what we are all waiting for. And before I even, I think during the break, someone met me and he said, yeah, just waiting for the point of care assays. So how do we move it from the labs to the point of care? I'm going to show you this chip. I'm going to talk about this chip, which is a 3D printed chip. It's a microfluidic chip, so that's what I'm going to talk about. So in case you're wondering how big it is, please, here is it. Okay, so this work was done in collaboration with a team at the University of Pennsylvania. In fact, they developed this assay. So just wanted to, so the assay itself is called PEN-RAMP, and the PEN symbol stands for University of Pennsylvania. Okay. All right, so I've already highlighted this. So basically what they did was the isothermal assay, the difference between isothermal assay and PC is the isothermal assay is performed at a constant temperature, whilst PCR requires different temperature for it to get your amplification working. It has several advantages, like I mentioned, in terms of sensitivity, easy to use at the point of care, and quite simple instrument like a heating source like water bath or a heating plate. So the good thing about that, we have several isothermal assays. The most common ones are the LPA and also the LAMP assay. I'm sure we've heard a lot about them already. they can be performed in less than 30 minutes, especially the RPA. With less than 15 minutes, you can get your results. Unlike PC, you have to run it for several hours before getting your results. So what the Penn team or the University of Pennsylvania team did was to develop a nested PCLI assay for the ramp for the isothermal assay, where they combine two different isothermal assays. So they combine the LAMP and also the RPA. So they described this assay in 2017. What they did was to do RPA in the first round, then use the product that they get in the second round as in the LAMP assay. And they claim it's highly sensitive and you can multiplex it cost effective compared to PCR. So the point, the stage they got is they've already developed this assay, but how did they move it from the lab to the clinics? And that's where I joined the team to help work on this chip. So I'm going to talk about this chip. To make it very simple, this is a microfluidic chip, and microfluidic device is simply a small device that allows micro movement of liquids, and it's super cost effective. Another thing you need is a portable processor, because when you do the amplification, you need to find a way of viewing your product or detecting your amplicons. And here, together with the Penn team, we developed a portable processor. So just simple, a box, and you have a camera. So the camera, this is an external camera, but you can replace it with a phone. Alternatively, you can also connect the camera to a phone. So once it's capturing the images, you receive signal, and the phone has a custom app that analyzes the results or the images that's receiving and give you the results. It's simple. To distinguish between the positive and the negative, you just have to look at the color. Where the positive sample gives you a green color, and with the negative sample gives you a dark background. So it's just color different. And this is coming from a fluorescence signal. Okay, so to do this, we developed this chip. We designed with SolidWorks, which is a software which looks like this, which I have it in my hand. So viewing it from the lateral side or lateral end, we can see it has different components. The first part is where we do the RPA, because it's 2 steps. So you have to have a region that you do your RPA. The next part is so under the RPA, it's linked to the LAMP. It's linked to the LAMP chambers where you do your second step reaction, and it looks like a manifold that branches into several chambers. So the LAMP chambers we can increase the number to as many as we want. Here, in this case, we have 5 of them. We can increase it to like 50 or 20, depending on the number that we need. I wouldn't go through the science of it. It has been designed in such a way that it's functioning based on temperature differences between the chambers. So it's self-aliquots the amplicons. It also self-seals it. So I wouldn't go through the complex process that the chip goes through to get the results. So here I just show you with this temperature simulation, so you can see different parts of the chip having different temperatures. So once you incubate at specific temperature, the differences in the temperature at the different parts of the chip gives it the ability to do this amplification, the 2-step amplification I'm talking about. We also confirm the differences in the temperature with a thermal camera, that's an infrared camera, and you can see this is the RPA chip, RPA chamber. Where I have the pointer is the LAMP region, then this end is the exit region. So just a brief overview. So first we perform the RPA reaction. So we seal the end with a material that is temperature sensitive. That's the white one here. Then we perform the RPA on it directly at 38 degrees. So at 38, we add the LAMP reaction mix to it. Then we increase the temperature. The chip by itself distributes the liquid, which is, in this case, we say that's the LAMP reaction mix into the LAMP reaction chamber. Then amplification occurs, signal is being taken for less than 45 minutes, and you're able to, with your custom app, you're able to analyze and get your results. So this is just the overview, just a chip. So if, we have different type of the assays that we run. If we're using a fluorescence, we usually use a black chip. So the black chip prevents fluorescence background coming up from the chip. If we want to use a color-based assay, we use a clear chip, so which I have one here. So in this case, I'm using the black chip. So you can see first you do your first stage RPA, then the amplicons are allocated into the second stage chamber, which undergoes LAMP reaction. Then within the 45 minutes, you get signal, which if it's connected to your phone to show on the phone, then you get your results. So after developing the assay, what we did was to validate it. So in the lab, they've been working on tomato viruses. So that's what we use, synthetic DNA we use to validate the assay. And you can see the positive control gives a green background, and the negative controls, you don't see anything. So the A stands for where we had negative control and primers. So each chamber, I mentioned 5 of them, each chamber is equipped or specialized with specific primers that amplifies the target of interest. So you can see where we have positive sample, we get some fluorescent signal, and where we have negative samples, we get no signal. And we repeated it with this specificity, and you can see everything appears to work well. We also try to do reproducibility of the assay. So assuming we have 5 chambers, we want to do quantitative analysis, would the chip be able to give us reproducible results? And you can see the fluorescence from the different wall, when you fill all of them up, it tends to pick up at the same time. You can also extract the fluorescence data or the images and analyze with a MATLAB, and that's what we did here. And you can see they almost pick up at the same time. We also look at reproducibility of the different chiplets, assuming they have the same sample, how it looks like. And for 3 chiplets, they look the same, and differences wasn't significant. So the last thing we look at is the sensitivity of the chip, and you can see that when we compare this 2-stage isoma assay to LAMP alone, you can see that it has at least 10-fold better sensitivity than LAMP alone. So it's which makes it good for point-of-care application. Then, like I mentioned earlier, when you look at it based on template concentration, you can see it's time-dependent. So it shows that the chip can be used for quantifying any targets of interest. So the take-home message for this is that, yes, LAMP or the astomatous assays, they are good for point-of-care application. They can compete with the PCLs, and it doesn't require huge instrument like I showed. You just need a phone or a camera, and then also a heating source, and you're good to go. The chip that we have, it's self-control. So usually when you need to do PCR, you need a lot of pipetting stages or pipetting steps. Here, the chip itself, because of the temperature-sensitive material that we've incorporated, it's able to aliquot the targets and allow amplification to occur. It's also very cost-effective. So when you are doing printing for this in a large scale, it could cost less than $0.5. So then it meets the assured criteria, which Dr. Sapon talked about it earlier, sensitivity and real-time connectivity, easy to use, sensitive specificity, user-friendly, which is required for developing a new chip. So I would like to thank my supervisors, one at the University of Pennsylvania, Professor Himbaud and Professor Gondari. Then my lab members at Penn, then also the Vienna Institute, Max and Co. for supplying us with the enzymes. So they help us with some of the enzymes that we use for the assays. WACCBIP for sponsoring my stay at the University of Pennsylvania, then NIH for sponsoring my work, then University of Pennsylvania for providing a platform for us to work. So thank you very much.
All right, so we are going to take 3 questions, please. All right, so one at the back.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd just like to know what sort of applications you are looking at in terms of analytes that you would like to develop this chip for going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a nucleic acid-based assay. So it's like PCR, so RNA, DNA. So with RNA, DNA, any infection of interest, you can look at COVID, HIV, any infection, any bacteria, viruses that you want to target, you should be able to. But it's for RNA, DNA-based assays.
All right, next question.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask this question. Okay, so you made mention that the chip can be used to detect any pathogen, that's the nucleic acid of any pathogen. So my question is that, does it mean that you'd have to obtain your primers for each of them before you start?
Yes, so you need primers for each target of interest. So it should be specific. it just works like PCR, but a little bit different. So like PCR, you need 2 primers. LAMP, you need 6 primers, 4 to 6 primers.
We'll take our last question.
Thank you, Felix, for the presentation. I want to know, what is the primary sample? Because what is the sample to use? Is it DNA or RNA, or is it a whole sample collect from an individual? That's my first question. And the second one is, can we use the chip alone, or it's associated to an equipment? Thank you.
So the first question, sample type, I'm sure you mean whether blood or urine or, yeah, so any of them, you can purify your DNA. Okay, I just wanted to show one of the slides. So I indicated that there's an optional upstream sample processor. So you can have your blood sample added to a processor that will extract your DNA and release it into your chip. Onto your chip, then it will amplify. Or you can also add your sample directly. What we do in the lab here at WACCBIP, we use the raw sample. We don't need to purify. So we use raw blood, urine, or any sample, the saliva. Then the second question. Yeah, so I mentioned all that you need is a camera, which it could be a phone, and you should be able to, you are good to go. And a heater, so a heating source and a camera.
All righty, thank you very much. If you have further questions, you can engage Felix. Thank you very much, Felix.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stefan, who will be talking about a WACCBIP case on how to mitigate brain drain in Africa. So, thank you. And you have 12 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm discussing how WACCBIP is mitigating brain drain in Africa. And I will start by laying the conceptual foundation underlying this data. And this is where we have to understand what brain drain is. So what is brain drain? Now, conventionally, we know brain drain is when human resources leave the African continent. In our context, scientists leave the African continent. And we know that this flight inadvertently is detrimental to the continent, right? That is what we know. But that definition is limited in contemporary times because now migrants have the ability to be transnational. What that means is they can be outside of the home country and still be able to contribute, outside of home country, and still contribute to their skills, their experience, and even transfer technology to the home country as though they were there. Secondly, now we are seeing an increase in the desire and opportunities for migrants to return, making their migration temporary. Right? So with this context then, the definition of brain drain must evolve. So in this context, we are looking at brain drain as the flight of human resources in which migrants do not have the opportunities or desire to return, one, and two, they do not have opportunities to contribute to their home countries while they are there. So if you really want to mitigate brain drain, you have to look at these 4 approaches. First, there's brain drain and retention, where you train the human resources and you keep them on the continent. Second, there is brain circulation, where you try to repatriate those who are already outside of the diaspora, creating opportunities for them to return. There's brain gain, where you replace those who have left with expatriates, people who are not Africans, back to the home country to contribute to your science. And 4, brain linkage, where you create opportunities for them to contribute to their home countries when they do not have immediate plans to return. The second thing I want us to look at in this conceptual framework is that for most studies that have studied brain drain, they conflate transitional and final destinations. What that means is that people who are master's graduates, for example, who have left for PhDs, they have fixed terms in fixed-term contracts, and after 4 years, they may have to find new opportunities. Those are still counted as part of the brain drain statistics. But that is wrong, from my perspective. So I split transitional destinations from final destinations by saying that transitional destinations are those that are are in transition, i.e. postdoctoral fellowships are fixed term, master's graduates who are doing PhDs, those are in transitional destinations. But those who have permanent contracts, etc., those can be counted in final destinations. So with this in mind, let's look at WACCBIP's destination. What you see is that postdoctoral fellows at WACCBIP, they're all in final destinations now. 91.4% of all postdoctoral fellows at WACCBIP are in the continent. PhD alumni, currently, they are 78. 96% of all PhD fellows who are in final destinations are currently also on the continent. And then in the master's fellowship, 92.26% of master's fellows are also currently on the continent. And again, let's look at it that I'm looking at final destinations, because that's what you have to look at when you're assessing brain drain. Now, one of the core approach WACCBIP employs to repatriate scientists or enable brain circulation, so use that we would see is that about 48% of all postdoctoral fellows either trained or worked abroad and were brought back to WACCBIP. And we also have 4% of fellows being non-Africans, so they are expatriates who were brought back to come and contribute to science. So we see an interplay of brain circulation and brain gain at play at WACCBIP. We also try to see how those who do not have immediate intentions to return to Africa, how they are contributing, WACCBIP fellows, how they are contributing to Africa. And as you can see, some are conducting research that is relevant to the continent, some are visiting lecturers here, some are even contributing to public health and shaping government policies. So we see a multiplicity of approaches that WACCBIP fellows are using to contribute to brain linkage. Now, after looking at the data, I tried to see what were the strategic enablers? What is WACCBIP doing differently that is causing us to see these outcomes? Obviously, the outcomes are impressive. Now, I know that the first is quality training, and I know that this has been talked about extensively here. We have state-of-the-art facilities, etc. But I was looking at the data from the perspective of the fellows. Now, at WACCBIP, at least 2 master's or PhD graduates publish a paper before they graduate. And as you can see, PhD students is 4 out of 5. You can see that 4.5 of 5 PhD students attend conferences, and this excludes the WACCBIP Research Conference. So conferences outside of WACCBIP. And 4.5 of 5 of PhD students attend conferences, and even master students apply for grants at WACCBIP. We also try to assess the overall quality of WACCBIP's program, and you can see unanimously, all the fellows evaluated the quality of the programs, almost a perfect score, almost 5 of the training programs. So we went further to also try to see how WACCBIP fellows compare themselves with other fellows, either in Africa or abroad. So we looked at how they compared themselves with African institutions. And alumni, 61.9% of alumni said they were better than the African contemporaries. 33.3% said they were at par. For those in top, comparing themselves with those abroad, they said 59.5% said they were at par, and 16.7% said they were better. That's some self-confidence there, actually. Now, again, the second factor that is really contributing to WACCBIP science is the output I showed, or the outcomes I showed, is fellow-led and quality science. Now, at WACCBIP, Scopus Index data, there are 482 publications, and about 40% of all publications were first authored by students. So the data here is showing who is the first author and who is the last author of publications. Now, if students are leading WACCBIP publications and leading on publications, the assumption would be that the research will not be of high quality. But this data shows otherwise. Now, we try to look at the journal quartiles of the publications in which, in the journals in which WACCBIP publications are. And 59% are all in Q1. And there's only one publication was published in Q4 between 2014 and now, over 11 years. And this is actually in contrast of the performance at the University of Ghana. Publications in the biochemistry, cell and molecular biology domain had 13.5% of publications in Q4 at the University of Ghana in general. So you see WACCBIP is a great exception to the norm here at the university. Now, the third thing is a growing scientific community and research networks at WACCBIP. This looks like a confusing chart, but it is not. These are cluster analysis. Each node is an author, and the links are who they published with. Between 2014 and 2019, you can see that there are a few nodes, prominent nodes, like Awandari, GA, Yabua Menu, Osborne, etc. But the moment we stepped into 2020 to 2024, things changed. We see a robust emergence of new authors like Yaobidiakon, Peter Kwashi, etc., who now have created a cluster of new nodes. So we are seeing a more complex scientific community as compared to 2014, 2019. Now, what this does is that there's a maxim that says brain goes where brain is. Now, when you build a robust scientific community, you attract more talent. So if we should continue this way, in the next 10 years, we'll be attracting almost all the best talent in WACCBIP at the expense of other centers, unfortunately. Also, from the publication data, we realize that WACCBIP is collaborating in 88 countries with 508 institutions. And this is very important because with this expansive network, your fellows find it easy to find opportunities across the group to be more competitive. Now, the more competitive they are, the more confident they are that they can contribute to African science. Now, there are other enablers. Like, for example, because of time, I'll just brush over them. There's Afrocentric research focus, which means that all WACCBIP publications focus on diseases that are of concern in Africa. And because of that, the fellows pick those research themes, the diseases, out of here to continue wherever they go. And in fact, even with that, some still come for co-supervision from WACCBIP faculty. There's robust alumni engagement. I mean, as you can see, most people here are alumni. Yeah, so WACCBIP does that. There's also systematic mentorship, where every WACCBIP fellow has a mentor aside of your supervisor, and they gradually lead you to your goal. And what that does is that your mentor becomes a role model who makes you very interested in science in Africa. And then there are also internships, where WACCBIP fellows have opportunity to do internships in industries in Ghana, and we've seen evidence of how some of them have gotten jobs here and stayed here because of these internships. So that will be the end of my talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. We have time for 3 questions. So, okay, I see Manfredi.
Hello, Stefan. Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe sometime after this session, you'll explain to me the methodology you used in this qualitative mixed research, I think, so that we can see how to discuss this. I really want to discuss with you. Then the second thing is, especially in terms of qualitative research, it's a lot contextual. So I was thinking about transferability of the enablers you brought about, but I was also thinking about the barriers, because you talked about the enablers, but you didn't. And then, can we actually transfer this methodology to other countries? And will it not be interesting to have a kind of comparison with maybe any other country, Senegal, to see what are really the specific facilitators and barriers per context?
Thank you very much. So this is a whole manuscript which has all the elements, including the barriers, including additional enablers, really discussed in detail. So as you said, maybe we can discuss that in detail. Because of time, these are just highlights of what we have written down. Yes. And yes, we can transfer. We can definitely look at other centers, because that was the original idea, to compare ourselves with others. But it was difficult breaking through to get, the consent for other centers to get it done at the time that we wanted to do that. But if there's opportunity to do that, that would be very interesting to look at.
Okay, right.
All right, thank you. So at the first day of this celebration, we had a piece of this. But I want to use this opportunity, based on my observation here, to congratulate again the the management, the students of this center. I think this presentation forms one of the impact series. I have listened carefully, and I'm sure, I mean, Gordon will say this is a machine. So I'm not surprised about the outputs. Of course, I'm not surprised about the level of scientific communications since Monday afternoon here and what we have heard. So, and of course, I won't be surprised when we celebrate 20 years as we see how the impact is resonating in other countries as well. So I think from here, I understand there's a publication on this. We are happy that the challenges have brought something much better. I know some people want to hear those part of the challenges, but I think it's brought something better to the continent. And what we only wish that it continues and gets consolidated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Hello.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. It's very nice to see the impact of WACCBIP all over. But I'm also interested in the methodology in which you used to get all your results. But the parts where fellows were measuring their quality of training, how do we quickly process that? Because that could be subjective, if I may.
Yes, so here I'm showing the perspective of fellows because other talks had already covered other aspects of the training quality. But this actually triangulated findings from different sources, right? Like on top of my head, I know that we look, apart from looking at what their perceptions were, we also looked like benchmarking what WACCBIP has, right? So the number of trainees, their performance, the number of publications with other, what is already existing in the system. So as I said, I mean, we can discuss the detailed, methodology and nuances later. But at this point, this is what I came to give you. Yes.
Okay. I think while we wait, we are waiting for our speakers online. We can take a few more questions if we have. Okay, no, we are done. Okay, thank you, Stefan. Thanks.
So our next two talks were supposed to be online, but they haven't logged on yet. So it looks like we'll have a early exit to lunch. But I wanted to say that Stefan used to be our M&E manager, and now he's an impact manager at Jobberman Ghana. So in a way, that's still an impact from WACCBIP, we hope. All right, so let's thank our chairs for this event, this session. So far, the last two presenters have not logged on online. So what I would say is, let's go take a look at the posters. And don't think that you looked at the posters yesterday, because now we've switched to the even-numbered posters. So there are a brand new set of posters out there. And then I think everyone should have gotten some evaluation Google Doc to score the posters. Okay, so we will come back here sharp at... Pardon? No, there's no topic talks today. We'll come back here at 2 p.m. sharp to listen to what I know will be a fantastic talk from Dr. Tsepo Tsekwa. All right, thank you.
My name is Francisca. I deal with all kinds of African wear and African crafts and handmade. Example like this. This is a talking drum. It's made with animal skin, with a symbol at the front and the back. And I have the clock made with African print. This is African print. And there's a Ghana map inside.
And we have magic bag. This is called magic bag. This is how it is. And when you finish shopping, you just fold everything back this way. Champon, and here we have so many African prints. We have the kente, we have the fans, we have the purses, and we have the beads. We have the traditional ones and the ones for casual. And we have bags. Yeah, we have bags. We have brooches too. Yeah, and we have the material cloth. The fabrics, and these are the African prints we have here.
Surprise. We have made in Ghana, batik, handmade. We have kente cloth. We have the GTP, that also made in Ghana. And we have sewn the material as well. We have the ladies' tops and ladies' dresses. And we have something we call it the different designs. We have a lot of them here. We have office wear as wrap dresses. We have the casual wear and rich auntie as well.
We have kids dress. We have necklaces, fans, and materials.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so we're getting ready to start now. If your friends are not here, send them a message and tell them to come. Because we'll have the pitch competition this afternoon, what we'd like to do is have all the teams sitting together. So, sorry, Professor Vid. Last. Sorry, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind moving this way. Or did they displace you this way? Okay, yeah, so I wanted all the teams to be sitting together here so that they'll be close to the podium. So if you know you're going to be pitching, make sure you're sitting here near the front. Yeah, you can sit. And it's better if the teams sit together. So I'll give another 2 minutes. Can I have 2 volunteers to go to the lunch place and just tell people that we are starting the sessions? All right. Just before we start, do we have the judges for the biotech innovation? Do you guys have a group? No, like a WhatsApp group. You don't. Okay, it's fine. I'll call Ajwa. Okay, so I think we'll get started, and it's my it's my great pleasure to announce it's my great pleasure to announce our next keynote speaker of the day. As you can see, his profile is on the board, on the screen. Dr. Tepo Tekwa is a very accomplished scientist at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, in South Africa. I met him, I believe, a little over a year ago when he was first here, giving a keynote at the CBAS conference, and then I think at another meeting, and then it so happened that all the Geyser PIs went to South Africa to look at what CSIR is doing in terms of innovation, asset development, and basically bringing products from the bench to the market. And he's a leading part of that. So, I mean, this was a sort of no-brainer. He's also schoolmates with Professor Sam Kofi. And, I mean, to tell you how small the world is, when I met him, I asked him about whether he works with Penny Moore's group, and he turns out he works with Penny Moore and Janelle. And incidentally, Janelle was in La Jolla, and they work with Erica Safia's group, and Erica's first postdoc was my postdoc supervisor. You know, so this is just something as an aside, that as you go through your down the line, you're going to meet people who know you. No, but I mean, since I've known Tepo, he's a great guy, he's a great scientist, and I believe he's going to talk about some great things that they're doing at the CSIR in South Africa, and we also look forward to talking more after that.
So thank you, Peter, for a very warm and generous introduction. I'm really quite grateful for the invitation to be here. I think the lesson with what you're mentioning now is that the world is so small, you mess up in one place, it will follow you around the world. So fortunately, some of us are well behaved. I'm going to give you a sense of what we do at the CSIR, and I hope that with what I'm about to present, we are able to spark some collaboration with this formidable place that is WACCBIP. It really is a great pleasure to witness how you've progressed so very well in the last 10 years. And it's also really a great pleasure to be part of the celebrations. I'm wearing my uniform from the CSIR as a diligent employee, but I'm also wearing it in protest. But I'll explain to Peter why and why I'm protesting despite my great honor being here. So the CSIR, I normally start for international audiences with introducing what is our organization. We are a government-owned research institution, and I'm based at the headquarters in Pretoria as part of the biomanufacturing impact area, which forms part of the Advanced Chemicals and Life Sciences Division. We do a lot of work. We have a humble publication track record, but we also measure, as Peter has hinted, our work around supporting industry, around supporting small and medium enterprises, and around translating science towards impact. We play this translational role in our own South African national system, but of course we have an aspiration to also play a similar translational role across our continent, and we hope that with partnerships with institutions such as yours, we are able to also expand our reach in that way. So in the biomanufacturing area, and Peter mentioned that he was there with some of the guys or colleagues recently. We have really been quite fortunate with support from government and support from our international partners to build a capability that enables the movement and maturity of many of the things that we are seeing in this wonderful conference towards product and process development. We have product and process development capabilities that span the full range of capabilities right up to pilot scale manufacturing in microbial fermentation. We are also expanding that to include CHO cell mammalian production. Although I will speak mostly around our work in biomanufacturing, I'm also going to emphasize that we work in partnership with the various other units or faculties of the CSIR, and we leverage that broad capability to be able to develop things beyond just vaccines and biopharmaceutical products. I wanted to just start, and the other day I was listening carefully when we had in one session a mixture of a broad picture and very detailed science. I was deliberate in assembling my slides to start broad and hopefully also just to show that I am a real scientist, to also share some data around the work that we've done. But really, the issue is that on the continent, we are heavily dependent on medical products, including vaccines and therapeutics that are manufactured elsewhere, outside of Africa. We have this situation despite we know that we have a huge disease burden. We know that this can be also articulated as a real opportunity and a big market that we must exploit for our own development, yet this has not been happening. So our work, in alignment with what our member states in the African Union have talked about, this new public health order, our work aligns very closely to the vision that shortly, and in this case around vaccines, we want to see transformation of a 99% dependence on externally manufactured vaccine products to about 60% of our needs being manufactured locally. This aspiration and this ambition is a stretch, but we believe that if we all work together, we are able to contribute closely to this. Many of us have also mentioned throughout this meeting the idea that the recent pandemic has taught us a number of lessons. Because of this dependence, we were at the back of the queue when the global north, and I say deliberately, selfishly, hoarded medical products, including vaccines that were needed at the time of pandemic. So clearly, this dependence is becoming a little bit of an emergency that we must rectify. The dependence I showed in vaccines also translates to a field that I'm very, very closely involved with around monoclonal antibodies, because much of the work around surveillance that leads to isolation of these molecules is actually holds huge potential for product development, for diagnostics, for therapeutics, and indeed then translation into development of our economies to grow jobs and to have this thriving African bioeconomy. So in the monoclonal antibody space, 80% of the total global market sits in the US and Europe, while 20%, despite us representing the bulk of the population, 20% of the market in the rest of the world. In my own country, in South Africa, we also have a history of a divided society that has resulted in disparities that have persisted despite the development of democracy. So we have this health system that is even today characterized by this two-tier nature, where people like myself who have access to medical insurance and medical aids are able to access the bulk of the spending towards healthcare, and yet the rest of our society is really underserved. And part of the solution, we believe, is around technological innovations and local manufacturing. And finally, despite these stark disparities and despite a context that presents an opportunity, we have this situation where there's a gap. We have seen the wonderful basic and applied science that we are doing here at WACCBIP. Many of our universities are similarly doing well, despite, of course, my observation that WACCBIP is at the forefront. We have this gap around process and product development, and we have a gap of also being able to pilot our prototypes and test our medical products in clinical testing. So in that context, our CSR, our biomanufacturing area, wants to play this translational role in alignment with the broader organizational strategy to say, can we not provide skills, infrastructure, and capabilities that allow us to then translate our science into products and processes. Some of these activities will overlap, of course, with the work done by universities and other science councils and other research institutions, but we are wanting, without tampering into the commercial space and without necessarily tampering with what others do, fill this innovation chasm that we so often speak about in this area. So my invitation letter was quite specific, and I don't blame Professor Gordon. I think it was Peter's observation that along with the stainless steel that we host and along with the more conventional approaches for making these biomolecules, we make use of a plant-made biopharmaceutical. It's an innovative space that a few groups have progressed quite well with, and we are fortunate to have networks that have allowed us to be at the forefront with many of the leaders. And many molecules now are reaching the clinic, are being licensed, and in fact some are heading for pre-qualification using plant-made approaches. I must emphasize that we are of the view that the diversity of upstream production technologies is actually the solution. But for today, I'm going to show you the idea that we using plants instead of stainless steel bioreactors, we are actually able to make a dent in the global biomanufacturing landscape. So why plants? And many people are quite reluctant and even doubtful around the potential for plants to act as bioreactors for making biomolecules, including monoclonal antibodies. What attracted us in our work from more than a decade ago is the idea that by utilizing soil or hydroponic media to grow seeds into plants that become biomanufacturing factories, little factories, you are able to circumvent the need for purchasing expensive capex made from stainless steel that is so widely pervasive in the global north. We are also assisted by recent work, some by us and some by others. This paper from our partners at UC Davis shows in a very compelling manner that you are able to achieve 50% cost savings by using these plant-based approaches in the upstream part of the processes. So in this context, and in the context that what we've seen during the pandemic and what we've seen generally, having a diversity of approaches, whether it be platform approaches for making vaccines or platform approaches for making other health products, it's important to have different options in the time of need. So in this context, I'll give you a little snapshot of how these systems work. We use a plant called Nicotiana banthamiana, which is a small weedy plant. Some people would call it tobacco. I'm very reluctant to call it tobacco for the obvious reasons. But actually, a real serious reason is that some of the global health organizations, in fact, do not want to be associated in any way to big tobacco or to tobacco as a product, to the extent that a recently licensed COVID vaccine from one of the Canadian companies failed to reach pre-qualification, mainly because of its association and historical investment from big tobacco. So it's not tobacco, it's a small weedy relative of the tobacco plant. And all you do is grow the plants, and then having made your plasmid constructs, you transform them into agrobacterium, and then you use that agrobacterium culture to infiltrate the plants, thus presenting the genetic material into the plants. After a week of growth, the plant's genetic material, along with your plasmid construct, produce your target product. And the process after extraction is pretty much identical to what you would do from E. coli or from a CHO cell feed, in that you would then use chromatography and filtration to purify and then fill vials and then package your product. So I have decided to give a little sense of what we do with just two of our pipeline. The first one is around rabies, and of course there are compelling reasons why we want to work on rabies as a problem, along with the persistence of the disease, and along with it disproportionately affecting Africans and children. We also know that the current existing products for post-exposure prophylaxis are expensive, and they are generally extracted from plasma, from horses and from humans, in products called human rig and equine rig. So we really believe that a monoclonal-based approach would help. And recently in South Africa, there was an outbreak that sparked a lot of attention and gave us impetus to believe that this work is also relevant locally where we live, when there was a relatively major outbreak in two of the provinces in South Africa. So through the World Health Organization rabies collaborating centers, we're able to access two antibodies of a panel of, I think, about 5 that they had isolated. We worked on MAB 62713 and E559, and we took their murine antibodies and grafted them onto a human framework to make these chimeric antibodies. We then constructed several different constructs of our plant-based expression vectors and found that a given combination actually results in quite a promising and commercially viable expression level. We went on to develop a process based on protein A, ion exchange, and mixed mode chromatography to then isolate and purify the two antibodies. I just show you an SDS page there of the 2 MABs. We then, importantly, one of the key concerns around using alternative hosts, not just plants. Generally, alternative hosts are seen to be risky to the extent that some of the glycans might differ from CHO, some of the other post-translational modifications and host cell protein profiles are seen to be problematic. So we made use of plants that are actually engineered to produce glycans that look very, very similar to human glycans. These delta XF plants produced glycan patterns and G-knot structures that are identical to CHO cells and quite uniform in nature. So we then went on to do some in vitro neutralization characterization with a panel of Lassa viruses that we had accessible in South Africa at one of the World Health Organization centers. We were able to show that in combination, our 2 MABs would protect against the full range of viruses. We then went on to do an in vivo efficacy study in the most common model for rabies in Syrian hamsters, and showed that our 2 MABs actually protect these hamsters better than the gold standard H-rig over a number of days post-challenge. We haven't yet done cocktail and combination studies where we believe that actually our protection will in fact be much more impressive than what you see against H-rig. But the demonstration of non-inferiority gave us impetus then to move on to plan for the next step, which will be to do IND enabling or clinical trial application enabling studies followed by phase 1 clinical trials. The rabies space is quite complicated in that you can imagine a situation where there are existing products that are protective and you present a cohort of patients with an unproven potential product. So it's an ethically difficult product to get through clinical trials, but we're working on it. We are aware that the Serum Institute in India have been able to conduct studies right up to phase 3, and we'll borrow some ideas from them in our work. So the last product I'll talk about, I think that we mentioned the small world, and then our colleagues from the NICD and the CAPRISA network made available antibodies, broadly neutralizing antibodies called CAP256 for HIV, and invited us to use the plant system to see if we can make them cost effectively as one of the various options available to the consortium. And once again, we constructed several different constructs and showed good expression. We were able to purify the molecules. We were able to characterize the structure of the glycans once again in comparison to the mammalian-made antibodies. We are also able to, using biophysical characterization, show that the gross folding of these antibodies is identical to the HEC293 made antibodies, and thought that we were ready for the next step. Lo and behold, initially we did some in vitro neutralization assays and found that the plant-made antibodies were not neutralizing in the way we would want and in the way we would expect. I should say that this data actually, I believe, was done by Janelle. I see her nodding to concur. Yes, many years ago, I suppose, but this is very exciting to show. This was a very disappointing turn of events, because in the past with the rabies antibodies, with other antibodies, we were able to show that plant-based MABs are fine and quite efficacious. In this case, we realized, unfortunately, that through mass spec analysis that the mammalian-made antibodies have a peculiar modification, a sulfonation modification in the CDH3 loop in the tyrosine residues. When we conducted the same analysis on our plant-made antibodies, we found that this modification was actually absent in our plant-made antibodies. Our collaborators in Austria at BOKU had recently published a paper that we very fortunately were made aware of quite soon after that data came out, and we realized that by co-expressing with a tyrosine modifying enzyme that is present in mammalian cells, we are able to then introduce these sulfonation post-translational modifications into our plant-made antibodies, and we're able to show that a percentage of the molecule we produce and purify from the plants now has sulfated tyrosines. Went on to conduct further neutralization assays and found that we have recovered the neutralization activity. They say resilience, and I was quite excited to see the work that Professor Nikes presented yesterday, because failure gives you new things to study. And as a trained biochemist, this was a wonderful project for me, because the sulfonation problem was solved, but then we went on to in vivo trials. This data we haven't yet published. We are on the way there. We sat on this data for a while until we had a solution. In collaboration with Harvard BIDMC, we were able to test in small groups of macaques protective efficacy of the MABs, and we found that the plant-made antibodies did not protect at all. And this was, again, a setback and a disappointment. And in this case, we went back to check that they're having shipped them from South Africa and having waited a few months, the stability was there, the antibodies were intact, and so we were a little bit stumped. But when we then also looked at the pharmacokinetics in the macaques, we realized that actually our antibodies are being cleared very rapidly to the extent that they would then not persist enough to protect. Having looked more closely at our previous data, some little insights that we had ignored actually were the result of this. There were 2 protease sites in the antibodies that, despite them looking intact on HPLC, with mass spec, and with gels, when you run reducing gels, you see that there are little bands of proteolytic degradation that result in sequestration of our antibodies for rapid clearance in the macaques. We are working now on solving this problem. We are able, and I saw some of the presentations from a few of the fellows that they're using CRISPR-Cas9. We similarly use CRISPR-Cas9 to engineer the plants, having identified which proteases are responsible. To cut a long story short, we were able to reverse the proteolytic cleavage and result in intact antibodies that we are now also sending back to Harvard for further testing. We didn't get more antibody, but we got much higher quality antibody from this work. I'll skip through that last little bit. We are poised now to see if, having gone full circle with protease degradation, sulfonation, etc., we are able to then recover activity in vivo. Our broader pipeline of products at the CSIR is growing, and I chose only 2 products just to highlight the work we do. Some of the other prospects are shown here. And the important thing for us now is to try and see, having normally dependent heavily on the global north, we would pay CDMOs a lot of money, quite a significant amount of money in US dollars, a few $100,000 to millions of US dollars to make clinical grade batches of such molecules. We are now working at the CSIR on a new facility that by November this year will actually be complete, and we'll be able to start commissioning the equipment. We want to, for the first time, be able to produce clinical grade materials for phase 1 and phase 2 clinical testing on the continent, so that then we can facilitate the ability to make the molecules that are tested on the continent. And so with some support from our partners and our South African government, we have made a good chunk into this. We will be installing CHO cell production. We'll be installing a novel yeast-based approach as well as the plant-based approach. And we'll be ready to launch and hopefully invite some of you in the audience to join us sometime early next year. The path to operationalizing the facility obviously will involve invitation of regulators across the world to then license the facility as a proper CGMP facility for production of these materials. I'm going to stop there and conclude by inviting partnership with WACCBIP and partnership from all interested so that we can work together to try and get all of these wonderful treasure trove molecules towards commercial reality. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Tepo. So I think we have time for some questions. Tepo kept very well on time. Chinedu.
Sorry. Thanks. Wonderful presentation. I think you always do this well. 2 questions. One, the animal challenge, where was it done? Do you guys have the capacity to do such level animal challenge in South Africa?
I think we've had this conversation before, but for other people to benefit as well is, if I have my product and then I come to you, how do we deal, deciding the money to drive the production of my clinical CGMP product? How does that work? And the last one is, how also do you share IP and everything? Thank you.
Thanks, Chinadu. So the first question around where we conducted, for the HIV product, the animal studies were done at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center at Prof. Dan Baruch's labs at Harvard. And surely the data from there is very dependable, and they are among the leaders in doing that type of work. What we realize in the current phase of work that we're doing, having engineered, first of all, the plants to remove the proteases, there's some other work I haven't mentioned around engineering the actual antibody, similarly to how the CHO cell-made antibodies were engineered for manufacturability. We are now able to do some macaque studies in South Africa. We were made aware by our funding partner that at the South African Medical Research Council that has made progress in actually establishing some of the HIV models there. We will soon find out how their data compares, because we were asked, while also doing the work locally, to also consider still doing some of the work at Harvard. The rabies work, all the animal work was done in South Africa at the Agricultural Research Council. There's a World Health Organization rabies center at the ARC that gave us access to well-established models for doing that work. On your second question, the CSR has no interest in commercializing work. We having come full circle with a relatively initially a decade or so ago aggressive approach to royalties and to benefit sharing. The way we want to work today and the way our group works is to say that we go jointly to our funding bodies, get grants that will capacitate the work. That's the preferred model of engagement. Where we deal with companies in the commercial space, they are also free to pay us at full cost. We conduct the work, their IP is all theirs. Where we work with universities such as yours, you have a background IP, and we can decide how we treat foreground IP. They are really very well established models that to date have not posed any problems with any of our partners, and the preference is for us to jointly source funding to do the work.
Here in the middle.
Thank you very much. This was very educative. I may have missed the features of the plants and how they grow or express these targets that you transform into them, into the bacteria. So I would like to know if there's the possibility of additional modifications that these plants add to, let's say, the antibodies that they are expressing, or they are, I don't know if they were modeled, or if they are modeled such that they do not add any extra modifications, seeing as they missed a very key modification in the HIV antibodies. Thank you.
So it's a very good question that clearly the very dominant and established CHO cell community will always ask questions around alternative hosts. And we've experienced these questions along our plant-based work. We've experienced the same questions more recently with work we're doing in other alternative hosts, including Pichia. The key thing is that you deeply characterize your product and you define it. And in that characterization process, if you don't find any risks, in actual fact, it's an efficacious and safe product that is potentially of good quality for clinical development. The idea that plants or other alternative hosts might introduce other peculiar post-translational modifications. It's a valid idea. Scientifically, we've shown that in native wild-type plants, the glycosylation is quite different. But in our engineered plants using RNAi, using CRISPR-Cas9, we're able to then engineer different pathways for glycosylation that then resemble humanized modifications. From time to time, you also have certain genes that are divergent or that are not present, similar to the TPST1 that I showed you, that you can co-express in the context of a specific product. And so as a biochemist who is delving into bioprocess development, the key thing is to characterize using bioanalytical techniques to the extent that you know your product and you can show the regulator that it's safe, efficacious, and of high quality despite it being different.
We have one more question in the back there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoy your talk. I just want to find out how easy is it to grow these plant cells compared to, other animal cells for somebody who's a chemist, and how adaptable is it for people who are working in small labs to be able to produce some of these for their own biochemical studies? Thank you.
Yep. So in my experience, and we've done a lot of work using different host systems, and we are now also establishing mammalian-based production. The plant system is actually very amenable to rapid R&D work to the extent that instead of having to establish a stable cell line for yeasts or for CHO, you actually can do your work just by transfecting and using transient approaches. Of course, those are now available for CHO, but actually all you do is take seeds and grow them in soil and water the plants for a few weeks, and in 7 days after transfection, you have your antibody you can extract. We have found that for new discoveries, our ability to move faster to characterize those antibodies actually has been made possible by the plants. We are aware and quite conscious of the need to also utilize the established methods, and we are doing so. But as an R&D tool, I really do believe that the plants do facilitate rapid movement, and it's quite, quite straightforward, really. It's about growing the plants and then transfecting them using the same resources you would use for other host cells.
Do we have any more questions?
Thank you. That's really very interesting. So as far as I know, the plant, they don't have an adaptive immune system, which means they can't produce antibodies, right? But you rely on the plant like to produce recombinant proteins. So which means when it's come to antibody, somehow you always rely on the fact that we can identify first a good monoclonal antibody so that we can clone. So when it comes into the context, for example, of an emerging pathogens, how do you think that can impact the productivity of your platform?
Sure. So our platform really is it's a tool to produce biomolecules, including antibodies, similar to E. coli. E. coli would not normally produce most of the recombinant proteins we make in it. Pichia doesn't do the same. It's literally a recombinant expression host that we use as a tool for making these molecules. I guess the answer is that much of the work, surveillance through to antibody discovery, will be much the same, except that then you clone the gene into these particular expression vectors for production in plants, similar to what you would do for all the other host systems.
All right. Let's thank Dr. for a great talk. So now we're on to the next step. Is Ajwa here? Yes. So the next step, the next session is basically the WACCBIP startup competition, where on my right here we have the different teams that are going to pitch, and you would have seen the pull-ups outside talking about just basically with their names and the pictures of them highlighting the ideas that they are pitching. I believe only 5 of the teams are going to pitch. And I'm supposed to talk a little bit about this pitch competition and how it came about before we start. So I think a little over a year ago, so this was an idea that had been actually, we were supposed to establish a while back, and myself and Professor Mosi met with Dr. Georgia Champon of the UG Business School, who is the director or coordinator of the University of Ghana Business School Innovation Hub. And after that, we had discussions with the Institute of Applied Science and Technology, who have the mandate to basically translate basic science to applications. And we also roped in the Office of Research, Innovation and Development at the university. And between us, we came up with a short boot camp, which was a biotech essentials course to basically take biologists and biochemists and through business essentials that are needed for entrepreneurship or to think of ideas. And so this was a 1-week course, quite intensive, and we had a lot of applications. I won't go through the details, but in the end we had about 20-something people who did the course. And then the next phase, so we were doing a sort of funnel up approach. So more people do the essentials course, and then we they submit ideas that they want to pursue for incubation. Then we select, and then some of those get meetings with mentors to develop the ideas. They have some training sessions with pitch trainers, and then eventually we come to where we are now, where they are going to tell us what the ideas are. They've been told certain things that they need to hit, and then at the end of it, we are going to invest in 2 ideas that we hope will give them a token sum of $5,000 US. And it's not that we're giving them the cash. We are funding them. And so they are going to use that to develop their idea as much as possible, and potentially that will be sort of like a priming investment that will lead to something. This is the first time we're doing this. In Ghana right now, there's a lot of biotech innovation startup competitions and all over Africa. But to our knowledge, this is one of the few which is focused on, and the criteria that we used in selecting these applications was, people thinking at the molecular level. Of course, you see that some of the ideas are not strictly biotech, molecular biotech, but we allowed it because some of those ideas were also very good and very well, at least, delivered. So I think that's my spiel. If Dr. Doleku is here. Yes, this session, I'm not the one coordinating it, so I need the lady from, yes. Okay, I think we're waiting for some judges. So Wilhelmina is going to take us from here. The Dean of the University of Ghana Business School was supposed to come and give us some opening remarks, but unfortunately he's not available right now, so we'll move on from there. And yeah.
Thank you very much, Doc. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I humbly welcome you to the Biotech Startup Pitch Competition, the first of its kind under the WACCBIP Biotech Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. My name is Wilhelmina Latte, and I'll be your MC for today. Sorry. Okay, so in the absence of the Dean of the University of Ghana, we are from the UGBS Nest, and we would like to call on Dr. Peter Kwashi to give us more details about the WACCBIP Biotech Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. He has already done that. Oh, sorry. Okay. So during this journey, we had an incubation aspect where we had experts going through some form of mentorship with our participants. And so we would like to acknowledge these experts, the presence of these experts. So ladies and gentlemen, can we acknowledge the presence of Dr. Winfred Peck Doleku? He has extensive knowledge in chemistry. Also, we have Dr. Yao Aniwe. His expertise is in immunochromatography. We also have Professor Samuel Kofi. His expertise is in engineering design. And Dr. Samuel Dodu, who is into DNA, gracing us with their presence today. Again, in our midst today is the ever amiable Dr. Peter Kwashi. He's an expert also, and he's into experimental medicine and biology. So ladies and gentlemen, on to the agenda for today. We have 4 judges in all. Our first judge is in the person of Professor Stephen Brymer. So Professor Brymer, he is a senior lecturer at the Department of Marketing and Entrepreneurship at the University of Ghana Business School. Prior to joining the UGBS in 2007, he worked with the Seoul Research Institute under the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, in 1992/1993. His experiences span from project management, international business marketing, retailing, sales management, customer care to management, and administration. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Professor Stephen Mahama Brymer. Our judge number 2 is an immunologist, founder and chief executive officer of Yamachi Biotechnology, and researcher at the West African Center for Cell Biology and Infectious Pathogens, WACCBIP, University of Ghana. Can we give it up for Dr. Yao Bediako? Now to our third judge. She is a founding board member at the Office of Research, Innovation and Development. She is the coordinator of the Technology Transfer and Intellectual Property Services. She also is the Research Development Officer responsible for the Institute of Applied Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome Mrs. Mami N. Hatchful Norty. Our final judge for the day is in the person of Mr. Gameli Ajaho. Mr. Ajaho is currently the country technical lead for the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa, that's RISA, a UK government program to strengthen research and innovation ecosystems for socio-economic development in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. He's passionate about public participation in science and innovation. With a hefty round of applause, can we welcome Mr. Gameli Ajahu? Mr. Gameli, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So today, in no particular order, I'm going to introduce our teams that participated in the WACCBIP Biotech Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. So our very first team that participated in the program is Team Home Lab Footwear Sanitation Test Kit. Can we give it up for Team Home Lab Footwear Sanitation Test Kit? We also have Vet Multiplex Test Kit. Vet Multiplex Test Kit. Okay, so we have Cellcast, Team Cellcast. Team Wipe 360. Team Testa Vita. Team Waste to Wealth. Oh, teams, we cannot see you. Team Waste to Wealth, where are you? Okay. Okay, we have Team Coroplex. Thank you very much. So these are all the teams that participated in this program. Can we acknowledge them again, please? I must admit, it's not an easy journey at all. Now, as the teams are already aware, we only have 5 teams pitching for us today. And they are, the very first team to pitch for us would be Team Home Lab Footwear Sanitation Test Kit. And then the next team to pitch would be Team Vet Multiplex Test Kit. After that, we have Team Coroplex. Then we would have Team Testa Vita. And last but not the least, Team Wipe 360. Okay. So I would hand over the microphone to the judges to help explain the rules for judging for today, and then the judging criteria as well. Yes, they are.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon to our teams. So today the rules are very straightforward. The expectation is that you have 5 minutes to pitch your idea, and we, the judges, have 5 minutes to engage with you with questions and answers. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to engage with you on question and answers. So in totality, you have 7 minutes. Yeah. And in terms of the criteria, we'll be looking at, first of all, your value proposition, and also we'll look at the innovative nature of what you're presenting. We'll look at the market's potential or potential for impact, the strength for a business model, of your business model, and then the environment and social impact of your innovation. We'll also look at the team expertise and finally your execution plan. So these are the key areas that we'll be looking at today. And I know you're all ready, so all the best to each of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mami. Okay, so as already explained, each team has 5 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes to take and answer your questions. We have a very efficient and accurate timekeeper with us today, and when your time is up, this is the sound you would hear. Thank you very much. Okay, teams, are you ready? Oh, no. Are you ready? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, shall we welcome the first team? Team Home, Love, Footwear, Sanitation, Test Kit.
Hello, everyone. This is Home Lab, and we are here to transform footwear hygiene. Come with us as we find out exactly what is under our footwear. So this is the team performing an experiment. Voila. This is bacteria re-isolated from the sole of a footwear after 2 days of incubation. Did you know that there are over 400,000 units of these bacteria under a single shoe sole? Can you imagine you or your visitor bringing these pathogens into your homes? Or maybe your healthcare provider carrying these pathogens under their footwear just to take care of you. Have you thought of the fact that the person sitting next to you right now might be carrying almost 1 million of these bacteria and other germs under their foot? Do not panic at all. Home Lab is here for you. We are providing you with an effective footwear sanitization kit that kills over 99.9% of these bacteria and other germs as well. And it is very simple to use as well. All you have to do is just open the platform down there and then pour your footwear sanitizer into it, step on it for a few minutes, and then you step at where the love portion is, and then you dry off, and you are good to go. The good news for us as a business is that currently there is no company in Ghana producing this. So this gives us the market advantage. And then for our competitors outside, we floor them in these areas as well. The sanitization market globally is a very huge market, which boasts of over $153 billion. How then do we tap into this huge market to make money for ourselves? It is simple. We have 2 target audiences. One, we are targeting the health facilities in Ghana and also the numerous households we have in Ghana. For the over 10,000 healthcare facilities we have in Ghana, we are looking into a business-to-business model with them, whilst we sell directly to the over 8.3 billion households we have in Ghana currently. We are also looking at distribution partnership, and then also we enter the market with the penetration pricing strategy, where we enter very low and then gradually increase our prices. So far, we've been able to build a wonderful and competent team. We've gone through some mentorship and then trainings as well. We are currently still in the market surveying process, and we've built a 3D model of our MVP, as you have previously seen. Currently, we are at the conceptualization and framing stage, and all we are asking for is $5,000, which will be channeled majorly into research and development, company registration, regulatory compliance, start production, go into marketing and distribution, and we hope to achieve all this by the end of the great innovation. We have a business executive developer, a microbiologist, which is myself, our able material scientist, and our team lead, who is a chemical pathologist. Overall, we are looking at our product having an impact on public health and then hygiene as well. For our business to thrive for a very long time, we are looking into cultivating the habit of strategic partnerships, being customer-centered, and also being innovative and adapting to market changes. Finally, all we are saying is that contribute to enhancing public health and hygiene by investing in home love. Call us on this number for any enquiries. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Team Home Love Footwear Sanitation Test Kits. We hear from our judges now.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the great presentation and actually for what you are also promoting, because it's something that personally I always worry about, that sometimes you go somewhere that you're not so happy about, or to a very not nice bathroom, and then you go into your room with your shoes. I always wonder the germs I'm transporting. So I'd like to find out how, with your kit that you are promoting, how many times can it be used before you need to change the material that is able to disinfect? I want to find out. Yeah.
Okay, so for places like the hospitals and other places where we have heavy traffic, we are actually looking at the potency of the footwear sanitizer itself. For the solution that we are going to use, we have about 2 or 3 different types for different places. So for your home, if you are using this particular one, it can handle, and then with the foot load, the load itself being very little, it can take over almost 8 hours before you can change the solution itself. But at our wards and then ICUs where we might be having heavy traffic, we are looking at just about 10 to 20 foot, just stepping onto it, and then we just change them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I will take over. You need to make it.
So, thank you. My first question is, how is this different from I put Dettol in a bucket at home and I step into it? So the point I'm trying to make is, why should I buy your product and not just buy Dettol and spray my shoes when I get home? What is the advantage of your product over a bucket and Dettol?
I would just say convenience, because of the fact that we have a mat here where you could easily just step into, just like that. As compared to you now going to use the whole Dettol, put it in it, and then remove your footwear. I'm a healthcare worker, and then currently in our wards, what is actually being done is that when you're going to theaters, the footwear that we are supposed to wear, or the boots that are supposed to be worn, we actually move it outside somewhere for them to be sanitized before we carry them back to where we need to wear it before go. This is stress, especially in emergency cases when you have to easily just go step on it for a few minutes and then enter. How are you now going to go back and then do all these things? Also, there is the easy movement as well, or it's being at one place at all times. If you are going to find something and you know that, okay, I have my TV remote here, you always want to go there easily to access it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, we have more questions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Team Home Lab Footwear Sanitation Test Kit. Thank you very much. On to our next team. to our next team, we have Team Vet Multiplex Test Kit. Are we here? Let's give it up for them, please.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Sabina, and I'm here with my mate. We are from Vet Diagnostics. Did you know that women, by the nature of our physique, are prone to genital infections? Yes. The American College for Obstetrician and Gynecology say that one third of all women at a point in time will develop vaginal infections. And this means that currently about 1.3 billion women may have or are still having vaginal infections. And these women are our mothers, they are our sisters, our friends, your wives, even our daughters. As a matter of fact, it is possible that some of us women here might be having vaginal infections. So what if I told you that we have a diagnostic kit that can test for 5 of these microorganisms? And because it is self-testing, you don't need a third person to intrude on your privacy in the name of sample taking. More so, you get 15 minutes to get your results. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the Vet Multiplex Test Kit. It's easy, convenient, afford to your privacy, it's portable, and so timely. So when you unbox our products, this is what you get. You get a swab stick, a solution, and then a biodegradable cassette. The user takes the swab sticks, inserts it in her vagina, and then swab the walls of the vagina for about 30 seconds. Thereafter, inserts the swab stick into the solution and mixes it thoroughly, and then picks up some of the solution and drops it onto the wells. In 15 minutes, your result is yours. Currently on the market, we have currently on the market, we have Biosense, we have Vagisense, and we have Sheba by Yamachi. Biosense and Vagisense are basically pH, vaginal pH meters. So what they do is that it measures the pH of the vagina, and from it infer whether there's an infection or not. Sheba, on the other hand, is a self-sampling kit. It means that the user buys it, is able to take their own sample. However, you have to transport it to their lab before you get your results. Vet, on the other hand, and more so, Sheba is targeting HPVs only. Vet is targeting 5 microorganisms, including HPV. And Vet is a rapid diagnostic kit. We are targeting the global market, but we want to begin from our home country and target all the women in Ghana. So we are targeting 17.1 million. We would want to move into the African market and then into the global market and target 4.4 billion women. The business model we hope to use is the business to business as well as business to customer. So business to business, we are hoping to flood malls and then hospitals and laboratories as well as pharmacy with our products. Business to customer, we are hoping to have a social media marketing platform where we will interact with our customers. So far, the journey has been very good. We've been able to build a formidable team. We've done our market analysis. We've done our feasibility studies. Going into the future, we are hoping to develop our prototype, do our sensitivity and specificity testing, do our clinical trials, and then have our pilot production. What are we asking? We are asking for $5,000. to help us develop our prototype, do our sensitivity and then specificity testing. We are also asking for a laboratory space where we will conduct our activities, and we are asking for partners who will help us continue to the trial and then the pilot production stage. Meet our team. I am Sabina, like I said. I'm a clinical chemist. Christiana is a molecular biologist, and Linford is a biomedical scientist. Sorry, is a microbiologist. These have been our lead advisors, Dr. Yawaniwe, Senior Research Fellow, and Mr. James Donko, who is a marketing and our finance lead. So we want to say, a big thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Team VET Multiplex Test Kit. So we take questions from our judges. Before our judges come in, I'd like to say I really like this audience. You're very interactive. But please, when our students or participants are pitching, kindly allow them to finish their 5 minutes so you don't take their time. Thank you so much. Judges?
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. The success of any business potential depends on your target accepting your products. You said you've done your market analysis. How confident are you that this product will be accepted by the market, and what makes you think so?
We've done, we are still doing feasibility studies. We've talked about with a lot of people. Like I said, we are all medical laboratory scientists. We understand how uncomfortable patients are when it comes to sampling for HVS and then sometimes HPVs. So we talk to them, and then we know that they want something that is rapid, and then that's something that they can take their samples themselves. So yes, we have.
Nice presentation. So what price point are you targeting? So how much are you aiming to sell your kit for?
Okay, so currently we are still suppliers of the things we are going to use to produce the cassette. We haven't come out with a fixed amount, but it's not going to be more than $1.5. That's $1.50. It's not going to be more than that per
your plan.
Yes.
And a follow-up question. How accurate? So obviously you're using. I'm presuming these are antigen tests.
No, they are not antigens. Actually, we would love to talk about the method, but then it's a proprietary research. So maybe we can talk about it over coffee and after signing an NDA.
No, but you need to be able to at least tell me. You don't have to tell me. Your proprietary will be what specific antigens you're using. But my point is, it's not antigen.
No.
So it's not antigen.
No.
So how sensitive is it then?
It's very sensitive, trust us.
Compared to PCR?
Okay, maybe at the same level.
Same level as PCR?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Can you...
Judges, any more questions?
Yeah, can you tell us the thinking that's gone into how you...
Please, I can hear you.
I would like our audience to remember that there's $5,000 at stake here. Please.
Your product on scale.
How do we intend to produce? Okay, so that's why we asked for a laboratory space as part of our ask. So we will assemble the product, and then we will buy the materials, and then we will assemble it.
Thank you very much, judges.
Yes, we will produce it ourselves. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, that was Team VET Multiplex Test Kit. I would like to welcome Team Testa Vita. Our next team to present is Team Testa Vita. Can we give it up for them, please? Team Testa Vita, your time starts.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen. We are Testa Vita, and we are developing the state-of-the-art diagnostic test kit for typhoid fever. Imagine a world where a simple diagnostic test can save lives and reduce suffering by fighting one of the greatest medical challenges of our time, which is antimicrobial resistance. So antimicrobial resistance in this case is a condition where microorganisms that infect a person resist drug treatment. As of 2019, antimicrobial resistance alone caused about 5 million global deaths. That was more than deaths caused by HIV, AIDS, and malaria altogether. This raises an eyebrow, right? Well, what causes antimicrobial resistance? It is simple: antibiotic abuse. And what causes this antibiotic abuse? Wrong diagnosis of infectious diseases like typhoid. Now let's talk about typhoid. Each year, there is about 21 million typhoid cases recorded globally. Even if 50% of these people are wrongly diagnosed, that would be a whopping 10.5 million people abusing antibiotics. Can I tell you, typhoid is equally endemic in Ghana. Can I tell you that current typhoid diagnostic kits are causing a lot of wrong diagnosis because their method detects antibodies in patient samples. While antibodies can indicate any infection at all, and not typhoid only. So there's a call to action, and we answered. We are developing a typhoid diagnostic test kit named Typhibus. Typhibus will detect the DNA of the typhoid bacteria itself, and not antibodies in patient samples like the others do, making our kit more precise and reliable. Dear all, this is how Typhibus will look like. It would have all the necessities for the test, from sample collection to test result. Typhibus promises to satisfy the worst result. Typhibus promises to satisfy the World Health Organization diagnostic criteria. That is, it will be affordable, sensitive, specific, user-friendly, efficient, and deliverable. It would also eliminate external equipment use, making tests in resource-constrained communities very, very easy. Unlike our competitive market, like Typhidot and Wilder tests, Typhibus will be optimized to produce test results within just 35 minutes. We can assure you that if it is properly used, it would reduce wrong diagnosis by 90%, and this will place it above the test kit available on the market.
Okay, control. Taking it from Veronica, what is the market size? Globally, 21 million cases of typhoid is recorded every year. In sub-Saharan Africa, about 16.3 million cases is recorded every year. Typhoid is endemic in Ghana with about 69,000 cases recorded every year. This is a substantial market opportunity for our product. So our target market includes the clinics, the hospitals, and also research laboratories. So we are looking at a business-to-business and a business-to-government model where we price our product for $20 and also make a flexible arrangement for our customers. We are seeking $5,000, 80% towards lab works and also prototype development, 20% towards IP rights protections, and also we also need more partnership and also laboratory space to carry out this. In the first year, we are only looking at product development. However, in the second year, we are looking at targeting 500 healthcare facilities, projecting our revenue to about $10,000. In 2 years, we are projecting our revenue to about $20,000 due to market saturation and also increase in sales volume. Our traction so far has been the business training we've gained from UGBS Nest, the expert training from Dr. Samododu, and also the partnership we are making with Incas Diagnostics. In the short term, we are only looking at prototype development and also securing IP for our product, as well as clinical validation for our product. In the medium term, we are looking at introducing our product to the market. The core team consists of myself, a background in biochemistry, Veronica, who is a member of the British Society for Antimicrobial Chemotherapy, Manuela, who has a business accounting background, and also Joy with a medical biochemistry background. Our advisory team consists of Dr. Lord Anthony Basin, who is the CEO of Incas Diagnostics, and also our project expert, Dr. Samuel Dodu, who has a background in environmental microbiology. By joining us, you'll be investing in a product that has the full potential.
Thank you very
to
much,
impact
Team Testa
healthcare
Vita.
in Ghana.
Can we hear from our judges, please? Before our judges come in, can we have a minute of silence? Okay, judges, let's hear you.
Very interesting. You said you're detecting DNA. So can you tell me a little bit about how your technology works without violating your IP? Is it a PCR test? Is it LAMP? What is it based upon?
So first of all, we are eliminating external equipment use. So it is point of care. So it is meant to detect DNA. Let me say a specific gene. A specific gene on the typhoid bacteria DNA using a technique called CRISPR. So that's what we are doing.
How does it work?
It works because CRISPR in normal term is like scissors for DNA. It is used in gene editing. So it is meant, it will be a DNA sequence we would engineer ourselves, meant to complement and tag to the DNA of interest we are looking forward to. So that means it would remain inactive if the typhoid bacteria is not present. And that will make it very unique and reliable because antibodies, like I said earlier, it can be an indication of any infection at all, like dengue fever, malaria, and all that. So, yes.
I'm interested in the pricing. You said that one kit costs $20.
$20, yes, please.
That sounds like it's not affordable. Is it like...
Okay.
Do you have a number of kits in that $20?
Yeah, so it will be reusable. The quantity of the reagents, we are looking at 5 milliliters, and the maximum quantity per each test will be 500 microliters. That means they can use it for about 10 times per each kit. But we put 5 reading cassettes in it, so if you want the additional 5, you would have to buy, and that would raise an additional revenue for the business as well.
Okay, so in terms of value proposition to your, your target customers, you need to be able to work out how that brings real value versus the current way that they do it. That's how you can communicate that, okay, you're actually making a difference.
Okay.
And, beyond that, in terms of use cases, do you anticipate that this piece of technology can be used outside clinical settings? Because one of the main drivers of antimicrobial resistance is, for example, in the agriculture sector,
Okay.
where antibiotics find their way into our food systems.
Yeah. Okay, so currently it is for diagnostic purposes. Yes, so it is just to correctly diagnose people of typhoid fever because we realize wrong diagnoses are increasing or causing antimicrobial resistance because of wrong prescription of drugs that cause antibiotic abuse. So for now, it is for clinical use only, but as time goes on...
Thank you very much, Team Testa Vita. Thank you, judges, for those insights as well. The next team on our list is Team Coroplex. Okay, Team Coroplex, your time starts now.
It's no.
What's going on? Oh, okay. Are you ready? All right. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Val Willie. Thank you so much for coming, Prof. Yes, are we ready now? Okay. Team Coroplex, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Team Coroplex. A couple of months ago at the Accra Regional Hospital, where I collect samples and do COVID-19 screening on patients presenting symptoms suggestive of an upper respiratory tract infection, a patient was admitted. This patient presented symptoms that were suggestive of this infection. So the doctors around requested for tests related to this particular symptoms. All these tests came out negative, and I also did COVID-19 screening on the patient. It came out negative as well. The doctors were quite frustrated because time and time again, patients present these symptoms. When they come to the hospital, you test for tests related to these symptoms and they are negative. Normally, when they are negative, you have to resort to symptoms management as opposed to treatment regimen that is targeted towards a causative agent. That particular patient I'm talking about today, unfortunately that day, he passed away. Upon taking the samples to WACCBIP and then processing, analyzing the samples and getting the results, we found out that the patient was infected by coronavirus. The coronavirus that was infected was not a SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus that I tested back in the hospital, but a different coronavirus. The patient died because, one, we were not aware that aside the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus, there are other equally potent coronaviruses that can cause infections. And two, even if you are aware, there are no simple ways to test for these other coronaviruses. Human coronaviruses infections are responsible for 10 to 25 of respiratory diseases, and many cases of human coronavirus go undetected, just like the case I just narrated. I believe that it happens in different hospitals across the country, and they go undetected. Currently, the methods for testing for these coronaviruses are very expensive and time-consuming. This is Dr. Koka, a specialist at the Accra Regional Hospital, and these are his concerns. Staff burnout managing these conditions, challenges with testing for these individual coronaviruses, and he wishes for a faster, more reliable, and cheaper alternative. As science, I believe that these are concerns of so many health workers across the country and beyond. And as scientists, how do we help Dr. Koka achieve this dream of his? This is where we come with our innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the Coplex RDT. The Coplex RDT is capable of detecting all 7 coronaviruses. And what's more, it's cheap, easier to use, and give quick result. We are going to produce this using targeted antigens and using mouse to produce antibodies, immobilize them, assemble them, and with the help of our partner industry, we produce the RDT kit. How do we use the RDT kit? It is very similar to the SARS-CoV-2 antigen test kit, only that this time we have 7 panels, each representing one of the coronaviruses, where a single line suggests that the person is negative for the coronavirus, and 2 lines suggest that the person is positive for the particular coronavirus. How is our innovation doing in terms of our competitors? This is the first time one RDT can test for all 7 coronaviruses. This is new, this is the first in the market, and that gives us a very competitive advantage.
So Coroplex will be targeting hospitals and clinics and all other primary healthcare service providers. Revenue will be generated from direct sales. That is, we are proposing the business-to-business model. The cost of producing a box of Coroplex RDT. The cost of producing Coroplex RDT, that is a box, would cost $30 US. However, we intend to sell it at $72.50, expecting a 59% profit margin at the end of the day. In the first year, we are targeting producing 1,500 boxes with the hope of increasing in subsequent years. So far, this is what we have been able to do. We have done our market call surveys, of which Dr. Coker was one of the responders. We have been able to model and then design a prototype. We are far gone with establishment of partnerships, and these are our potential collaborators. Since the beginning of the second quarter of this year till now, we have been able to do the market call surveys up to establishment of partnerships. We are hoping that by the end of the last quarter of next year, Coroplex RDT should be in the market. These are our team members. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today asking for $5,000 to help in the development of assets.
Thank you
for
very
the
much,
production of assets.
Team Coroplex. Let's take questions from our judges.
So looking at your price and the fact that you're looking at business to business relationship, how sure are you that you get the buy-in of these institutions that may want to use such a product, bearing in mind that a lot of our larger institutions who are buying this are in the public sector?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
That a lot of these potential customers you are looking for are public sector organizations.
Yes, so
because of procurement issues.
Okay, so if you look at the price, when you convert it to Ghana cedis, that is roughly about 60 or 50 cedis. And sorry?
Yes.
So the selling price I quoted was for a whole box of Coroplex RDTs. But in a box, we have 25 of the kits. And so a unit cost is what he's quoting, not for the entire box. So he was doing the conversion for the price of one Coroplex RDT, not the entire box.
So in line with that, how much does a malaria RDT cost?
Okay, currently malaria RDT, the box, depending on how many are in it, I'm not too sure.
Give the unit cost for one.
Unit cost?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
How much?
But
20 cedis. So my point is, a malaria RDT is 20 cedis. You want to sell yours for a disease that does not cause mortality. So my question is, coronaviruses in general, before SARS-CoV-2 and MERS, are common viruses that we get. What is the burden of disease or mortality for coronaviruses other than SARS-CoV-2? Because we have RDTs for SARS-CoV-2. So if you are going to offer me an RDT for 7 different coronaviruses, how much disease burden or how much mortality or morbidity maybe is caused by it? So do you have an answer? I want to know.
yes, so if you look at the slide, we said that respiratory illnesses, between 10 to 25% of respiratory illnesses are caused by
Yes, so we would allow
coronaviruses.
Team Coroplex to have his question. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so between 10 to 25% are caused by human coronaviruses. And there's a need for us to monitor these infections from person to person. Because from time to time, it is possible these infections, these viruses can even mutate and become even more dangerous.
All right, thank you very much, Team Coroplex. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Team Coroplex. Next team on our list. Our final team for the day. Are you ready? Okay, so our final team for the day is Team WIPE 360. Oh, we can do better for them. Your time starts now.
Okay.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Michael and it's my partner Daniel. We are Team Wipe 360. And we want to start with this. You understand, we all have this dream that our water bodies should be very, very clean. I mean, something we can go, our water bodies, we would appreciate having something like this, I believe. All of us. Very good. So, to my left, you see that this is what Ghana used to have. Our water bodies. This is what we used to have, but unfortunately, Galamsey happened, and this is what it's given us. Okay, so now, according to the Water Commission, for drinking water, the standard should be 5 NTU, and NTU is a measure for understanding the level of turbidity, level of suspended particles, right? So for drinking water, the level is 5. For other users, maybe for cooking, for bathing, it should be within the range of 80 to 150. But unfortunately, Galamsey has given us this 500 to 3,000, over 3,000. Very unfortunate. And this is what's happening on the ground. People will actually drinking this, right? And those who can afford, they buy the alum and they do their own treatment. So our solution is a mini water treatment system. It's basically units that's supposed to help the rural communities, right? Provide them with enough for their domestic everyday use, right? And when you look at the communities, there are alternative water sources. It's either they go for the packaged sachet water, which is too expensive. I mean, you can't buy this and use it for bathing and cooking. It's too expensive. And like I mentioned earlier, those who can afford, they buy the alum and treat the water as much as they can. Now, what we're offering is a convenient, sustainable, and much safer alternative for the communities. And it will provide the small rural communities, especially with unrestricted access to clean water for their everyday domestic use. And we're not going to end here. Eventually, we're looking at treating larger water bodies, and also project that we should be able to do heavy, treat waters that contain heavy metals, the toxic heavy metals. And we understand that globally, there's over 23 million people experiencing this kind of problem. So we expect that we should be able to serve these other people. Now, our milestones, currently we have undergone some training with our experts, and we've also developed a 3D model of our product. Now, we're looking at, in year 1, we're looking at successfully testing our product, and in year 3 we're looking at a major rolling out of the units, and in year 5 we're looking at improving and introducing the heavy metal removal component. Now, our target markets, we're looking at small rural communities affected by the Galamsey, and also small communities that are not within the Ghana Water Company's supply network. Then eventually the global markets too. Yeah, and the market size, currently in Ghana, seven of the major regions in Ghana are affected by the Galamsey, and globally over 23 million, and also the 5 million people who are outside of the Ghana Water Company's supply network. Yes, so now our business model, we are looking at having a refilling service. So we provide the community with our units, and then we have our material that we supply to them periodically to help them with their water needs. and then there's going to be a service charge, and then...
Thank you very much. Team WIPE 360. Can we hear from our judges?
All right, thank you very much, and that was a very good presentation. I have two questions. I'd like to know your team formation. You mentioned that you've done a prototype, so I'll be interested to know what came with that and which expertise were applied in the prototype. And also, I'd like to. The second question was, actually, it's escaped me now. But the first question is just more about your team formation.
Okay, so for our team, I'm a food science. I've got a food science background. My partner here has got a chemistry background. And for the prototyping, we had a colleague. We worked with a colleague who helped us. He's got an engineering background, and he helped us with the development of the 3D model. And we also had an expert. Professor Kofi, he was our expert advisor on the project.
I would have loved it if you had actually walked us through what your prototype does. So, is it a box? Is it a filtration system? What is your solution? I saw all those schematics flashing up, but you didn't speak to them. So, in 30 seconds, what is your solution? You have dirty water, you need to make it clean. What does that box do?
Okay.
All right. So, unfortunately, due to the time limit, we weren't able to go through. All right. So, the box. It would. I'm just trying to say it would be easier to explain with the diagram. That's what I was trying to say. All right. Thank you very much. All right, so this is a side view of the box. I believe this would be the best orientation to explain from. So the water enters from the very first opening, and the green boxes you see on top are actually alum-containing canisters. Then.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, give us more time for you.
All right, so the green boxes on top are actually canisters containing alum. Then the tube you see descending from those, they are part of the dosing unit. So the alum is released, it has a time release system. So if it flows through the tubes, then if I couldn't show another view, but there are perforations through which the alum passes and gets into contact with the water. So it passes, the middle section is some sort of screen. Then after that, there are you see two black boxes. They're a bit faint, so these are sonication units that facilitate the coagulation of particles. Then finally, the filtered water passes through the outlet.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Team WIPE 360. Can we give it up for them again? Oh, we can do better for them, can't we? Thank you, judges. So as our judges deliberate, I would like to call on Professor Justice Bawale, the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School, to give us a few remarks. Can we give it up for him?
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, why, you boy? Good afternoon. So, is Provis still here? Okay, okay, good. So let me acknowledge all the great guys doing great work in WACCBIP. but most importantly, the collaboration with the business school on this journey of creating biotech entrepreneurs. WACCBIP is a global brand now, known for doing all the great science, but we also acknowledge that science has to go out and we must make money from science. For those of us in the business school, we concern ourselves a lot more on how to make money from whatever exists on earth. So when we got this very, very important invitation to collaborate with WACCBIP on training the next biotech entrepreneurs, we took it very seriously. For the 3 months that have passed, we've seen some very energetic and passionate conversations between and amongst scientists on how to be able to create innovative products that can address societal problems. As we have seen today a while ago, it looks to me that we are making a lot of progress on that route. As you can see, different aspects of innovations using the skill sets that the students acquire in WACCBIP and the related institutions is beginning to address problems in the way that would also bring money. I am happy about solving problems, but when solving problems don't or doesn't bring money, it's a problem. So what we just witnessed has been the outputs of the very important collaborations that we've been working together with our colleagues to do. I remember when the boot camp took place in the hub, I took time to interact and engage all the participants, and they were very excited coming out of the laboratories and the science rooms into thinking about how their products or ideas that they have could become market products. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that this, and Provisy, thanks for leading this, and you and your team in WACCBIP, but I am looking forward to getting agricultural science students. I'm looking forward to getting pharmacy students. I'm looking forward to getting engineering students, computer science, computer engineering, and all the other people come for us to work together. Unfortunately, in the business school, we don't have products. So we don't have products. We don't have products. We train people on how to market. To market what? We train people to account for. To account for what? We train people. Yeah. So, but we have units that also have products and are struggling on how to handle those products. So, you go to food science, they have a lot of products that are actually money sitting on tap. So, if we continue to work together, we, as we've seen, it looks to me that we can only make our university great, if not greater again. So, congratulations to all the the teams that pitch the ideas. Those of you who are laughing, if they brought you here, you know that it's not a small platform to showcase the things that you have, that you've been working on. But I was very excited. I enjoyed the presentations. Let me encourage you. What the outcome, or whatever the outcome of today's speech is, it should not be anything that will dampen your spirit, especially if you don't win. I have seen teams that haven't won pitches, but they have gone ahead and they have gone into commercialization, and they are getting support, and they have gone subsequently to win awards. There are a couple of them who now, when people are offering them jobs, they say they don't want jobs, they want to work on their own ideas, because the ideas have become monetized now. And so from here, we want to encourage you to continue to work on your ideas and to continue to look at the various variants of the ideas. Maybe the feedback today may be the thing that would really move you from where you are now to what you refer to as a critical juncture, which will start directing you at looking at other areas of your ideas. But also those of us who sat and listened and watched and especially laughed, note that the new normal in this space is that science must become money. And if you are here and you are waiting for someone to employ you in a company, you may not find employment. And when you do find employment, employers are looking for people who are innovative and entrepreneurial. And so your ability to turn around ideas and make the place that you occupy productive would be that which would make you very attractive to employers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here. Congratulations to the teams, and may the best team win. And thank you, ProVC. Please bring more, WACCBIP, bring more and more people, because this collaboration was really, really exciting for us as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Justice Bawili. Let's quickly take a brief recap of our biotech journey so far. After the brief recap, we would have the presentation of our certificates.
I'm a research assistant at University of Ghana Biochemistry Department. I'm a participant of this year's WACCBIP Biotech Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. So before I came for this program, I didn't know about it. My dad shared a link with me and I immediately submitted, which I was so happy when I got an email that I was shortlisted. Before I got here, I had no idea that in biotech there are business branches. So as a science person, this was more of a plus for me because I'm a fashion designer. But then at the end of the program, which is today, I've been able to derive so many business ideas which I look forward to implementing. I've learned so many things, and examples of them are ideation, how to derive beneficial ideas for your business, and also how to structure your business ideas through action plan. I've also learned something like pitching, where you are taught how to approach potential investors to fund your business strategies or your business implementations. So this program has been so beneficial because I've been able to derive business ideas like I stated earlier, and examples of them is that I have plans on setting up a company where we produce so many diagnostic test kits and also produce miniature of diagnostic devices which will make help and diagnosis in Ghana very, very easy and accessible. My most interesting sessions in this bootcamp would be a time we had with Yemachi Institute, which we named by the fireplace. So Yemachi is a research institute which is focused on cancer, and then because they also produce diagnostic tools. So because I have interest in producing diagnostic tools as well, I found it really impactful. And the next one is the breakout sessions, where we also were grouped based on our interests. We had groups that were based on drug discovery, production of diagnostic kits and devices, and also development of assays. So based on my interest in producing diagnostic devices, I was able to have very insightful information from that. This is one of the events that has created a very lasting impact in my life, and I would always recommend to everyone. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Bye.
And that has been our biotech journey so far. It has been a very exciting, insightful, and rewarding journey. So on to the presentation of our certificates. I would like to call once again on Professor Justice Bawule to help us present our certificates for today. Okay, so we call Mr. Bright Bindim. Mr. Felix Ajay Nkrumah. Madam Muftau Isa Jara. Madam Yvonne Asantwa Kwafu. Madam Joy Nutefe Kojo Futagbi. Mr. Richard Ametefe. Ms. Veronica Meza. Ms. Amina Bukari. Mr. Emmanuel Aka. Mr. Daniel Ni Kote Jani. Thank you. So next to present would be the Pro Vice Chancellor and Director of WACCBIP, Professor Gordon Awandari. So next to take their certificates. Thank you very much, Prof. Let's welcome the Pro Vice Chancellor once again. So next on our list is Mr. Michael Achu Chwakli. Mr. Edu Godfred Kwesi Ampoma. Mr. Lord Teria Botri. Madam Justin Abla Salasi Senanu. Mr. Richmond Balanzina. Mr. Abdul Latif Adam. Madam Sabina Ekia Andam. Mr. Linford Ofori Saba. And Madam Christina Dufie Asamoah. Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Pro Vice Chancellor and Director of WACCBIP, Professor Gordon Awandari. Can we give it up for him again? Now to the long-awaited time on who gets the much coveted $5,000 US. Can we actually have all teams on stage now? The 5 teams that presented today. Perhaps. Let's give it up for them. Okay, so we call on Mrs. Mami Hatchful Norte to give us the announcement on who. A minute.
So I think before we announce, we want to give them the benefit of a bit of feedback. So each of the judges will give brief feedback, then Yao would announce. Yeah, so I think since I have the mic, I'll start. I just want to congratulate all of you, and also particularly the teams that broke up the pitch so that we could hear every voice and everybody contributed. But you all did very well. Keep growing your ideas, and don't let this be the end of it. Thank you.
So, congratulations. The fact that you've been able to work in a team and to get this far already means that you're a winner. It's only teamwork that actually makes you a winner in the business field. And I like the fact that you have the spirit, you want to get out there and to conquer. Yes, it's not an easy journey, but you've started it, so keep it up.
Yeah, congratulations, great job done. I think we hear a lot about innovative ideas, and most of the time they are ICT-based ideas, so it's really nice for you to break away from the grain and work in the biotech space. I think that there are several areas to improve, especially giving us data that informs your design choices when it comes to product development. And at the same time, also for a pitch like this, I think the business aspect of it hasn't been very strong across board. So that's something that I think that you can work on. I think all of you should keep working on your ideas. There are lots of opportunities that various actors are working on that will be open to you to continue working on some of these ideas. Thank you.
So yeah, I echo what all the other judges have said. I thought you guys, it's very difficult to stand up in front of people and do this, so you should be commended for putting yourself out there. And for making it this far. I believe there were others who were, it was a bigger group, and then you were, some of you were selected. A few points of sort of constructive, hopefully, help is, remember when you're pitching a product, and so the product is center. But the product has to be tangible that we can understand, and you need to convince the judges that you have the technical expertise to deliver. So, I heard people say, oh, IP. You cannot hide behind hiding IP. I was once told that many people, good ideas are easy, it's the execution that matters. And so many investors will actually not sign an NDA till they understand what you're doing. So NDAs are important, but when you are doing an initial pitch, you put yourself out there. You don't have to give me schematics and all your secrets, but you need to be able to explain to me how your solution works. Just giving me a blanket statement will not necessarily do it. So many of you were a little bit guilty of that, where you were light on the technical details. But you are scientists, so when you are asked how your assay works, you need to be able to explain that, right? So stand on your strength. If you're a technical person, then your job in the team is to convince whoever is wanting to invest in your solution that you have the technical expertise to deliver. Why should I give you $5,000? Because I'm the best biochemist you'll find, and I exactly know what I'm going to do. I agree that the business models were a little bit weak. Your pricing has to be reasonable. pricing yourself double the cost of a local test, you have to make me understand why your product is 2 times as good as what is available. So provide evidence. You can charge $1,000 if you can justify why we should pay $1,000. But I think in general, great job. I think, I agree, work on your ideas and work on your timing. Most pitches are actually not 5 minutes. Most pitches are 60 seconds. You need to be able to convince people in 60 seconds why they should invest. And so you need to work on that delivery. But I guess now I was given the honor of announcing, I believe 2 winners are going to be announced. So 2 groups are going to receive $5,000. So I guess, first of all, we have to thank WACCBIP and Prof. Wandari, because I believe that's, WACCBIP is the one funding this. So the $10,000 is coming from WACCBIP. So first of all, it is money that we get from grants. So clap to everybody who wrote a grant to fund this. But that's also how WACCBIP gets funded. So it's an important teachable moment. Grants can allow you to do entrepreneurship as well. So in order, we have the top 2. I'll announce the second first, but in this case, you're both winners because you're getting the same money, so you are 2 first. But we have Home Love Footwear. So congratulations to Home Love. I think we're all struck by how tangible your product was, how timely. There are some things you need to work on, but we think you have something great to continue. And our second winner, and in my personal opinion, the strongest of the pitches, but that's just me, so it means maybe the other judges disagree, but I particularly enjoy this pitch, is Wipe 360. All right. All right. So thank you to everybody for listening. So thank you all. Thank you to the teams. Congratulations. But obviously, I think they are more excited than you are. I think I wish we had more cash to give to all of you, because indeed I think you all have good ideas. So this is not meant to discourage anyone. These 2 groups just on the day managed to present their products in a more convincing way. But please keep working. There are bigger checks out there for your ideas. So thank you very much.
Hey, what's going on? Congratulations once again to our winning teams. We have Team Wipe 360 and Team Home Love Footwear Sanitation Test Kit. A hefty round of applause for our teams. Congratulations once again to all teams that presented today. Thank you very much, Team Wipe 360 and Team Home Lab Footwear Sanitation Test Kit.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, teams. Thank you very much. We call on Dr. Peter Doleku to give the closing remarks. Dr. Doleku.
Okay. I see some excitements and some disappointments. What I would like to start by talking to the teams first. For us, the organizers and the trainers and your mentors, we were happy, we were disappointed as well. If you mentor a team, you expect that the team will win the final prize. But there is something important which Professor Barley mentioned. There are teams who win and they just disappear. And there are teams who don't win who emerge as powerful businesses. Keep that at the back of your mind. If you didn't win $5,000, it is not the end of the road. And the whole intention of this competition is not an academic one. It is our expectation that beyond this, you would start the process of actualizing what you were thinking, what you presented. You can pivot as many times as possible. Pivoting is allowed as you progress because this is the initial stages. So congratulations to all of you. Whether you won or not, you are a winner. You are among the top 7, and that is in itself great. And the plenary before this said something. We are learning, and WACCBIP is not going to be left behind. The world is moving towards biotech. We seem to be getting late, and starting now is better than waiting and strategizing for as long as possible. And this is the first version. I can assure all of you that the next version, Professor Barley, with your assistance, we will look better and we will look more tangible. And so I thank all of you for coming. And for graduate students, what I would like to tell you is when you start thinking about your research, it is okay to ask why, but the important questions that we should start asking now should be how can we? Because that question leads to products, leads to solutions, leads to new processes of creating or doing new things. So when you create a project plan, you can ask, why is this like that? Why does this happen? At the same time, including your objectives, how can we transform? How can we solve? How can we create new processes? So that is the message I want to leave with you. And for my colleagues as well, scientists, when we guide our students, let's always keep at the back of our mind the commercialization of whatever our students do. I thank you all for coming, but please remember that there is another session immediately after this. So please do not leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Doleku. I must say I've really enjoyed this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming today. My name is Wehelmi Nalate. I have been your MC for today. Do have yourselves a good evening. There is another session though. So there'll be a picture taking session outside. Our ushers will let you know where that is.
And the awards, the 2 winners will receive their dummy checks tomorrow at the dinner.
All right, so standing between us and our next coffee break, a few announcements. Oh, we don't. Oh, okay, so let's take a few announcements. So I think I've been promoting the brands that are exhibiting here, and then I've almost forgotten about ourselves. So I want to take this opportunity to remind you that we still have already soon WACCBIP shirts for sale. Some of you have been approaching me for where they can get this brush. The good news is we've made a few copies or pieces at the WACCBIP stand for just a cool 30 Ghana cedis. So you can grab one and wear it as a medal to signify that you are a part of the WACCBIP family. Thank you very much. Dr. Kwasi. We also have the WACCBIP mags, and then some of you are also asking for the WACCBIP Lacoste shirts. They are all available for sale. Just approach our booth at the exhibition center. Yeah.
So, that was an exciting session. The day is not over. You can see that there's coffee break at this time, but because we only have one talk at the end of the day, there's been a change and we've decided to move that up to now. Then we go for coffee break. Then we go to enjoy the posters. Then we get to go home. And so I'll ask, okay, yes, John Sandy is going to present to us. Before that, I'll ask Dr. Jesley Chirawua and Dr. Manfredi Binyet to basically coordinate that.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Okay, you can hear me. I didn't get feedback. So, my name is Jesley, and I'm doing this session with. Hello. Okay. Yes. So, is it on? Okay. Yeah, so I'm doing this session with Manfredi, and my name is Jesley.
Hello. Oh, I don't know if everyone is hearing me. I'm Manfredi, medical doctor specialized in public health. I know it's very complicated to finish up this session after this very interesting session that we just passed by, but please just give us the 15 minutes so that we can introduce to you John. John, not only because he's a promising researcher, but also because he has been one of the 19 Juanita Scholarship recipients, which I happened to coordinate. So, John, I don't know if you hear me. You have 12 minutes for your presentations, and then you have 3 minutes for the questions and answers.
Right. John, thank you so much for this exciting talk. I think we'll have time for about 3 questions from the audience. Questions?
Thank you for your presentation. You did a case control study. To me, recruiting the cases should be much easier than control. Nevertheless, you have 52 cases and 23 control. Could you explain why?
Yeah, I mean, so why that case and part of the control? Is that the question?
Okay. I said, you conducted a case control study. We are expecting, if you have the cases, at least a ratio of 1:1. But you have only 23 control. How did you get to that? Thank you.
Yeah, so firstly, okay, the ones have been active, the ones have been activated for the SARS-CoV-2, which means they have PCR positive results. And for the uninfected controls, they should have a negative PCR result. But we know that COVID-19 was characterized largely by asymptomatic infected individuals. So even though we have people presenting HB healthy control, they don't have symptoms. But when you actually test, then you end up realizing that they really have COVID. So that kind of plays a role in what they're seeing now. We have lower controls compared to cases. But also, I think I need to have more cases than control. As much as, yeah, so I don't like the question, but it's a partly driven by the results of PCR. And also, RSC was a little expensive, don't do too much. I don't know if I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay. He says it's okay with your answer. Oh.
Hi, John. I'm just looking at something just occurred to me right now. You know, this keratinization pathway. If this was mass spec, you know, if you see keratin in mass spec, then it's usually contamination. Is there a possibility in this case, since this has not been reported somewhere else?
No, yeah, it's not a contamination. I mean, it's just because if you look at the water block, you see grain. Yes. You see grain, CRN, and IBM to be then contaminated in the alcohol for keratinized. And these genes are really driving keratinization pathway. So it's not, I mean, what he said, it was contaminated from the experimental analysis.
Okay, so my question was on the keratinization pathway. I'm not too sure or clear about the pathway. What biological processes is this pathway involved in? The keratinization pathway.
So they are involved in epithelial development and keratinocytes are also playing roles in the migration of infected okay, basically they are involved in cells of epithelial cells, and because that's what infects epithelial cells. And if you see overexpression of parts of that pathway, also ladies that are involved in that development organization?
Okay. John, I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question I'm asking. So if you don't know, it's okay as well. What I wanted to ask is how uniform is your sampling for the characterization of the severity? So at the time, did you sample each group at the same time so that you, when you are considering making inference from the immune response, so are you excluding sampling bias to what you're seeing, to your inference of the immune response?
Yes. So,
All right. I think he looks. Yeah, I think he looks very tired. So I think we'll end it here. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining the session. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Manfredi. Thank you, Jesley. So it's not over yet. It's time for coffee break plus poster session. So like I said, these are completely new posters from yesterday and the day before. So please, once you grab your snack, go up, talk to the presenters, and I believe you would have received a Google score sheet, and everyone can score. We'll close today. I think it's been an interesting day. I hope we all like this new wrinkle to the conference. And tomorrow, we'll have another day. I won't talk about that today because we've had a very long day. So let's go and enjoy the break.